Chapter 766. 766. This person is Lu Ming. Qiao Long and the others widened their eyes in shock. Just now, Elder Hua had already used all his strength, but he was still easily repelled by Kong Jin's punch. Moreover, Kong Jin still looked very casual. How strong was Kong Jin? First level of the spiritual ocean tier. A cultivation at the first level of the spiritual ocean tier is actually so powerful. Could he be a peerless prodigy? Qiao Long muttered to himself in his heart. In the spiritual ocean tier, those who could still fight across levels were definitely peerless geniuses. In Nine Dragons there were a lot of people who broke through to the Sea of Souls realm before the age of 30, but most of them were just normal warriors. They were just a bit more outstanding but not prodigies. Meanwhile, Qiao Long was certain that Kong Jin was definitely a heaven's favorite. His heart was burning. If Kong Jin was a prodigy, what about Lu Ming? Lu Ming? Lu Ming? All of a sudden, Su Long's eyes widened and his heart started to beat faster. He remembered. Some time ago he had heard from his friends that this year's battle for the Heavenly King list had ended. The new Heavenly King list had been released. The strongest Esper who ranked first in this year's competition was called Lu Ming. But now in Nine Dragons all the cultivation sanctuaries had opened and countless forces, big and small, had their eyes on those cultivation sanctuaries. They had their eyes on those Sea of Soul realm geniuses who were ranked at the top, so they didn't pay much attention to the Heavenly King list at all. Now he finally remembered. He was the strongest on the Heavenly King ranking, so it was normal for him to break through to the spiritual ocean tier. Could it really be that Lu Ming? Su Long's heart beat faster. If he really was the strongest Esper, then how strong would his battle prowess be after breaking through to the spiritual ocean tier? It was completely unpredictable. What an amazing young man. I'm convinced. Elder Hua was knocked back by Kong Jin's punch, but he was not angry. He adjusted his breath and laughed out loud. Senior, thanks for letting me win. Kong Jin grinned. Senior, should I try? Lu Ming looked at Elder Hua. Elder Hua's face stiffened. He felt a little uncertain. Lu Ming smiled. Suddenly he took a step forward and struck his palm down in the air. Ooh! Lu Ming's palm was clearly slashing in the air, but the void was like water waves, rippling and rippling. As Lu Ming's palm swept across, the ripples spread far away. The hearts of Qiao Long, Elder Hua, and the others suddenly jumped and their eyes widened. To be able to stir the void with a casual swing of his palm, such strength was truly terrifying. Haha, enough. The strength of the two little brothers has broadened our horizons. I'm impressed. Qiao Long burst out laughing. Sect Master Qiao, do we have the right to fight for the Sea Cloud sect? Kong Jin said. Of course. It is my Sea Cloud sect's honor to be able to invite you too. Qiao Long said with a smile. It's not just the two of us. We have a friend who's going to participate as well. Lu Ming said. There's another person. What are your conditions for helping my Sea Cloud sect? Qiao Long asked. The conditions are simple. We want 4 spots to enter the 100 venerated mountains. Lu Ming said. 4 spots? What? Qiao Long exclaimed. The two of you might not know this, but there are a total of 36 forces participating in the competition this time. Only the top 6 will have a spot, while the 6th will have 3 spots. The 5th and 6th will have 4 spots. Sect Master Qiao, you don't have to worry. As long as you get into the top 3, you'll have more than 4 slots. We want 4 slots and the remaining slots will be yours. Lu Ming said, his tone full of confidence. He had a rough idea of the forces near Grand Gathering City. He was 100% confident that he would be in the top 3. Qiao Long and the rest looked at each other. Lu Ming was too confident. All right, I agree to this condition. After a slight hesitation, Qiao Long agreed. Without the help of Lu Ming and the rest, they would not have been able to get into the top 6. By then there would not have been a single spot. This competition is a group battle. It's a competition of the comprehensive strength of each force. Each force will send 9 experts to fight at the same time. Only by defeating the opponent will you win. Therefore, the battle formation is very important. This time there are 3 of you and I will send 6 experts. I wonder when you will have the time to practice battle formations together? Qiao Long said. Sect Master Qiao, I have a battle formation here. As long as you use it, it can form a powerful defensive force. It might be suitable for this competition. You can let the others practice it first. Lu Ming took out a jade tablet and waved it around. He infused the array's execution into the jade tablet and threw it to Qiao Long. Qiao Long's expression changed when he took it and read it. He had some attainments in the Tao of inscriptions, so he could tell with a glance that this formation was extremely profound. It was a level 6 formation and was much more exquisite than the one he had obtained. Thank you, young hero Lu. If you have any other requests, please let me know. Qiao Long was in a good mood and said with a smile. No need, Sect Master Qiao will be taking our leave. Lu Ming cupped his fists and left the place with Kong Jin. They returned to their residence. Sect leader, I think these two are definitely Heaven's Pride experts. Although the list of top 1,000 talents doesn't have their names, there have been many new Heaven's Pride experts recently. Elder Hua said. Yes, there's no mistake. You haven't heard, have you? The name of the strongest esper on the Heavenly King list this year is Lu Ming. Qiao Long said. What? The others were even more shocked. Of course, there was also ecstasy. If that was the case, then the Sea Cloud sect had really picked up a treasure this time. No matter if they could get a ranking or not, being able to make friends with such a peerless genius was beneficial to a small force like the Sea Cloud sect. After Lu Ming and Kong Jin returned to their residence, they began to cultivate. After Wan Tingting experienced this, she became even more hardworking in her cultivation and stayed in her room every day. Lu Ming and the rest did not participate in the battle formation practice as there was no need to. Qiao Long and the rest thought that Lu Ming and the rest were familiar with battle formations and did not say much. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. There was still 1 day left before the competition. At this moment, Zhou Xian came to invite Lu Ming and the rest to meet the other 6 participants of the competition and get to know them. Sea Cloud sect on a huge square. When Lu Ming and the other 2 arrived, they saw 6 figures standing in different positions in the square. Their figures flickered and their auras intersected, merging and linking together. They were rehearsing the battle formation that Lu Ming had given Qiao Long back then. 1 was at the early stage of the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier, 2 were at the peak of the 2nd level of the spiritual ocean tier, 2 were at the middle and early stage of the 2nd level of the spiritual ocean tier, and 1 was at the peak of the 1st level of the spiritual ocean tier. Elder Hua was one of them. Qiao Long stood to the side and watched. 3 young heroes, you've come. Qiao Long looked at Lu Ming and the rest and smiled. Lu Ming and the rest nodded. And NBSP hoo-hoo. A moment later the battle formation drill ended, and an old man with white hair strode over. This person is the external helper my father invited. His name is Yubo and his cultivation is at the early stage of the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier. Zhou Xian introduced them to Lu Ming and the rest in a low voice. Chapter 767. 767 One move is enough. Sect Master Qiao, could these 3 still wet behind the ears be the external help you were talking about? Yubo cast a contemptuous glance at Lu Ming and the rest. Senior Yu, it's the 3 of them. Qiao Long frowned at Yubo's attitude but he still replied. Sect leader Qiao, I don't know what you're thinking. You actually invited 3 little fellows. Even if you don't want to fight for a spot, don't joke around with the lives of the rest. It's very dangerous to step onto the battle stage. What do you mean by asking 3 trash to drag us down? Yubo said in an unfriendly tone. Hey old man, who are you calling trash? You're the one who's a fucking piece of trash. Kong Jin was furious when he heard Yubo calling them trash. Junior, you still dare to talk back? Let me ask you, why haven't you come and practice battle formations together? If you're not trash, then what are you doing if you're not dragging us down? Yubo berated loudly, taking advantage of his seniority. Hee, we don't practice the battle formation because we don't need to practice at all. Do you know the main purpose of this battle formation? Lu Ming chuckled and said indifferently. The purpose of the battle formation is to increase our combat power and fight against the enemy. Yubo said. Wrong. Lu Ming shook his head and said, the purpose of this battle formation is to strengthen your defense. To put it bluntly, it's to strengthen your defense so that you can protect yourself. You can leave the matter of fighting the enemy to us. Not only were the others stunned but so were Yubao and Qiao Long. Qiao Long finally understood that Lu Ming's goal was to get the others to strengthen their defense. He did not expect them to help defeat the enemy at all. Even though he had guessed Lu Ming's identity, he still felt that Lu Ming was too confident. Ha ha ha. Yubao laughed even more crazily. Ignorant, boastful and arrogant. I'd like to see what you're capable of. Fatty, I'm not interested in this kind of trash. I'll leave him to you. You can finish him in 5 moves. No problem, right? Lu Ming said in the air. 5 moves. 1 move is enough. Kong Jin grinned. Leave it to me. Xianxia said as he strolled out. Yuba's mouth twitched in anger. What's wrong with these kids? It was as if he was made of mud. She said 5 moves and she would take him down in 1 move. Did she think he was just a decoration? Little girl, get lost. Yubo shouted, and the powerful aura of the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier exploded. The other people's expressions changed and they retreated. Boom. Yubo reached out his hand and formed a huge claw, grabbing at Xianxia. Xianxia stretched out a small white hand and pressed forward. Buzz. The terrifying pressure of the sky demon power field suddenly descended, and then the destructive cutting power burst out. Xianxia's destruction and wind mentality had already merged successfully. Now that he had broken through to Sea of Soul Realm, the sky demon power field and the destructive cutting power were many times stronger than before. Bang! Bang! Yuba's hand, which was formed from true energy and will, exploded. The destructive force hit him and almost cut him in half. He screamed and flew out, coughing up blood. He looked at Xianxia in fear. Just now he really felt that he was almost cut in 2. He didn't know that Xianxia had been merciful just now. Otherwise he would have been cut in 2. Let's go. Lu Ming turned around and left. Xianxia and Kong Jin left with Lu Ming, leaving behind a bunch of dumbfounded people. It was too terrifying. They had already tried their best to overestimate Lu Ming and the rest. In the end they realized that they had still underestimated them. The combat strength of Lu Ming and the others was simply unfathomable. Even Yobua, who was at the early stage of the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean realm, was easily defeated. It was a complete crushing. They couldn't help but be filled with anticipation for this competition. Perhaps they could really charge into the top 3. Yuba's face turned green and red. Finally he waved his hand and said, Sect Master Qiao, since you have such a heaven's favorite, why do you still need me? This time I'll back out. I won't accept any of the treasures you've given me. Then he strode away. However, Qiao Long had no intention of keeping him. If it was before, he would definitely try his best to keep Yuba. After all, he had spent a lot of effort to invite Yuba over, and he was also the only expert at the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier from the Sea Cloud sect. But now he realized that there was no need. Yubo's presence didn't seem to affect the overall situation much. If Yubo left, he could just find a random spiritual ocean tier martial artist to join. It was enough as long as Lu Ming and the other 2 were there. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The contest for the spots in the 100 venerated mountains had officially begun. This time, a total of 36 forces around the 3 cities, including Grand Gathering City, were competing, and only the top 6 would get a spot. In first place there were 8 Ming. The second place had 6 spots. The third place had 5 spots. The fourth and fifth place had 4 spots each, while the sixth place only had 3 spots. There were a total of 30 spots. The venue was on a mountain peak at the junction of the 3 cities. This mountain peak was called Juping Peak. The top of Juping Peak was very flat. There was a huge battle stage built on it and there were many audience seats around it. In the past, all the major events in the 3 major cities would be held on Juping Peak. On this day, Juping Peak was packed with people. The 36 forces were clearly divided and sat around each other. Lu Ming, Xianxia and Kong Jin sat among the Sea Cloud sect's crowd and looked around. Not far away from them there were people from the Wind Sword sect, 2 forces apart. The 2 monsters of the Clear River. I don't know what method the Wind Sword sect used, but they actually managed to invite the 2 monsters of the Clear River. Zhou Xian looked in the direction of the Wind Sword sect and said in a low voice. Lu Ming looked over and saw that Yi Fa was sitting at the top of the Wind Sword sect's group. Below him were many Wind Sword sect disciples and elders. Among them were 2 skinny old men in green robes. Their eyes were cold and they would occasionally glance at Lu Ming and the others. Yi Qing from the Wind Sword sect was among them. She looked at Lu Ming and the rest with a venomous gaze. Ting, don't worry. If the Wind Sword sect meets us this time, we'll definitely cripple them. It's impossible for them to get a spot. Also, those 2 monsters of Qinghe are dead for sure. Kong Jin revealed a ferocious smile. Wan Tingting nodded, her eyes filled with hatred. Wind Sword Sect District. Seniors, the 3 juniors of the Sea Cloud Sect can't be underestimated. Their battle power is very strong. If you encounter them, try to kill them. Yefei said to the 2 monsters. Don't worry, that girl is really beautiful, even more beautiful than that girl Wan Tingting. The 2 of us must get her. The boss of the Qinghe twins laughed coldly as he looked at Xianxia with a pair of evil eyes. When the time comes, as long as we kill those 2 brats, that little girl will be yours to play with. Yefei laughed as a cold light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 768. 768 Start of the team battle. This time, after losing Wan Tingting, he had to pay a huge price in order to hire the 2 monsters of Qinghe. His heart ached at the thought of the price he had paid. It was all that bitch Wan Tingting's fault. It was all Lu Ming's fault for interfering. Otherwise he would not have to pay such a huge price. He was determined to win this competition. Other than his daughter Yi Qing, he had 2 sons. He had to fight for the spots to enter the 100 Zuns mountain for his 2 sons. Only in this way could his Yi family continue to prosper. Yi Fei's mouth revealed a smug sneer. Others didn't know, but the Yi family's ancestor, had actually broken through a few days ago from the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier to the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier, his battle prowess greatly increasing. This way the Wind Sword Sect's strength would increase greatly. This time not only did the Wind Sword Sect want to be in the top 6, but they also wanted to be in the top 3 or even the 1st place. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, a figure appeared in the sky, exuding a terrifying pressure. The judge arrived. Someone would be sent from deep inside 9 dragons to host their competition. In the depths of 9 dragons there were 3 dragon veins. They did not belong to any force, but to the Detian royal guards, who were directly under Martial Emperor De. Even the 6 great ancient families didn't have the right to mobilize this force. It was extremely terrifying. This judgment would belong to the Imperial Guards of Detian. Detian's Imperial Guards could also be said to be the core strength of the Detian Divine Guards. The leaders of the 36 forces stood up and paid their respects. Yes, I won't say much. The competition for the 100 venerated mountains will begin now. There are a total of 36 forces. The members of your respective forces, please step forward. If anyone dies in the middle of the battle, you can't continue to change people. The judge announced. Immediately, the members of the 36 forces rose and flew to the center of the fighting ring. Lu Ming's group and the other 6 people from the Sea Cloud sect flew up to the fighting ring and stood in a row. Everyone's eyes were sizing up the people on the fighting stage, observing the opponents and the experts on the other side. This time, many powerful rogue cultivators have been invited. The major forces have really paid a huge price. That's right. Look, the Wind Sword sect has invited the 2 monsters of the Clear River. Their boss is at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier. He's a formidable opponent. There's also the Scarlet Moon sect. The Scarlet Moon sect invited 6-fingered cultivator, who's also an expert at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier. The most terrifying one is the Intentionless Mansion. The Intentionless Mansion has always been known as the strongest force among the 36 forces. They already have 2 experts at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier. This time a few unfamiliar faces have appeared in the team. I wonder what their cultivation is. Many people were looking at the fighting ring and discussing. Around the 3 cities there were 36 forces. They were all small forces. Usually, with an expert at the peak 3rd level of the spiritual ocean realm holding the fort, they were considered a superior force. With an expert at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean realm, they were considered a top force. Ah, look, the Sea Cloud sect actually sent out 3 young men in their 20s. It seems like the Sea Cloud sect really has no one left. Yeah, haha, but with the sea cloud sect's strength they only care about participating. They probably didn't think about fighting for a spot. I guess so, just to make up the numbers. Many people laughed when they saw the sea cloud sect's formation. Apart from the sea cloud sect, none of the 36 forces present were under 30 years old. Ah, Xiaolong, if your sea cloud sect doesn't have anyone, you can go yourself. Why send a few juniors to their deaths? The Iron Bone sect master, who was a faction beside the sea cloud sect, laughed and looked at Xiaolong. The Iron Bone sect had always had a grudge against the sea cloud sect. Although they were slightly stronger than the sea cloud sect, they had also invited a few experts this time. Now that they saw that the sea cloud sect had even invited a few juniors, they naturally had to seize the opportunity to mock them. Perhaps Brother Qiao just wants to go through the motions and admit defeat as soon as the competition starts. Nothing will happen. On the other side, the sect leader of the Red Moon sect mocked. Usually, the sect masters and family masters of the major forces would not participate in the battle. After all, they were the masters of a sect. If they were to go to battle and died in battle, it would have a great impact. The battle hasn't started yet. Don't say it so early or you'll be embarrassed later. Xiaolong said calmly. Ah, Xiaolong, if that's the case, could those juniors be peerless geniuses? Ha! The sect leader of the Iron Bone sect laughed even louder, his laughter filled with mockery. Heaven's pride. There were not many people in the entire East continent who could be called a Heaven's favorite. As for the Sea of Souls realm Heaven's favorites, only the top 600 were on the list of top 1,000 talents. Even if you included some new talents, there were less than 1,000 people. Among these 1,000 people, the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Talisman Amulet sect made up a portion, and the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was only a small portion. How could a small sea cloud sect invite a genius? Not only did the Iron Bone sect master not believe it, but the other forces also did not believe it. If they're looking down on us, I'll let Lu Ming and the rest teach them a lesson and give them a big surprise. Zhou Xian and Wan Tingting were sitting together. At this moment she was pouting and snorting coldly, very unhappy. Yes, you guys go back to your seats. The judge in the sky looked at it and nodded. Lu Ming and the rest returned to their seats. The rules this time are very simple. There are a total of 36 forces. I will call names later. The two forces that are called will fight against each other. The winner will advance and the loser will be eliminated. In the second round there are only 18 forces left. Similarly, they will fight in pairs to determine the top 9. In the end, the top 9 will take turns to fight each other. The top 6 will be ranked according to their battle results, and they will be able to obtain a spot to enter the 100 Venerated Mountains. Now let's begin. After the announcement of the referee, he swept his gaze across the court and called out a name. The Crimson Moon sect against the Zhang family. After the names were called, two forces immediately went up. One was the Red Moon sect and the other was the Zhang family. The Zhang family is going to lose for sure. The Zhang family isn't strong to begin with, and the Red Moon sect already has 2 patriarchs at the peak 3rd level of the spiritual ocean realm. They even invited Six Fingers. This time they have the hope of entering the top 6. That's right, but this is more reasonable. Eliminate the weak and the strong advance. The crowd discussed animatedly as they looked at the fighting ring. The 9 people of the Zhang family had very serious expressions. As soon as they got on the stage, their figures changed and they formed a battle formation. The difference in strength is so great that it can't be changed by a single battle formation. Attack directly and crush them. In the Scarlet Moon sect, there was a green-haired old man with 6 fingers. He was 6 Fingers Loose Cultivator. He strode forward in a domineering and overbearing manner, crushing the Zhang family's battle formation in a brutal way. The Zhang family's strongest were only 2 middle 3rd level spiritual ocean tier martial artists. They were no match for them at all. Not long after, the battle formation was broken, and one of their 3rd level spiritual ocean tier martial artists was killed by Six Fingers trio. The others were shocked and quickly admitted defeat. There was a rule in the 9-person team battle. As long as 5 out of 9 people admitted defeat, they could admit defeat. More than half of the people had to admit defeat. Otherwise, it was not considered as admitting defeat and the other party could continue to attack. Chapter 769. 769 Fatty's Rage. The Crimson Moon sect won easily. Next, the judge selected two more forces to fight. The difference in strength between these two forces was quite large, so it was easy to determine the winner. Following that, the competition continued. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 matches had been fought. Next, the Sea Cloud sect versus the Iron Bone sect. The judge's voice was heard. Xiaolong, I didn't expect to fight against your Sea Cloud sect. This is what I want. The sect leader of the Iron Bone sect laughed heartily. Xiaolong was slightly taken aback, then sneered. This sentence is exactly what I wanted to say. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. With a flash, 9 people from each side jumped onto the fighting ring. Lu Ming and Xianxia stood behind the formation looking at each other. The Iron Bone sect did invite a few experts. 2 of them were at the late 3rd level of the Spiritual Ocean tier, and 1 more was at the 3rd level of the Spiritual Ocean tier. The rest were all at the 2nd level of the Spiritual Ocean tier. In contrast, the strongest on Lu Ming's side was only at the peak 2nd level of the Spiritual Ocean realm. There were as many as 5 people at the 1st level of the Spiritual Ocean realm. Sea Cloud sect, I advise you to admit defeat. There's no suspense in this battle. A burly man from the Iron Bone sect laughed. The last part of your sentence is right. There is no suspense in this battle. However, you are the ones who have lost. You should quickly admit defeat and reduce some losses. Fatty Kong Jin grinned as he carried his battle axe. Fatty, what did you just say? You want us to admit defeat? Is there something wrong with your head? The burly man from the Iron Bone sect laughed, his laughter filled with mockery. Around the fighting ring, the people from the other forces also laughed. The Sea Cloud sect's lineup was too horrible to look at. They had 5 people at the 1st level of the Spiritual Ocean tier. Could be said that they were one of the worst forces out of the 36. And that Fatty actually shamelessly said that he wanted the Iron Bone sect to admit defeat? It was too funny. You dare to talk to me like that? Hehe, I'll remember that. Kong Jin looked at the burly man and smiled hideously. Don't attack. I alone am enough to defeat them. The burly man from the Iron Bone sect stepped forward with a cold look in his eyes. Boom. Boom. As he stepped forward, the battle platform rumbled. The aura of the 3rd level of the Spiritual Ocean tier exploded out, and a battle axe appeared in his hand. With his cultivation at the late 3rd level of the Spiritual Ocean tier, he alone was enough to defeat the Sea Cloud sect's lineup. Lu Ming, you guys don't do anything. Let me do it alone. Kong Jin shouted. He carried his battle axe and rushed forward. The people watching the battle were speechless. This fatty was really boasting shamelessly. With a mere 1st level Spiritual Ocean tier cultivation, he actually declared that he would defeat the 9 people from the Iron Bone sect by himself. How was that possible? The people from the Iron Bone sect even revealed mocking smiles. Kill. The burly man from the Iron Bone sect shouted. His voice was like thunder as he swung his axe at Kong Jin. Kong Jin laughed hideously. With a wave of his hand, the door-sized battle axe slashed forward. Clang. Bang. The 2 battle axes collided with a clang. Then a shocking scene appeared. The battle axe in the burly man's hand directly exploded into pieces and scattered in all directions. However, the battle axe did not stop and continued to chop down. No. The burly man shouted in fear. Poochie. The next moment he was directly cut in half by the axe. The entire scene fell silent. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they stared at the scene in shock. Kong Jin, this 1st level Spiritual Ocean tier martial artist, actually killed a late stage 3rd level Spiritual Ocean tier martial artist in one move. How was this possible? It was too unbelievable. Kill. Before anyone could react, Kong Jin had already lifted his battle axe and pounced on the Iron Bone sect like a berserk beast. The attack of his battle axe was as violent as a storm. Set up the formation, set up the formation. The people of the Iron Bone sect finally reacted and shouted in fear. The remaining 8 people hurriedly set up a battle formation to block Kong Jin. However, they were useless in the end. Kong Jin's attack was too violent. He had comprehended the Shattering Will and the Earth Will. The combination of these 2 will had an unimaginable destructive power. Boom. Boom. In just a few moves, the Iron Bone Sex formation was completely destroyed by Kong Jin. With a wave of the battle axe, another expert at the late stage of the third level of the spiritual ocean tier was killed, and another expert at the early stage of the third level of the spiritual ocean tier was also killed. Kong Jin was like a violent beast, invincible. We admit defeat, we admit defeat. The remaining 6 people screamed madly. They were already scared out of their wits. Humph, you really can't take a beating. Kong Jin pursed his lips. He was a little unhappy. He carried his battle axe and walked back. Everyone around them could only open their eyes wide and watch this scene in a daze. They looked at Kong Jin in a daze. He was too strong. He had single-handedly defeated the Iron Bone sect. The Iron Bone sect was really pitiful. The burly man had said that he would defeat the Sea Cloud sect alone, but in the end, Kong Jin had defeated them all by himself. How is that possible? How is that possible? In the Iron Bone sect's area, the sect master's face was pale. He looked at the scene in disbelief as he muttered to himself. Haha, didn't I just say it? Don't be too full of yourself before the battle, or you won't be able to get off the stage. Qiao Long looked at the sect leader of the Iron Bone sect and laughed heartily. Heaven's favorite, he's definitely a heaven's favorite. Qiao Long, how did your Sea Cloud sect manage to invite such a person? The sect leader of the Iron Bone sect said with red eyes. With a cultivation at the first level of the spiritual ocean tier, he was actually able to kill an expert at the late third level of the spiritual ocean tier with a single move. This kind of combat power had even reached the fourth level of the spiritual ocean tier. This wasn't just a heaven's favorite, and it wasn't an ordinary heaven's favorite either. It was a top-notch heaven's favorite. How could the Sea Cloud sect invite such a powerful heaven's favorite? You don't need to worry about this. Qiao Long sneered, feeling extremely comfortable in his heart. At this moment, the leaders of the other forces were also discussing. That fatty is definitely a top-notch heaven's pride expert. It's unbelievable that he could kill an opponent who was 2 levels higher than him. Ordinary heaven's pride experts can't do that. His battle prowess has probably already reached the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier. The first level of the spiritual ocean tier is actually equivalent to the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier's battle prowess. This is too terrifying, right? Not necessarily. From what I see, that battle axe of his is very powerful, shattering the opponent's spirit weapon in one move. The other party was stunned for a moment before being killed by him in one move. His battle prowess might not have reached the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier, but it's infinitely close. That makes sense. As the people in the area discussed the matter, the other Sea Cloud sect cultivators on the fighting platform were also somewhat stunned. They had only stood on the stage for a short while, and had won without even setting up a battle formation. He won too easily. Don't waste it. Lu Ming's figure flashed and he kept the storage rings of the 3 martial artists who were killed by Kong Jin. At the same time, he took the opportunity to devour their blood essence. This was the blood essence of a martial artist at the 3rd level of the spiritual sea realm. Lu Ming did not want to waste it. Fatty, 3 storage rings, 1 for each of us. With that said, Lu Ming threw 1 to Kong Jin and another to Xianxia. He kept 1 for himself. Now he was in dire need of spiritual crystals and couldn't let it go. The others looked at him with envy. Chapter 770. 770 Don't appear too strong. The Sea Cloud sect wins this battle. The judge announced. Only then did Lu Ming and the others get off the stage to welcome the cheers of the Sea Cloud sect members. The other sects looked at the Sea Cloud sect with a hint of solemnity. He didn't care about the others in the Sea Cloud sect, but it would be troublesome if there was an empty one. The competition continued. Lu Ming sat in the stands and focused on refining the blood essence. The blood essence of 3 martial artists at the 3rd level of the spiritual sea realm was too rich. This was the first time Lu Ming had devoured such a rich and powerful blood essence. He had used all the power of his blood essence to improve his second bloodline. He planned to upgrade the prison-suppressing steel bloodline to the divine level first. That way, the power of the prison-suppressing heaven technique would increase greatly, and then he would upgrade the 9-dragon bloodline. The strong power of blood essence kept flowing into the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel. Time passed very quickly. Not long after, the first round of the competition was over, and the top 18 had been determined. Those who won were happy because they were one step closer to the top 6. Those who failed would be dejected and lose such a great opportunity. The ruling guild allowed the various major powers to rest for an hour before proceeding with the second round. The second round was still arranged by the referee. The judge seemed to have done it on purpose. The most powerful forces were not arranged together in the beginning. Instead, they were arranged to be separated. This was the only way to appear fair. If those powerful forces met at the beginning, then there would be forces that could strive for the top 6. It would be a little unfair if they were eliminated early. The second round of the competition continued. There were a total of 9 battles for the 18 forces. The Sea Cloud sect was scheduled for the 7th round. At this time, the blood essence in Lu Ming's body was almost fully refined. Although the blood essence of 3 martial artists at the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean realm was rich, it was impossible for the prison-suppressing steel bloodline to advance to the divine level. It could only reach the 9th level of the king tier. If it wanted to break through to the divine level, it was unknown how much blood essence it would require. In this match, the Sea Cloud sect's opponent was the Blue Waves sect. This power had an expert at the peak of the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier as its leader, as well as several other experts at the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier. As soon as the competition began, the other side formed a battle formation with defense as the priority. On the Sea Cloud sect's side, Kong Jin launched a storm of attacks while the others only assisted him in his attacks. Lu Ming and Xianxia did not make any moves and followed behind the crowd. This was their plan. First of all, they only needed to make a move. Their target was the stronger forces. It wasn't their turn to make a move yet. In this battle, under Kong Jin's storm-like attacks, the opponent's battle formation was finally destroyed. That peak 3rd level spiritual ocean tier martial artist was heavily injured and almost chopped off by Kong Jin's axe. Fortunately, they admitted defeat in time. Just like that, the Sea Cloud sect had already locked onto the top 9. The last 2 matches ended quickly and the top 9 were all out. Intentionless Mansion, Sea Cloud sect, Red Moon sect, Wind Sword sect, Sure family. In the process of entering the top 9, the most shocking one was still the Wind Sword sect. The Wind Sword sect didn't just have the 2 monsters of Qinghe River. An elder of the Wind Sword sect had also erupted in this battle, revealing his cultivation at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier, shocking everyone. The Wind Sword sect actually had 2 experts at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier, and everyone thought that they had the highest chance of entering the top 3 or even the top 2. Without a doubt, the Intentionless Mansion was considered the strongest. After entering the top 9, they would take turns to fight each other. Each force would have to fight against the other 8 forces, and their ranking would be determined by their battle results. The order of the battle would be decided by drawing lots. The first battle was between Intentionless Mansion and the Sure family. The Sure family was Sure Kai's family. They were also very powerful and had a patriarch at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier as their leader. However, this battle was against Intentionless Mansion, so there was no suspense at all. Before they even started the competition, the Sure family had already admitted defeat. This was the ranking battle, not the elimination battle, so of course he had to admit defeat. Otherwise, if they lost a few experts, how could they compete in the future? Therefore, when they encountered an opponent like Intentionless Mansion that they could not defeat, it was the wisest decision to admit defeat. No one would look down on the Sure family. In the second battle, the Wind Sword sect took the stage. His opponent also admitted defeat. Intentionless Mansion and Wind Sword sect had easily won. As long as they won 3 consecutive matches and entered the top 6, there would be no problem. The entire Wind Sword sect revealed a smile. Even Yi Fei's face was full of smiles. Only one person's expression was even more ferocious, and that was Yi Qing. Her cultivation had been crippled. No matter how good the Wind Sword sect's results were, no matter how many spots they had, she would not have a share. Hence her hatred for Wan Tingting and Lu Ming grew even stronger. The competition was carried out one match after another. Sea Cloud sect versus Red Moon sect. The judge's voice spread far and wide. In the first round of the ranking battle they had actually encountered the Red Moon sect. Qiao Long, your winning streak ends here. The sect leader of the Red Moon sect looked at Qiao Long coldly. Oh really? Don't end up like that pile of bones just now in such a sorry state. Qiao Long sneered in response and looked at the sect leader of the Iron Bone sect. The Iron Bone sect's sect leader was so angry that his teeth were itching. With just a single sentence from him, Qiao Long had pulled him in again, causing him and the others to be depressed. Doesn't your Sea Cloud sect rely on that fatty? As long as we send someone to hold him back, the others will be able to easily defeat the rest of the Sea Cloud sect. Then we'll join forces to deal with that fatty. It'll be easy to win. The sect leader of the Red Moon sect smiled faintly. Is that so? Qiao Long responded coldly and didn't say anything else. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming and the rest stood opposite the people from the Crimson Moon sect. Fatty, the Crimson Moon sect will definitely send out that expert at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier to hold you back. Then the others will come and defeat us and then join forces to deal with you. Later on you can't appear too strong. Our target is the Wind Sword sect. If you display too much strength, the Wind Sword sect will directly admit defeat when they meet us later. That would be troublesome. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Kong Jin. Lu Ming, don't worry. I'll defeat my opponent with difficulty later. Kong Jin grinned and sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Lu Ming also smiled faintly. This time their target was the Wind Sword sect. If the Wind Sword sect wanted to enter the top 6, they would have to be extremely lucky and only encounter them later on. If they had encountered them earlier, the Wind Sword sect would not be able to enter the top 6. Do it. In the Red Moon sect, Six-Fingered Cultivator shouted and his body flashed as fast as lightning, pouncing toward Kong Jin. The other 8 people from the Crimson Moon sect quickly pounced on Lu Ming and the rest. The strength of the Red Moon sect was very strong. Apart from Six-Fingered Cultivator who was at the 4th level of the Spiritual Ocean tier, they also had an expert at the peak of the 3rd level of the Spiritual Ocean tier. There were also some other experts and their overall strength was not weak. Set up the formation. Lu Ming roared. The 8 of them had set up a large array. Light flashed and a light screen enveloped them. Kill. Kong Jin and Six-Fingered Cultivator were engaged in an intense battle. The others from the Crimson Moon sect had also arrived. Boom. Boom. The experts of the Crimson Moon sect attacked them with all kinds of attacks. However, their battle formation was the inheritance that Lu Ming had obtained from Lian Tsong. It was extremely exquisite. In addition, Lu Ming and Xianxia had unleashed some of their strength and combined it with the battle formation to block the attack of the Red Moon sect. As for Kong Jin, he also suppressed his strength on purpose and fought to a draw with Six-Fingered Cultivator. For a time the two sides were in a stalemate. Chapter 771. 771 Chapter 771 Displaying Strength. However, this was enough to shock the other forces. I didn't expect the Sea Cloud sect to be so strong. That fatty's battle power is indeed equivalent to the 4th level of the Spiritual Ocean tier. He can actually fight to a draw with Six-Fingered Cultivator. How terrifying. Also, the battle formation of the Sea Cloud sect is so powerful and mysterious. It's a pure defensive battle formation. The cooperation of 8 people is flawless, and they actually blocked the attack of the Red Moon sect. Can you guys tell? Those 2 youths aren't simple either. They're at the 1st level of the Spiritual Ocean realm and have battle prowess at the peak of the 2nd level. They're almost heaven's favorites. How did the Sea Cloud sect manage to invite such people? The surroundings were abuzz with discussion. However, they had no idea that Lu Ming, Xianxia and Kong Jin had suppressed their combat strength. Lu Ming and Xianxia had only erupted with combat power at the peak of the 2nd level of the Spiritual Ocean realm. With the 1st level of the Spiritual Ocean tier, he was able to burst out the combat power of the peak of the 2nd level of the Spiritual Ocean tier. This was already comparable to some of the worst prodigies such as Qin Qingshan and Gao Chong. However, Lu Ming and the other 2 were not ordinary geniuses. Xianxia and the other 2 had each comprehended at least one powerful special intent realm, and they had at least fused 2 of them together. In addition, they had their powerful bloodline martial techniques and cultivation techniques, which were all extraordinary. In addition, they had all cultivated the secret skill Super Spirit C, which doubled the size of their Spirit C. Each of them had terrifying battle power, and it wasn't hard for them to kill a normal 4th-level spiritual ocean realm warrior. The two sides exchanged more than 100 moves. At this moment, Kong Jin roared repeatedly like a ferocious beast. He slashed wildly with his giant axe and gradually gained the upper hand. Another few dozen moves. Six-fingered cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood. His chest was swept by the axe and a deep bloody mark appeared. He was almost cut in half. He turned pale with fright and cold sweat poured down his back as he frantically retreated. Die! Kong Jin carried his battle axe and gave chase. Boom! With another move, six-fingered itinerant's body was sent flying out of the fighting ring by Kong Jin's axe. He flew out of the fighting ring and was considered defeated. You're lucky. Kong Jin laughed hideously. He raised his battle axe and charged toward the other members of the Crimson Moon sect. We admit defeat. We admit defeat. Seeing that Six-Fingered had been defeated, the other people from the Red Moon sect immediately admitted defeat and didn't dare to fight again. With the Red Moon sect's surrender, the Sea Cloud sect won the first round of the ranking battle. How boring. Kong Jin returned to his seat, took out a large lamb leg and started munching on it. I've said it before. He said it too early. Xiao Long sneered as he looked at the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect. Humph. The sect leader of the Red Moon sect snorted coldly with a gloomy face. The Sea Cloud sect's strategy is very simple. They rely on that defensive formation to defend themselves. In terms of offense, they completely rely on that fatty. That fatty's battle power is slightly stronger than Six-Fingered's. As long as there's an expert stronger than Six-Fingered holding that fatty back, or even having two experts at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier to defeat that fatty, the Sea Cloud sect will definitely lose. That's right. The key is that fatty. He's not easy to deal with. This time, if nothing goes wrong, the Sea Cloud sect will have no problem entering the top 6. Xiao Long's luck is really good. He actually managed to invite such a heaven's favorite. The leaders of the other forces were quietly discussing. In the Wind Sword sect area, Yi Fa and the others were also discussing. Ancestor, seniors, if we encounter the Sea Cloud sect, do we have a chance of winning? Yi Fa sent a message to the Wind Sword sect Grandmaster and the Qinghe twin monsters. Faction leader Yi, don't worry. My cultivation is stronger than Six-Fingered cultivators, so I can suppress that fatty. With younger brother Yi, we can kill that fatty. Then we will win. The great Dao of the Qinghe twins, the little brother Yi he was referring to, was the Wind Sword sect's old ancestor. It's going to be difficult to completely annihilate the Sea Cloud sect. As long as we kill that fatty, the others will definitely admit defeat and we won't be able to kill more people. The boss of the Qinghe twin monsters continued. It's not bad to kill that fatty. Yi Fa nodded. He looked in the direction of the Sea Cloud sect. He didn't know why, but he still felt uncertain. He was worried about Lu Ming and Xianxia. Although Lu Ming and Xianxia had already displayed combat strength at the peak of the 2nd level of the spiritual ocean realm, he was still uncertain. He was already at the early 2nd level of the spiritual ocean tier, but last time at the Wind Sword sect, Lu Ming and Xianxia gave him a very strong pressure. He could vaguely sense that Lu Ming and Xianxia's combat strength was not just at the peak of the 2nd level of the spiritual ocean tier. But even if he reached the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier, what was the use? If the Qinghe twin monsters and the old ancestor killed the fatty, they would definitely win. Yi Fa warned himself in his heart. The competition continued. Soon the first round was over and they entered the 2nd round. When he encountered the forces of Intentionless Mansion, he still admitted defeat directly. The Wind Sword sect against the Sea Cloud sect. Suddenly the judge's voice was heard. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. Xianxia and Kong Jin were the same. He did not expect to meet the Wind Sword sect in the 2nd battle. What luck. Lu Ming, are you confident? Zhou Xian looked at Lu Ming and the rest. The Wind Sword sect had 2 experts at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier. Don't worry, you don't think I'm worse than this fatty, do you? Lu Ming chuckled. Kong Jin pursed his lips but did not refute. Ting, just watch. We'll kill the two monsters of Qinghe in this battle. Lu Ming smiled at Wan Ting. You guys be careful. Wan Ting said softly. Let's go, time to go on stage. Lu Ming smiled and flew up to the fighting ring with Kong Jin and the rest. The Wind Sword Sect disciples also ascended the stage. I advise you to admit defeat as soon as possible, hee. The boss of the Qinghe twin monsters sneered as he stared at Xianxia with a burning gaze. I say, old man, hurry up and admit defeat. Wait a minute, my axe doesn't recognize people. Kong Jin laughed coldly as he waved the battle axe in his hand. Fatty little Qing, follow the plan. I'll take care of the two monsters of Qinghe. Leave the Wind Sword Sect patriarch to Fatty. Little Qing, you're in charge of keeping the others quiet. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Kong Jin and Xianxia. The two of them nodded. Hee, if that's the case, then go to hell. The two monsters of Qinghe revealed a cold killing intent. Their bodies flashed and they pounced towards Kong Jin. At the same time, the Wind Sword Sect's Grandmaster pounced towards Kong Jin while the others pounced towards Lu Ming and the others. Buzz. At this time, everyone saw a figure flash and suddenly appear in front of the boss of the two monsters of Qinghe. Old man, I'll send you on your way today. Lu Ming sneered. Just you? Die. The two monsters of Qinghe shouted coldly and struck a palm at Lu Ming. The eruption of the cultivation of the fourth level of the spiritual ocean tier was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming smiled faintly and threw a punch. Boom. A huge explosion was heard. The boss of the Qinghe twin monsters trembled and took 2 steps back. How did this happen? The leader of the Qinghe twin monsters looked at Lu Ming in shock. How could Lu Ming be so powerful that he could force him to retreat with one palm? Chapter 772. 772 cannot admit defeat. The surrounding spectators were even more shocked. First of all, Lu Ming's sudden dash and his lightning-fast appearance in front of the boss of the Qinghe twin monsters had already shocked many people. In their opinion, shouldn't Lu Ming stay in the battle formation and focus on defense? Wasn't the main fighting force of the Sea Cloud sect that fatty? However, in the next move, Lu Ming repelled the leader of the Qinghe twin monsters. The others almost jumped up in shock. He had hidden his strength. Lu Ming had definitely hidden his strength before this. His true combat strength was so powerful that he could defeat the boss of the Qinghe twin monsters with one move. One must know that the boss of the Qinghe twin monsters was stronger than Six-Fingered Cultivator. Many people realized that they had underestimated the Sea Cloud sect's strength. To be more precise, they had underestimated the strength of those young people. He didn't show it just now because he didn't need it. Buzz. At that moment, Xianxia's Sky Demon force field had already enveloped the Wind Sword Sect disciples. The terrifying pressure suddenly pressed down, causing the Wind Sword Sect disciples to move as slowly as a turtle. Haha, kill. Kong Jin laughed out loud and struck out with his battle axe. The Wind Sword Sect Grandmaster's body trembled violently and he staggered back with a pale face. Let's enter together. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming threw out 2 punches. One of them was aimed at the eldest brother of the Qinghe duo, while the other pierced through the void and aimed at the second brother. The second brother of the twin monsters of Qinghe was only at the peak 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier. He was sent flying by a punch and coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Kill. An even more terrifying fist radiance followed closely, drowning the second brother of the Qinghe twin monsters. The second brother of the Qinghe twin monsters let out a blood-curdling screech as his body was blasted apart by Lu Ming's fist force and he died on the spot. Second brother. The leader of the Qinghe twin monsters roared angrily. His eyes were red. He unleashed all his strength and bombarded Lu Ming. Little bastard, I'm going to kill you. The sword aura in the hands of the leader of the Qinghe twin monsters was like a river, surging toward Lu Ming. The sharp aura filled the air and cut the space, leaving traces. It's your turn now. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he struck out with his palm. He activated the prison suppressing heaven technique and his palm was like a divine monument. Bang! The river of sword chi collapsed and the prison-suppressing heavenly art suppressed everything. The two monsters of Qing he cried out in pain and retreated, blood spurting out of their mouths. How did this happen? He howled madly and looked at Lu Ming with eyes full of disbelief and fear. His cultivation had already reached the middle fourth level of the spiritual ocean tier, and his combat strength was not weak either. Yet he was not Lu Ming's match and was completely crushed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming was only at the first level of the spiritual ocean tier. How could there be such a freak? His heart trembled. The next moment he heard a scream. On the other side, the Wind Sword Sect Master was in an even worse state. One of his arms had been cut off and he was covered in blood. The strength that Kong Jin displayed was even stronger than when he fought Six Fingers. Everyone in the surroundings was shocked beyond words. Lu Ming's strength was shocking. He completely crushed the boss of the Qinghe twin monsters. Even Kong Jin's strength was stronger than before. They had been hiding their strength. They had not even used their full strength before. In the Red Moon Sect's area, Six-Fingered Cultivator's face was a bit pale. He originally thought that Kong Jin's battle power was stronger than his, but not by much. However, he now understood that Kong Jin had been pretending. In the Intentionless Mansion, many experts of the Intentionless Mansion had grave expressions. Fatty, send them on their way. Lu Ming sneered. He strode forward and struck with his palm. A terrifying pressure suddenly exploded as if it was going to crush the boss of the two monsters of Qinghe River. Bang! The boss of the Qinghe twin monsters tried his best to resist, but one of his arms was shattered. On the other side, the Wind Sword Sect's Grandmaster was in an even worse state. A deep gash appeared on his chest and he was almost split in half. We admit defeat. We admit defeat. I admit defeat. The boss of the Qinghe twin monsters and the patriarch of the Wind Sword Sect roared. Kill! Kill! Lu Ming and Kong Jin continued to charge forward. Why aren't you guys stopping? We've already admitted defeat. The Wind Sword Sect's patriarch roared. What a joke, there are only 8 of you left and it will only take effect if more than half of you admit defeat. Only 2 of you admit defeat. Lu Ming sneered. You guys quickly admit defeat. The leader of the Qinghe twin monsters felt the killing intent from Lu Ming and was on the verge of tears. He roared madly at the other Wind Sword Sect members. However, the other Wind Sword Sect members were simply in a dilemma. They were enveloped by Xian Yanqing's Sky Demon Force Field. The most important thing was that it contained a terrifying destructive cutting power. They felt that they would be killed in the next moment. As long as they opened their mouths and shouted a word, the terrifying destructive cutting power would enter their mouths, making it difficult for them to speak. Their hearts were burning with anxiety, but they couldn't utter a word. It seems like they don't want to admit defeat. Lu Ming sneered and stepped forward. A terrifying pressure was exerted on the two monsters of Qinghe. Cheating, they're cheating. Judge, we admit defeat, we admit defeat. On the grandstand, Yi Fei stood up and shouted madly. You're a person who didn't participate in the battle. What's the use of admitting defeat? Lu Ming cast a sidelong glance at him and said coldly. They're about to admit defeat. You guys controlled them. You guys cheated. Yi Fei shouted, his heart burning with anxiety. According to the rules, you have to admit defeat personally to be considered to have admitted defeat. In the sky, the judge coldly said. He found Lu Ming and the others interesting. He muttered to himself that the judge could not be bothered with the lives of a few ants from the Wind Sword Sect. He was only doing things according to the rules. The judge's words made Yi Fei's face turn pale. On the battle stage, Kong Jin's roar was like thunder as his battle axe chopped down. The Wind Sword Sect's Grandmaster screamed in pain as he was split into two. Bang! Lu Ming's palm hit the two monsters' chests. The terrifying power destroyed their boss's heart and internal organs. The Qinghe twin monsters roared, their eyes filled with unwillingness. This time they were not here to die, but Yi Fei had paid a heavy price to invite them. If they had known that they would die if they came, they would never have come. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. The boss of the two monsters let out an unwilling roar and died. Lu Ming moved his hand and kept old monster Qinghe's storage ring. He devoured the blood essence. Then with a flash of his body he devoured the blood essence of the Wind Sword Sect Grandmaster and the second brother of the Qinghe twin monsters. At this moment the remaining people who were enveloped by Xianxia's sky demon force field were so scared that their faces turned pale, their bodies trembled, and they broke out in cold sweat. The Qinghe twins and the Wind Sword Sect's Grandmaster had been killed. Would they be killed next? Yet they could not admit defeat. All he saw was that their faces were pale and their eyes were full of pleading. Little Qing, kill those at the third level of the spiritual ocean tier. Leave the rest to Tingting. Lu Ming said. Xianxia nodded. With a press of her hand, the destructive cutting power suddenly increased by several times. 2 Wind Sword Sect experts at the third level of the spiritual ocean tier were killed by the destructive cutting force. Chapter 773. 773 The Final Battle. On the fighting ring, there were only 4 martial artists below the third level of the spiritual ocean realm left. They looked at Lu Ming and the rest in horror. Bang! In the audience, in the Wind Sword Sect's area, Ye's body seemed to have been drained of all strength as he slumped in his chair. His eyes were filled with despair. The Wind Sword Sect was finished. The Qinghe twin monsters that he had paid a huge price to invite had died in battle, and the Wind Sword Sect's patriarch had been killed. The Wind Sword Sect's competition had ended here. Originally, they only needed to win 2 more rounds to get into the top 6 and obtain at least 3 slots. But now there was no hope at all. They had already been eliminated. All his plans and arrangements were in vain. This wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that the Wind Sword Sect's patriarch had been killed, and 2 experts at the third level of the spiritual ocean tier had also been killed. The Wind Sword Sect's strength had plummeted, and they had completely become the weakest of all the factions around Grand Gathering City. In the future, how could the Wind Sword Sect compete with the other powers? They were destined to decline. All of this was because of Lu Ming and the few of them. No, it was all because of Ruan Tingting. Ye's eyes turned to the Sea Cloud Sect and saw Ruan Tingting's figure. It was all because of this woman. They were the ones who first sacrificed Ruan Tingting's happiness and wanted to marry her to the 2 monsters of Qinghe, which led to all this. Then he remembered that when he proposed to marry Ruan Tingting to the twin monsters of Qinghe, Ruan Tingting had said that she could ask a few friends to help the Wind Sword Sect participate in the competition. Her few friends were undoubtedly Lu Ming and the rest. Unfortunately, he did not believe it at all. Not only did he reject Ruan Tingting, but he also offended Lu Ming and the others and asked them to go to the Sea Cloud Sect. The Sea Cloud Sect was just a small force, but it was so glorious because of the addition of Lu Ming and the others. And all of this should have belonged to the Wind Sword Sect. If Lu Ming and the rest joined in, there would be no need for the 2 monsters of the Clear River Sect. In addition to the Wind Sword Sect's own strength, they would have a high chance of winning. Unfortunately, everything was just an if. Everything had been destroyed by him. Ye's mouth was filled with bitterness. He regretted it, but he knew that there was no turning back. Yi Qing's eyes were also in a daze. She had never expected this outcome. The strength of Lu Ming and the rest had exceeded her expectations. She knew that she would never be able to take revenge in this lifetime. Lu Ming and the rest were not on the same level as her. They were not in the same world. The Sea Cloud Sect's area was the complete opposite of the Wind Sword Sect's. It was a jubilant atmosphere, and Qiao Long even laughed out loud in excitement. Tingting, look. Lu Ming and the rest killed the Qinghe twin monsters. Zhou Xian tightly held onto Ruan Tingting's hand. Ruan Tingting's eyes were filled with gratitude. She knew that Lu Ming and the rest were doing this for her. Thank you all. I will work hard to cultivate. I will personally settle the rest. Ruan Tingting whispered. On the side, the Iron Bone Sect and the Crimson Moon Sect, the 2 forces that had fought against the Sea Cloud Sect, were rejoicing in their hearts. However, they were also filled with lingering fear. They had actually looked down on the Sea Cloud Sect and Lu Ming's group. They were clearly top-tier heaven's favorites. We admit defeat, we admit defeat. In the fighting ring, Xianxia retracted his Sky Demon force field and the remaining 4 people started shouting madly. However, no one was paying attention to them anymore. Almost everyone's eyes were on Lu Ming, Kong Jin, and Xianxia. They knew that Xianxia wasn't to be trifled with. He actually controlled 6 experts by himself, making them unable to even call out to admit defeat. Then with a light wave of his hand he dealt with 2 experts at the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier. His methods were simply unpredictable and chilling. The other 6 people from the Sea Cloud sect looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They understood that they were only here to make up the numbers. They had nothing to do with this competition. The Sea Cloud sect wins. The judge announced the result. Lu Ming returned to his seat and continued to refine the blood essence. She had devoured all the blood essence of the 5 Wind Sword sect disciples who had been killed. This time the blood essence was even denser and more terrifying. 2 were at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier and 3 were at the 3rd level. Lu Ming refined it with all his might to upgrade the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline. The competition continued. However, the original 9 forces had become 8. The Wind Sword sect had been eliminated in advance, and they were no longer able to fight. The rest of the competition was much simpler. After seeing how terrifying Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Kong Jin were, the other forces would admit defeat when they encountered the Sea Cloud sect. The Intentionless Mansion and the Sea Cloud sect had always won. When the ranking battle was about to end, Lu Ming's blood essence had been completely refined. However, the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel showed no signs of advancing. Lu Ming was clear that it would not be that easy. However, he was not too disappointed. Whether it was a coincidence or the judge's intention, the battle between Intentionless Mansion and Sea Cloud sect was left to the end. Intentionless Mansion against Sea Cloud sect. When the judge said this, everyone's spirits were lifted. Intentionless Mansion had not fought a single battle in the ranking battle and had won all of them until now. No one knew how strong the battle power of the Intentionless Mansion was. On the surface, the Intentionless Mansion had 2 4th-level spiritual ocean tier cultivators, one of whom was at the late 4th-level spiritual ocean tier. But they must have invited outside help. The Sea Cloud sect had fought 2 battles and had won all of them until now. In the battle between the 2 forces, who was stronger? Everyone was very curious. With a flash, both parties ascended the fighting ring. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Kong Jin stood at the front while the other 6 stood behind them. They knew that they were only here to make up the numbers. They only needed to defend well. They didn't want to achieve anything, but they wanted to avoid any mistakes. I truly admire the 3 of you for having such battle prowess despite being so young. An elegant old man walked out of Intentionless Mansion and said with a smile. Lu Ming and the other 2 did not speak. They looked at the old man and waited for him to continue. How about this? Let's just treat this battle as a sparring session and not harm our lives. The elegant old man continued. This elegant elder was the patriarch of the Intentionless Mansion. He was obviously afraid of Lu Ming and the other 2. Sure. Lu Ming smiled. They had no grudges with the Intentionless Mansion. There was no need to take their lives. That's good. Get into formation. After the elegant elder finished speaking, the 9 people from Intentionless Mansion moved and formed a large formation. A terrifying aura burst out. 5 experts at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier, and even a peak 4th level spiritual ocean tier expert. As soon as the aura of the 9 people from Intentionless Mansion burst out, there were cries of alarm from the surroundings. The Intentionless Mansion was indeed powerful. They actually had 5 experts at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier. Compared to them, the other forces were far too lacking. The remaining 4 people were all at the peak 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier. A battle formation set up by a few people together was extremely terrifying. Who could break it? Interesting, let's join forces. Lu Ming said. All right. Xianxia nodded. Oh, let's have a good fight. I haven't had a good fight today. Kong Jin laughed and strode forward. Sky Devil Force Field. Xianxia made the first move. Chapter 774. 774 The Shangguan Family. Xianxia took the lead and used the Sky Demon force field to envelop his opponent. A terrifying destructive force burst out. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. The people of Intentionless Mansion activated the battle formation. Battle sabers were formed one after another, negating the invisible destructive cutting power. At that moment, Lu Ming and Kong Jin flashed into the Sky Demon power field. Try my axe, the Mad Demon Battle Axe. Kong Jin stepped on the fighting stage and the fighting stage rumbled. With every step he took, his body swelled up a little. The battle axe in his hand, which was as big as a door, twisted the air into a ball and smashed toward Intentionless Mansion like a storm. The Earth concept and Shattering concept were integrated into the bloodline martial skill. The terrifying power and the power to destroy everything made the people of Intentionless Mansion change their expressions. Boom. Lu Ming used the prison-suppressing heavenly art and struck out at the Intentionless Mansion. In comparison, Lu Ming's palm was much more restrained. It looked very ordinary, as if it was just an ordinary palm. However, the faces of the people from Intentionless Mansion were even uglier. This was because they could feel that the pressure from Lu Ming's palm was even stronger than Kong Jin's. Block it! The elegant old man shouted. The 9 of them activated the battle formation and combined their auras into one. They each sent out 2 rays of saber radiance, which were aimed at Lu Ming and Kong Jin. Boom! Boom! With 2 loud bangs, Lu Ming and Kong Jin stood still, while the 9 people from Intentionless Mansion staggered backward. Even the battle formation was almost destroyed. They were enveloped by Xianxia's Sky Demon force field and were suppressed. It was difficult for them to exert their full combat strength. Again. Lu Ming and Kong Jin stepped forward and launched another attack. This time the power of this attack was stronger than the previous one. The Hand of the Heavenly Devil. This time Xianxia also attacked. A beautiful arm pressed towards the people of Intentionless Mansion. Boom. 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 The entire battle stage was shaking. The 9 people from Intentionless Mansion were thrown into disarray by the violent power and retreated one after another. The 4 peak 3rd level spiritual ocean tier martial artists' faces turned pale and they spat out a mouthful of blood. Ah, amazing, truly amazing. We admit defeat. The elegant old man took a deep breath and calmed his surging chi and blood. He cupped his fists and said, but his eyes were filled with shock. The 9 of them had joined forces to set up a formation, but they were still no match for Lu Ming and the other 2. The combat strength of these 3 young men was terrifying. Thanks for letting me win. Lu Ming cupped his fists and smiled. The Sea Cloud sect wins this battle, the judge announced. Immediately, cheers came from the Sea Cloud sect. Many people were so excited that their faces turned red. Who? At the scene, the people from the other forces all let out a breath, as if they were trying to calm down their turbulent emotions. The Sea Cloud sect had actually defeated the Intentionless Mansion. This was something that he had never expected before the competition. At the very beginning, when the Sea Cloud sect's people went up, everyone saw that there were actually 3 first-level spiritual ocean tier youths. No one thought highly of the Sea Cloud sect, thinking that they were just going through the motions. Even if a few people thought that the Sea Cloud sect might have invited a heaven's favorite, what would happen? However, they would never have thought that the Sea Cloud sect would be able to defeat the Intentionless Mansion. After all, it was impossible for ordinary geniuses to defeat an expert at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean realm at the 1st level of the spiritual ocean realm. The difference was too great. However, in the end, the Sea Cloud sect became the dark horse and defeated the Intentionless Mansion. Without a doubt, the Sea Cloud sect was in first place this time. According to the results, the top 6 have been decided. They are the Sea Cloud sect in first place with 8 spots. The judge announced. Waves of cheers came from the Sea Cloud sect. Xiao Long's face was filled with excitement. Out of the 8 spots, 4 were given to Lu Ming. There were 4 left. He would never have dared to think about this before. The other powers all looked at the Sea Cloud sect and Xiao Long with envy. The Sea Cloud sect's luck was too good. They had actually obtained the help of such a heaven's favorite. Why didn't they have this luck? Second place, Intentionless Mansion, 6 spots. The judge announced the top 6. 6th place Red Moon Sect. 6th place 3 spots for the 100 Venerate Mountains. Alright, this competition is over. In the next 2 days, list out the spots to enter the 100 Venerate Mountains. In 2 days someone will go to the Sea Cloud Sect to get it. After the announcement of the verdict he looked at Lu Ming, Kong Jin and Xian Yanqing before leaving. With the judge's departure the competition had come to an end. The Sea Cloud Sect had become the biggest winner. The 36 forces dispersed. Lu Ming and the rest had also returned to the Sea Cloud Sect. In the blink of an eye 2 days had passed. The top 6 forces all sent people to the Sea Cloud Sect to wait for the messenger. One day, a young man wearing a starry robe arrived at the Sea Cloud Sect. Qiao Long and the people from the other 6 factions came out to welcome them. Have you prepared the list of the people who will enter the 100 Venerated Mountains? Give it to me. The young man had his hands behind his back and an air of superiority. Qiao Long and the others didn't dare to delay and quickly handed in their respective name lists. They could tell that the young man was a disciple of the Shangguan family just by looking at his clothes. The Shangguan family was one of the most powerful families on the Dragon's Vein, apart from the Wang family. It was also one of the most powerful forces in 9 dragons, apart from the 6 ancient families. Compared to small forces like them they were many times stronger. The young man put away the name list and glanced at it. He nodded and waved his hand, sending 8 tokens to Qiao Long. These are the 8 tokens to enter the 100 Venerated Mountains, keep them. Qiao Long happily put it away. Then the young man passed the corresponding token to Intentionless Mansion and the other forces. As long as you're under 30 years old and have the mountain entrance token, you can enter the 100 Venerated Mountains at any time. After saying that, the young man stepped into the air and left. After the young man left, Qiao Long went to Lu Ming and the others' residence and handed the 4 tokens to them. Brother Lu Ming, when do you plan to enter the 100 Venerated Mountains? Should I let Xian'er and the others go with you guys? Qiao Long asked. Tomorrow, Lu Ming said. Qiao Long nodded and left. After the young man from the Shangguan family issued the tokens, he flew toward the Dragon Vein. This time there's a name called Lu Ming on the list. Interesting. Could it be Lu Ming from the Heavenly King list? The young man muttered. I heard from Uncle Wuxian that cousin Xianxia has an enemy in the Tianxian region. His name is Lu Ming. I wonder if they are the same person. Should I tell Uncle Wuxian about this? I should go and tell them. If it's the same person I might be blamed for not mentioning it even if I know the situation in the future. With this thought in mind, the young man flew in the direction of the Shangguan family. The Wang family occupied the core of the Dragon Vein, but the Shangguan family also occupied a very good territory which was one of the most precious places. One after another majestic mountain peaks rose from the ground. They were lush and verdant, and the spirit chi was so dense that it was like fog floating in the sky. It was like a paradise. Many palaces were located on the mountain peak. In the courtyard of one of the palaces, 2 figures were sitting. They were Shangguan Wuqian and Shangguan Wuling. Chapter 775. 775 Meeting Shangguan Wuqian again. The uncle and mother of Holy Constellation. At this moment the 2 of them were drinking tea in the courtyard. Second brother, you sent someone to investigate that bastard Lu Ming. How's the investigation going? Is he still in the Tianxian region? Shangguan Wuling asked. Shangguan Wuqian shook his head and said, I've done my investigation. Lu Ming has left the Tianxian region a long time ago. I don't know where he went. However, I'm sure that his relationship with Yan Kuangtu isn't that deep. Yan Kuangtu stayed in the Tianxian region for 2 days before he left. Lu Ming, that little bastard. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have suffered such humiliation and even been humiliated by Yan Kuangtu in public. Shangguan Wuling's face revealed a malevolent expression. Little sister, let's forget about the matter with Yan Kuangtu. He is one of the supreme commanders of the Detian Royal Guards. Even our patriarch would not dare to offend him. Shangguan Wuqian's expression changed slightly. Second brother, I know that. But we can't let Lu Ming off. Shangguan Wuling said coldly. You don't have to worry about that. Lu Ming is quite talented. He won't miss the Battle of Providence. He might come to 9 dragons. Once he's there, he'll be at our mercy. Shangguan Wuchen took a sip of tea, a cold smile on his face. As the two of them were talking, a young man walked in. This young man was the one who had gone to the Sea Cloud sect to issue the 100 venerated mountain entrance token. The young man was called Shangguan Jinhui. Jinhui, you're not working as a Detian Imperial Guard. How do you have the time to return to the Shangguan clan? Shangguan Wuchen stood up and smiled when he saw the young man. Uncle Wuchen and Aunt Wuling are here as well. It just so happens that I have something to discuss with you too, so I decided to come back. Shangguan Jinhui said. Oh, what's the matter? Shangguan Wuchen was a little curious. I heard that cousin Xianxia has an enemy in the Tianxian region. His name is Lu Ming, right? Shangguan Jinhui said. Jinhui, do you have news of Lu Ming? Shangguan Wuling's eyes lit up. Shangguan Jinhui nodded. I went to the periphery of the Dragon Vein this time to give out the 100 venerated mountain entrance tokens to a few small forces. Lu Ming's name was on one of the forces' nominations, so I wanted to come and say something. Could it be someone with the same name? Shangguan Wuchen said. I don't know. Shangguan Jinhui shook his head. He was only in charge of giving out tokens and did not know anything else. As for the situation of the competition, he naturally did not know anything. Second brother, I'm planning to go and take a look. What if it's that little bastard? If you still want to enter the 100 venerated mountains, dream on. Shangguan Wuling revealed a ferocious expression. I've delivered my message, farewell. Shangguan Jinhui cupped his fists and left. Then let's go take a look. If it's that little bastard, just cripple him. Shangguan Wuchen also said coldly. The next morning, Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Kong Jin, Ruan Tingting, the 4 young men from Sea Cloud sect and Zhou Xian were all there. A group of 8 people flew toward the Dragon Vein. The entrance of the 100 venerated mountains was right above the Dragon Vein. The word, Supreme, in the 100 venerated mountain referred to the spiritual God realm masters. The masters of the spiritual God realm were also called supremacies. It was said that not only was the spiritual chi of heaven and earth extremely rich in the 100 venerated mountains, but there were also more than 100 spiritual God realm powerhouses who had left their own cultivation marks there. There were even spiritual God powerhouses who had left their own inheritances there. In history, there were some peerless powerhouses who, when they were alive, did not find a suitable successor. They would leave their inheritance behind through some special means in the hope that there would be a suitable successor in the future to inherit their legacy. Therefore, in the 100 venerated mountains, not only could one use the marks left behind by spiritual God realm masters to comprehend the essence realm of heaven and earth, but one could also obtain the inheritance of spiritual God realm masters. Some powerful spiritual God realm powerhouses had even mastered God-level cultivation techniques and martial techniques, which was very tempting. Lu Ming's group of 8 flew forward at an extremely fast speed. In the distance, one could see an extremely majestic and vast mountain range lying on the ground. This mountain range was the Dragon's Vein, and one couldn't see the end of it. It was too big and majestic. Such dense spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Lu Ming gasped in admiration. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth on the Dragon Vein was even denser. It was several times denser than in the area of the Grand Gathering City. Moreover, he could sense the intent realm of heaven and earth more clearly. The environment was too good. Cultivating in such an environment, it would be difficult for one's cultivation not to improve. They flew into the Dragon Vein and headed towards the entrance of the 100 venerated mountains. Soon they came to a huge platform. In front of the platform there was a huge light door which was the entrance to the 100 venerated mountains. In front of the light door there were experts guarding. Little bastard, is it really you? Just as Lu Ming and the rest landed on the platform, a shrill scream was heard. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice and could not help being stunned. He saw Shangguan Wuchen and Shangguan Wuling. At this time Shangguan Wuling was staring at him with a ferocious face. Lu Ming frowned. He did not expect to meet people from the Shangguan family here. Little bastard, you're really amazing. You're in 9 dragons and you've even managed to get a place to enter the 100 venerated mountain. Shangguan Wuling stepped forward. At the same time, Shangguan Wuchen also stepped forward. Beside them there was a tall young man. They stood in front of Lu Ming and the rest, blocking their way. Move, you're blocking the way. Lu Ming frowned. Get out of the way. Little bastard, do you know what's in front of you? That's the 100 venerated mountains, the holy land for cultivation in 9 dragons. What is your status? What right does a kid who came from a barren mountain in the Tianxian region have to enter the 100 venerated mountain? Now hand over your entrance token and get out of here. Shangguan Wuling said coldly. Back then, Lu Ming had injured the holy star in public and caused Yan Kuangtu to slap her in public. She had regarded it as a great humiliation, and even after such a long time she still hated Lu Ming to the core. In addition, she did not dare to provoke Yan Kuangtu. She could only blame everything on Lu Ming. Lu Ming, who is this crazy woman? There must be something wrong with his brain. Kong Jin said unhappily. He's just a mad dog. Let's go. Lu Ming shook his head and walked to the side, wanting to bypass Shangguan Wuling and the rest. Little bastard, what did you just say? You dare to scold me? You're looking for death. Shangguan Wuling screamed. Boom. Shangguan Wuchen took a step forward and stood in front of Lu Ming and the others. A powerful aura burst out. 2nd level of the spiritual ocean tier. Now Lu Ming could clearly sense Shangguan Wuchen's cultivation. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. The 2nd level of the spiritual ocean tier, he could suppress it with a flip of his hand. I advise you to get out of the way. Lu Ming looked at Shangguan Wuchen indifferently. Little bastard, how dare you insult me? Today none of you can leave. Shangguan Wuling's face was twisted with rage as he swept his gaze across Lu Ming, Xianxia and the rest. He then screeched, I didn't expect you to have a few pretty girls with you. Good. These girls will all come back with me. It's your good fortune to be Xingqian's concubines. Chapter 776. 776 Chapter 776 times have changed. Buzz. Just as Shangguan Wuling finished her sentence, Lu Ming suddenly took a step forward and sent a slap towards her. Pa! A loud slap rang out. Shangguan Wuling let out a blood-curdling scream as her body was sent flying far away. She fell tens of meters away. Her hair was disheveled and one side of her face was swollen. She looked at Lu Ming in a daze, completely dumbfounded. Lu Ming actually dared to hit her. He actually dared to slap her? Not even in her dreams did she expect this. You're just a mad dog, you don't want face when I give you face. Lu Ming said coldly. Ah. At this moment Shangguan Wuling finally reacted and let out a hysterical scream. Her eyes revealed endless viciousness as she glared at Lu Ming and shouted, Little bastard, you dare to hit me? I want you dead. I want to skin you alive. Pa. Lu Ming waved his hand again and slapped the other side of Shangguan Wuling's face across the air. Immediately her body flew out again and fell to the ground. She spat out a large mouthful of blood and was completely stunned. How dare you? You're looking for death. Shangguan Wuchen bellowed in rage. He moved his body and struck a palm at Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and all of Shangguan Wuchen's attacks turned into bubbles. The next moment he felt a tight grip on his throat. His throat had been grabbed by Lu Ming's iron-like claws. There was a look of disbelief in his eyes. Lu Ming had actually destroyed all his attacks and defenses with one move and grabbed his throat. Do you still think that I'm the same person as I was back then? Lu Ming clasped Shangguan Wuchen's neck and lifted him up high. Shangguan Wuchen's face was flushed red. The vital essence in his body could not be mobilized at all. It had been sealed by Lu Ming. His heart was in a state of shock. How long had it been? Not even a year. Back in the Tianxian region he was a mighty Sea of Soul Realm expert who looked down on Lu Ming. In his eyes, Lu Ming was like an ant that he could kill at will. But now, in Lu Ming's hands he was so weak and defenseless. It was completely the opposite of what it was before. Boy, let go of your hand. Lord Wuchen is a direct descendant of the Shangguan family. If anything happens to him, you'll be dead. A young man who had been following behind Shangguan Wuchen burst out with a powerful aura that enveloped Lu Ming. The peak of the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean realm. This youth had a cultivation at the peak third level of the spiritual ocean tier. Is that so? There was a flash of killing intent in Lu Ming's eyes. The young man was shocked and shouted, "You're bullying the weak. What kind of skill is that? If you have the ability, fight me." All right, no fighting is allowed at the entrance of the 100 Venerated Mountains. If you have any grudges, leave this place or enter the 100 Venerated Mountains to settle them. At this moment, an old voice was heard from the entrance of the 100 Venerated Mountain. The young man from the Shangguan clan's expression changed when he heard the voice, and he immediately retracted his aura. Bang! Lu Ming swung his arm and threw Shangguan Wuqian away. Get out of the way. If you want to find me, I'll be waiting for you in the 100 Venerated Mountains. Lu Ming looked at the young man. Although this young man's cultivation was at the peak of the third level of the spiritual ocean tier, he did not give Lu Ming any pressure at all. Clearly, he was not a heaven's favorite. In the superior environment of 9 dragons, some big families like the Shangguan family, especially the 6 great ancient families, definitely had many young men under the age of 30 who had reached the Sea of Soul realm. However, these people were not heaven's favorites. Their combat strength was not strong and their potential was limited. If they really had to fight, Lu Ming could suppress them with a flip of his hand. The young man snorted coldly and rushed toward Shangguan Wuqian and the others to check their injuries. You're so weak, yet you still want to find trouble. How boring. Kong Jin pursed his lips. They walked towards the entrance. Lu Ming, the Shangguan family still has a few other geniuses. You have to be careful. Zhou Xian whispered. It's fine. Lu Ming smiled. He had never been afraid of challenges. Only challenges could make him improve faster. The group of 8 showed their mountain entrance tokens and naturally entered the 100 Venerated Mountains without any obstructions. Little bastard, I want him dead. On the platform, Shangguan Wuling was screaming. Her face was ferocious like a fierce ghost. Lu Ming actually dared to slap her. How dare he? Yan Kuangtu dared to slap him, but so did Lu Ming. Although Shangguan Wuling's cultivation level was low, her status was not low. She was the daughter of an elder of the Shangguan clan who had real power. She had been pampered since she was young. Who would dare to hit her? How about this? Let's go back first. I'll call a few experts from the clan to enter the 100 Venerated Mountains and kill that Lu Ming. The young man said. All right, let's go back first. Shangguan Wuqian nodded and the 3 of them flew toward the Shangguan family. When they returned to the Shangguan family, they met a few people. Mother, uncle, what's wrong? Who did this? You're looking for death. One of the youths was Saint Xingchen. He could see the injuries of Shangguan Wuqian and Shangguan Wuling with a single glance. Especially Shangguan Wuling, both sides of her face were swollen, and it had not disappeared until now. This made the killing intent of the sacred constellation extremely strong. Xingchen, you've come out of seclusion? It's Lu Ming. It's that little bastard Lu Ming. He actually dared to hit me. Shangguan Wuling shouted. Lu Ming? It's him. Holy Constellation's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. What's going on? A majestic voice rang out. The one who spoke was a tall and strong old man. His eyes were sharp and he gave off an imposing aura. This old man was the father of Shangguan Wuqian and Shangguan Wuling. He was an elder with real power in the Shangguan family. Father, it's like this. Shangguan Wuqian briefly explained the matter. Lu Ming, you're simply courting death. I'm going to the 100 Venerated Mountains to kill him now. The holy star's killing intent exploded, and a terrifying aura emanated from his body. Sacred Constellation's cultivation had also broken through to the spiritual ocean tier, and it wasn't the first level of the spiritual ocean tier, but the second level. Xingchen, it's not a good time for you to fight now. Your bloodline is extraordinary. It's the 7 stars of Heavenly Dipper. If you can awaken the real 7 stars of Heavenly Dipper, it'll definitely be a divine bloodline. The most important thing for you now is to cultivate in seclusion and awaken the 3rd bloodline. If you can awaken a divine bloodline, you'll be able to enter the ranks of divine-level geniuses. You'll have more capital in the battle of providence. The old man said in a deep voice. Grandpa, are you going to let Lu Ming off? I'm not willing, Xianxia said. Compared to you awakening a divine bloodline, this is a small matter. How about this, Jinju? Bring a few men and bring Lu Ming's head to me. The old man turned around and said to the other youth. Don't worry, elder. Lu Ming will definitely die. The young man smiled. As for Shangguan Wuqian and the others, their faces were also filled with joy. Shangguan Jinjue was the Shangguan family's supreme talent. He was ranked 465th on the list of top 1,000 talents. With him, Lu Ming was doomed. Shangguan Jinjue then turned around and left. After Lu Ming and the other 8 stepped through the door, they appeared on another platform in the next moment. This platform was built on a cliff. As far as the eye could see, what appeared in front of them was a mountain peak that rose into the clouds. The clouds were dense and it was like a dream. Chapter 777. 777 Wait on the side. It was said that the 100 Venerated Mountains was not a plain. It was actually located on top of this dragon vein, but it was completely isolated from the outside world by a peerless formation. There was only one entrance that could be entered. Although the 100 Venerated Mountain is called the 100 Venerated Mountains, there are actually more than 100 venerable ones who left their imprints and inheritances. I estimate that there are at least a few hundred of them scattered in every corner. Zhou Xian explained. Lu Ming, it seems like we have to cultivate separately. Let's see who improves faster after a while. Kong Jing laughed. Each of them was good at different things and the intent they comprehended was also different. Of course, they couldn't cultivate together. In the 100 Venerated Mountain, they needed to find the most suitable one for themselves in order to improve their comprehension. Similarly, it also required luck. Good. We'll meet here after a while. Lu Ming nodded. Immediately after, the 8 of them split up, each choosing a direction and flying forward. The 100 Venerated Mountain was huge with a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. There were countless peaks and no one knew which peak or which corner would have a venerable leaving a mark. Moreover, the spiritual qi in the 100 Venerated Mountains was unimaginably dense. It was several times denser than the dragon vein outside. Lu Ming felt that the density of the spiritual energy here was almost the same as that of low-grade spiritual crystals. What did this mean? It was equivalent to the lower spiritual crystals filling the world. In just one breath, he had absorbed the total amount of spiritual qi contained in several lower spiritual crystals. I don't even need spiritual crystals to cultivate here. Lu Ming sighed. He was really envious of those people from the great aristocratic families. However, now was not the time to cultivate. The most important thing was to find a mark that was suitable for him and comprehend intent. Lu Ming flew all the way. Soon he found more than 10 people sitting cross-legged on the lakeside. Lu Ming landed and noticed that there was a strong aura in the lake. He sensed carefully and suddenly felt that there was a huge flood dragon in the lake that was pouncing at him. This flood dragon contained a powerful water concept. Lu Ming stood still and let the flood dragon rush past him. What a marvelous water mentality. It contains the spiritual God Realm Master's understanding of the water mentality. It can be combined with one's own body and be used as a reference for enlightenment. Unfortunately, I have not cultivated the water mentality. I'd better find another place. Lu Ming did not stop. He rose into the air and flew into the distance. Following that, he found a few imprints left by spirit god experts, but none of them were suitable for him. What? All of a sudden, Lu Ming noticed a cliff in front of him. There was a deep mark on the cliff that seemed to have been left behind by a sword. This cliff was thousands of meters high. In front of the cliff, there were more than a dozen stone pillars that stood on the ground level with the cliff. On the stone pillars there were many figures sitting cross-legged. There were a total of 18 stone pillars and 17 of them were already occupied. Only one stone pillar was empty, and this stone pillar was the closest to the cliff. Lu Ming flew up and landed on the stone pillar. Wind concept. Lu Ming sensed it and realized that the carvings on the cliff contained a mysterious wind concept, which was exactly what Lu Ming needed. When Lu Ming landed, the people on the other stone pillars opened their eyes one after another. When they saw Lu Ming, their expressions changed slightly. Brother, I advise you to leave that stone pillar. A a young lady said to Lu Ming. Why? Lu Ming frowned slightly. Because that stone pillar has already been reserved by someone. That person has said that no one else is allowed to set foot on this stone pillar. The woman explained. Oh, where's that person? Lu Ming said. That person is not in the Baizuan mountain now. Perhaps he is cultivating somewhere else. Lu Ming shook his head and smiled. Since I'm not here, why can't I use it? Furthermore, the 100 Venerated Mountains is a public area, and I have never heard of it belonging to a single person. Even if he is not here, I can still use it. Lu Ming then sat down cross-legged. Brat, I might as well tell you. That man's name is Miao Yi, the youngest son of the Miao family. A sneer came from the other stone pillar. Miao Yi? Miao Yi, 501st on the list of top 1,000 talents? Lu Ming's expression changed as he said. That's right, So I advise you to leave. When he comes and sees you up there, you won't have a good end. The young man sneered. Then we'll wait for him to come. Leave, Lu Ming said calmly. He had no intention of leaving. You overestimate yourself. When Miao Yi comes, you'll be in for a good time. The young man snorted. Lu Ming did not care about his surroundings. His gaze was fixed on the carved line on the cliff. Slowly, the mark changed in Lu Ming's eyes. It turned into a sword and then into a human figure dancing in the air. Each sword contained a mysterious concept of wind. Even if it was the same intent, different people would have different comprehensions. How profound was the comprehension of intent of a spiritual god realm powerhouse? Lu Ming could compare it with his own concept and seek inspiration to quickly improve his understanding of the concept. When intent reached level 2, it wasn't something that could be continuously broken through just by using intent crystals. If one used only intent crystals, it was extremely easy to reach a bottleneck and one would still need to comprehend it. As long as he could combine the intent crystals with his own comprehension, that would be the best way. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Lu Ming had many new insights into the concept of wind. He continued to cultivate. Days passed and another 4 days passed. Lu Ming had been here for 7 days. On this day, Lu Ming was in the midst of comprehending when he suddenly felt a sharp, killing intent enveloping him. His eyes moved and looked to the side. A young man in a green robe was walking toward them step by step. It's Miao Yi has come. That kid is in trouble. Seeing the person, the surrounding people all let out a low cry. In particular, the young man who had said that Lu Ming was overestimating himself was gloating. Now you're going to cry. The young man sneered. Miao Yi was dressed in a green robe, his hands behind his back, his gaze cold as he stepped through the air and appeared not far from the stone pillar. Kid, who allowed you to sit on that stone pillar? Didn't anyone tell you that I ordered that stone pillar? Miao Yi looked down at Lu Ming from above. His voice was cold and gloomy, like a venomous bug that was staring at his enemy. It sent chills down one's spine. I heard about it. When I first came, someone told me that. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Since someone told you, you still dare to sit on it. Do you not put me in your eyes? Now roll down from above, give yourself 100 slaps and then get as far away as you can. I won't hold it against you. Miao Yi ordered as if he was ordering a servant. Lu Ming shook his head and smiled. This Miao Yi was really overbearing. However, when had he, Lu Ming, ever been afraid of others being overbearing? Let me ask you, does the 100 Venerated Mountains belong to your Miao family? Lu Ming said. Of course not. Miao Yi said. Since you're not, what's wrong with you cultivating here? Don't you know that it's a first-come, first-served basis? If you want it, just wait at the side. Lu Ming waved his hands and said. Chapter 778. 778 Poison Concept. Lu Ming waved his hands casually as if he was dismissing an underling. The people on the other stone pillars were stunned. Lu Ming actually dared to speak to Miao Yi like that. Who was he? In Miao Yi's long and narrow eyes, a vicious glint flickered as he spat out in a cold voice. Kid, it seems that you still don't understand what I mean. Regardless of whether this place belongs to my Miao family or not, I am the one who said it. It is me, Miao Yi, who said it. Do you understand? Miao Yi still had his hands behind his back, looking high and mighty. His words were very simple. Regardless of whether this place belonged to the Miao family or not, since he, Miao Yi, had made the decision, Lu Ming had to give him face. If he said that he would occupy this place, then he would occupy it. Lu Ming pursed his lips. How good was Miao Yi's ego? You, Miao Yi? What dog's hit? Get lost. Lu Ming continued to wave his hands. The others were even more shocked. Lu Ming completely did not take Miao Yi seriously. In the 100 venerated mountains, there were not many who dared to speak to Miao Yi in such a manner. There were many holy places for cultivation in 9 dragons, and the 100 venerates mountain was only one of them, and it was not a high-level one. There were even more advanced and mysterious cultivation holy lands. There were even inheritances left behind by supreme martial artists and even Dao fields of emperor path experts. The 100 venerated mountains simply couldn't compare to them. However, if one wanted to enter such a sacred place to cultivate, one would need to be qualified. Miao Yi did not have that qualification yet. Some of the more powerful heaven's favorites would cultivate in those sacred grounds. In the 100 venerated mountains, Miao Yi was considered one of the more famous heaven's favorites. Well, see, you will regret your words. The killing intent in Miao Yi's eyes became even colder. A green light jumped out from his body, covering the sky and the earth as it spread out. Lu Ming actually said that he was dog's hit and told him to get lost. Who is he? He was ranked 501st on the list of top 1,000 talents, and he was the son of the Miao family. On this dragon vein, the Wang family was the most powerful. Under the Wang family there were 3 major forces. The Shangguan family was one of them and the Miao family was the other. Even the heaven's favorites who ranked higher than him didn't dare to talk to him like that. Who does this kid think he is? If you want to fight, then fight. What's with all this nonsense? I still need to cultivate. Lu Ming looked at Miao Yi indifferently. Since you want to die, I'll send you on your way. On Miao Yi's body, a green light shot into the sky, emitting a terrifying corrosive aura. It's the poison intent. Retreat. The other young men's expressions changed drastically, and they quickly retreated, their faces filled with fear. Poison concept interesting. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. There were thousands of concepts in the world, but it was Lu Ming's first time encountering the concept of poison. Die. With a wave of his hands, a green ray of light mixed with the concept of extreme poison transformed into a green centipede that pounced towards Lu Ming. Peak 2nd level of the spiritual ocean tier. The moment Miao Yi made his move, Lu Ming realized that Miao Yi's cultivation was at the peak of the 2nd level of the spiritual ocean tier, which was more than a level higher than his. Boom. Lu Ming threw a punch. The terrifying force of the exploding star fist pierced through the void and headed toward the green centipede. When the fist force of the explosive star fist collided with the green centipede, a terrifying scene appeared. The fist force actually produced a sizzling sound and was rapidly corroded by the green light. The concept of extreme poison was actually corroding the fist force. Aha, my toxic concept can corrode everything. Even true essence and force can be corroded. You're only at the 1st level of the spiritual ocean realm and you still dare to fight me? Die. Miao Yi sneered and the mist around his body became even thicker. With a palm strike, another green centipede pounced towards Lu Ming. Is that so? Lu Ming smiled faintly and took a step forward. Boom, 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 boom. The sky rumbled 4 times in a row as the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps were used. A violent force surged out. The 2 venomous centipedes were split apart. You have some ability. Heavenly Phoenix Sky-Devouring Palm. Seeing that the 2 centipedes had been dispersed by Lu Ming, Miao Yi's face darkened. His palms turned dark green and they seemed to be covered with lines. Those were the silhouettes of the centipedes. The surging palm print blasted out with a powerful corrosive power, causing the space to emit a sizzling sound. Miao Yi's concept of extreme poison was a headache for many people. Many who were stronger than him were not willing to face him. However, he had encountered Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a step forward. The 3 intents of wind, fire and thunder fused and exploded as he struck his palm forward. Boom. Miao Yi's palm print was split apart, but it immediately turned into a green mist that spread out and enveloped Lu Ming. This was a poisonous mist that was filled with strong corrosive properties. Swallow. Lu Ming controlled the 9-dragon bloodline and a powerful devouring force burst out from his left palm. The poisonous mist was devoured by the 9-dragon bloodline as soon as it got close to Lu Ming. Buzz. Lu Ming's figure dashed past Miao Yi, a long spear appearing in his hand. The dazzling spear's gleam pierced towards Miao Yi. What's going on? Miao Yi's expression changed drastically. Lu Ming was actually not afraid of his poisonous concept and was charging straight at him. His figure turned into a series of afterimages in an instant as he rapidly retreated. In the next moment, a cold light bloomed from Miao Yi's hands and he aimed it at Lu Ming. Wind concept. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. Miao Yi had actually comprehended the concept of wind and had also reached level 2. However, Miao Yi's wind concept did not successfully merge with his poison concept. A ray of cold light was aimed at Lu Ming's neck. Lu Ming's long spear swept out. Clang. The long spear and the cold light collided with a loud bang and the cold light was bounced away. It was only then that Lu Ming could see clearly that the cold light was not a knife or a sword, but a centipede made of metal. This centipede was similar to a soft whip, but it was more mysterious. It could grow, break, turn, and its attacks were unpredictable. On both sides there were dense centipede legs. They were as sharp as blades and made a sharp whistling sound as they streaked through the air. Shua shua. With a wave of his hand, Miao Yi's centipede-like weapon streaked across the air and headed straight for Lu Ming. Its position was constantly changing and it let out an ear-piercing screech. With the concept of wind activated, Lu Ming's figure changed rapidly, avoiding the centipede's attack and charging towards Miao Yi. True Dragon Strike. The long spear thrust out and a 3-colored true dragon roared as it pounced towards Miao Yi. Although Lu Ming had comprehended the 4th intent realm, he had yet to integrate it into the dragon god's 3 absolutes. Therefore his attack was still tricolored. When Lu Ming fused the earth concept into the dragon god's 3 absolutes, the 3 absolutes would undergo a transformation and become a demigod-level martial arts technique. During this period of time, Lu Ming would try it when he had the time but he had not succeeded. Miao Yi's expression changed and he quickly retracted his centipede weapon, bombarding it towards the 3-colored true dragon. With a loud explosion, Miao Yi's body trembled as he was forced to retreat. Miao Yi, ranked 501st on the list of top 1,000 talents, was indeed powerful. He could easily defeat those of a higher realm. With his poison intent, even ordinary martial artists at the peak of the 4th level spiritual ocean realm were not his match. Chapter 779. 779 second level of the spiritual ocean tier. However, when he encountered Lu Ming, the toxic concept was almost ineffective and his combat strength was greatly reduced. Lu Ming did not even use the prison-suppressing heaven technique or the earth concept and he was already completely suppressed. You're acting like you're the number 1 in the world with your little combat power. You're really shameless. I'm not playing with you anymore. Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and took a step forward. He approached Miao Yi at lightning speed and struck out with his palm. The prison-suppressing heaven art. As soon as he struck out with his palm, Miao Yi's expression changed drastically, because he felt a terrifying pressure. This pressure made him feel apprehensive. Block it. He quickly put away his centipede weapon, which then formed a circle in front of him like a shield. Bang! Lu Ming's palm hit the shield of the centipede weapon. The shield formed by the centipede weapon was instantly shattered. Miao Yi's body trembled violently and he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. His body was sent flying backward like a cannonball. Brat, I won't let you off. Miao Yi bellowed in anger and turned into a green light, flying off into the distance. He had actually escaped just like that. There was a cold glint in Lu Ming's eyes but he did not pursue. Miao Yi was, after all, the son of the Miao family's patriarch. Although it was not appropriate for the Miao family's elders to interfere in the young people's conflicts before the Battle of Providence, no one could say for sure if the Miao family's patriarch would go crazy if Miao Yi was really killed. However, if Miao Yi did not know when to retreat, Lu Ming did not mind finding an opportunity to get rid of him. At this moment, the other dozen or so people looked at this scene in shock. Lu Ming had actually defeated Miao Yi, who was ranked 501st on the list of top 1,000 talents. Could Lu Ming be in the top 500? Lu Ming's gaze was cold as he swept his gaze across the dozen of people. Among them, the young man who said that he wanted to see how Lu Ming would cry turned pale. Lu Ming took a step forward and suddenly appeared in front of the young man. "You said you want to see how I cry? How was it? Does it look good?" Lu Ming asked indifferently. "That is, brother, I was blind. I didn't know you were so powerful, huh?" The young man broke out in a cold sweat as he spoke incoherently. "Get lost!" Lu Ming shouted coldly. The young man's expression turned unsightly, but he didn't dare to refute in the slightest and obediently flew away. Lu Ming continued to land on the stone pillar and began to comprehend. Half a day later, Lu Ming got up and left the place. He had already stayed here for 7 days. That was enough. He needed to find the next imprint. Only by corroborating multiple imprints with each other could inspiration be inspired and collide with more brilliant sparks. A few hours later, Lu Ming appeared in another place. It was a small valley with another mark. This mark contained the concept of fire. Lu Ming comprehended it quietly. At this moment, 2 groups of people were looking for Lu Ming in the 100 Venerated Mountain. On one side was Shangguan Jinjue. He was leading a few young experts from the Shangguan family in search of Lu Ming. Those young experts were all at the 5th level of the spiritual ocean tier. Although they weren't prodigies, being able to cultivate to this realm under the age of 30 wasn't simple either. Their battle prowess was considered high among those of the same level. On the other side was Miao Yi. After he returned to the Miao family, he also gathered a few experts and entered the 100 Venerated Mountains to look for Lu Ming. Lu Ming had no idea about this. He stayed in the small valley for 3 days before he got up and left. He found a secret place and entered the Supreme Shrine. And NBSP, after comprehending wind and fire intent in this period of time, he was now going to use intent crystals to increase his cultivation speed. He sat cross-legged next to the path understanding ancient tree, crushed a wind element intent crystal and started cultivating. Right now he still had more than 10 middle-grade wind attribute intent crystals. As he crushed one after another, Lu Ming's intent of wind was improving rapidly. Now that Lu Ming's intent had reached the 2nd level, the speed at which he consumed the profound meaning crystals had greatly increased. In less than a day, more than 10 wind-type profound meaning crystals had been consumed. Then Lu Ming used low-grade profound meaning crystals to cultivate. Lu Ming consumed the low-grade profound meaning crystals even faster. He used dozens of them and shattered them. 3 days later, Lu Ming had used up more than 10,000 low-grade profound meaning crystals. His wind concept had finally reached the peak of level 2 beginner. He was only 1 step away from level 2 lower tier. However, he was stuck at this step. He had reached a bottleneck. This wasn't something that could be broken through with intent crystals. He could only rely on himself to comprehend it. Putting aside the concept of wind for now, Lu Ming took out the fire-type esoteric crystal and started cultivating. 3 days later, the middle-grade fire attribute profound meaning crystals were all used up. At the same time, he used up a large number of low-grade profound meaning crystals. Lu Ming had also raised his fire concept to the peak of the 2nd level beginning stage. At this point, he had also encountered a bottleneck. Let's go out and look for the imprint to comprehend. After that, Lu Ming left the Supreme Shrine and searched for a suitable mark in the 100 Venerated Mountains. In the days that followed, Lu Ming would refine Earth attribute esoteric crystals whenever he had time. He would find a suitable imprint and comprehend it on the spot. Every few days his position would change. The 100 Venerates Mountain was filled with mountains and peaks. It wasn't easy to find a single person. Shangguan Jinjue and Miao Yi had been looking for him, but to no avail. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. A month had passed since Lu Ming arrived at the 100 Venerated Mountains. At this time, there was still 1 year and 2 months until the Battle of Providence. Such dense spiritual energy. Looking at the pool in front of him, Lu Ming was a little shocked. He searched for the mark left by the Venerable One in a barren mountain. He passed through a secret crack in a cliff and saw a pool that was completely condensed by spiritual qi. The spiritual energy in the pool had turned into liquid. Lu Ming felt that the spiritual energy in the pool could be compared to that of high-grade spiritual crystals. I can cultivate here and break through to the second level of the spiritual ocean realm. Lu Ming revealed a smile. In this period of time, although his wind and fire intents were still at the peak of the beginning second level, his earth intent had also reached the peak of the beginning second level through cultivating with earth element intent crystals. Only the thunder concept was a little slower, and it had also reached the late stage of level 2 beginning. Now breaking through to the second level of the spiritual ocean tier was not the slightest bit of a problem. Plop. Lu Ming leaped into the pool and the 9-dragon bloodline emerged. He opened his mouth and inhaled, and the extremely rich spirit qi of heaven and earth continuously gushed toward the 9-dragon bloodline. It was as if Lu Ming had exploded countless spiritual crystals to cultivate. Lu Ming circulated the true war dragon technique and refined it with all his might, converting it into essential core. Walala. In the spirit ocean, the Zhenyuan was like waves constantly rolling. As the spirit qi continued to transform into Zhenyuan, the Zhenyuan continued to grow. 3 days later, Lu Ming had devoured and refined all the spiritual energy in the entire pool. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of raging waves crashing against the shore came from his dantian, rumbling and exploding. Waves of terrifying aura emanated from Lu Ming's body. After a while he opened his eyes. Second level of the spiritual ocean tier. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Intent is still in the middle tier. As long as I can reach the second level lower tier in all 4 types of intent, and have enough spiritual crystals or ori rocks, I can charge into the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean realm in one go, or even the 4th level. Lu Ming smiled, got up and left. Chapter 780. 780 Lightning Fast Methods. A day later, Lu Ming appeared on a mountain peak. There was actually a huge spear stuck upside down on the mountain peak. The spear was dark red in color, and it was filled with a scorching flame aura. Around the long spear, there were at least 100 figures sitting with their legs crossed. These people were all trained in the fire concept. Lu Ming asked around. It was said that this long spear was a weapon used by an expert at the peak of the spiritual god realm. The long spear was broken because he had a great battle with someone. That expert then stuck the broken long spear upside down here. However, this spear still contained the fire concept that the powerhouse had comprehended. It had not dissipated even after thousands of years. It could be said to be a holy land for cultivating the concept of fire. Lu Ming sized up the place for a while, then chose a place and sat cross-legged. However, he did not notice that not far away from Lu Ming, there was a young man who was carefully sizing him up. His eyes were flickering. Recently, Shangguan Jinjue and Miao Yi have been looking for a young man. Shangguan Jinjue just came here a few days ago, and from their description he looks very similar to this man. If I pass the news to Shangguan Jinjue and Miao Yi, I'll probably get a lot of rewards. The young man sneered. He took out a voice transmission jade talisman and sent out 2 messages. Shangguan Jinjue was standing on a mountain peak with his hands behind his back. Suddenly, his expression changed and a jade talisman appeared in his hand. With a sweep of his mind, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Brat, I finally found you. Let's go. With a flash, he disappeared. In the sky above a mountain range, Miao Yi was flying with a few people. Suddenly, a voice transmission jade talisman appeared in his hand. After scanning it with his mind, a sinister expression appeared on his face. Brat, I found you. I'll see how you die for offending me. Then Miao Yi led a few people and headed in the direction of Lu Ming. Lu Ming studied it quietly. The owner of the spear was extremely powerful. His comprehension of the concept of fire had also reached an astonishing level, which was a great inspiration for Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt that his fire concept could break through the bottleneck at any time and enter the realm of level 2 lower tier. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been cultivating here for a day. All of a sudden Lu Ming felt a terrifying killing intent. A sharp sword chi was coming at him. Lu Ming did not hesitate at all. His body flashed and he moved a few meters away. Puchi. A sharp sword chi struck the spot where Lu Ming had been sitting cross-legged, creating a bottomless hole. The others nearby were also shocked. They all ended their cultivation and appeared in the sky. Although they had comprehended the fire intent here, each of them had split a part of their attention to observe the surroundings. After all, they had to be on guard against others. After Lu Ming moved a few meters away, his figure flashed and he appeared in the air. His cold eyes swept in one direction. It was a tall young man wearing a starry robe. He had an extraordinary aura. Behind him there were 3 young men in their late 20s, all wearing long starry robes. "Who are you? Why did you attack me?" Lu Ming said. He did not know any of these people, but they wanted to kill him. Before the young man in the starry robe could speak, there were already exclamations around him. "It's him, Shangguan Jinjue. He's here again. He came here a few days ago. Could it be to find this person? It can't be wrong. Who is this person? He actually offended the Shangguan family and made the Golden Lord of Shangguan spend so much effort to find him." The words of the people around made Lu Ming come to a realization. He was probably here for Shangguan Wuqian and the others. "Why? How dare you injure a direct descendant of the Shangguan family? You deserve to die. Now I'm here to take your head back." Shangguan Jinjue's eyes sparkled with starlight as he spoke in an overbearing manner. "Take my head? Ha, I've already shown mercy to those guys, but in your eyes it's a capital crime. It seems that if I don't show some thunderous means, everyone will think that I'm easy to manipulate." Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold glint. After he came to 9 Dragons, his methods were much gentler. The main reason was that he had just arrived here and this place was full of big forces and big families. His strength was too weak, so he decided to keep a low profile and endure it for a while. He wanted to use the cultivation resources in 9 Dragons to quickly improve his strength. But now he found that forbearance was not a solution at all. The more you forbear and the gentler your methods are, the more others will bully you. Ah, what a joke. Who do you think you are? How dare he compare himself with the direct descendant of the Shangguan family? Kill him. Shangguan Jinjue waved his hand, and 3 young men strode out from behind him. Their bodies were filled with dazzling starlight. The bloodline awakened by the Shangguan family's disciples was related to the stars, and there were all kinds of stars. All kinds of star bloodlines appeared above the 3 young men's heads. There was the saber star, the giant sword star, and the flying bird star. Kill. With a loud shout, the 3 young men strode out. Dazzling starlight condensed into a saber, a giant sword, and a flying bird, all of which were aimed at Lu Ming. The 3 youths were all experts at the 5th level of the spiritual ocean tier. "If you want to kill me, then be prepared to be killed by me." Kill. Lu Ming let out a long hiss. The essential core in his body exploded and a tsunami-like sound was heard. His palm struck out like a divine monument. Bang! One of the starlight sabers was shattered and the young man's chest caved in. With a miserable cry, he was blasted to the ground and died on the spot. Who? Immediately after, Lu Ming twisted his body and swept out with his leg. This kick was also driven by the prison-suppressing heavenly art. The giant sword shattered and the body of the young man from the Shangguan family exploded. 2 moves, killing 2 people in a row. The momentum was like thunder. The remaining young man turned pale with fright and counterattacked with all his might, his figure retreating rapidly. Gakudo path attack. A ray of spear light flashed past, and a large hole appeared between the eyebrows of the last young man. His eyes were wide open, full of unwillingness. CSI. Gasps could be heard from all around. 3 experts at the 5th level of the spiritual ocean tier were actually killed by Lu Ming in 3 moves. This was too terrifying. The most important thing was that Lu Ming was decisive and merciless. Shangguan Jinjue's pupils constricted. Lu Ming's combat strength was beyond his imagination. "I've said it before, if you want to kill me, then be prepared to be killed by me. Now it's your turn." Lu Ming's gaze shifted to Shangguan Jinjue. "Your combat strength is not bad. It's beyond my expectations. Good. It'll be more enjoyable to kill like this. A cruel look flashed across Shangguan Jinjue's eyes. A violent star power spread out from his body. Ow! On top of Shangguan Jinjue's head, a star wolf howled at the sky, showing its ferocity. This was the star of Ravenous Wolf, a legendary and extremely powerful star. Sky Wolf Slash. A saber appeared in Shangguan Jinjue's hand. He swung the saber and the wolf howled, filling the sky with starlight. Without a doubt, Shangguan Jinjue had also comprehended the star will. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and struck out with his palm. The palm and the blade light met, making a violent roar. Heaven and earth shook violently as the two figures separated upon contact. Chapter 781. 781 Killing Shangguan Jinjue. The peak of the third level of the spiritual ocean tier was Shangguan Jinjue's cultivation. Moreover, the martial technique that Shangguan Jinjue had used was obviously a demigod-level martial technique. Shangguan Jinjue was ranked 465th on the list of top 1,000 talents. His combat strength was absolutely terrifying. Boom. After the two of them split, they started fighting again. Heavenly Wolf / all life. Shangguan Jinjue was bathed in the bright starlight. He was like a god who had descended to the mortal world. His aura was magnificent and powerful. He slashed out with his saber like a wolf howling at the moon. If they were fighting at the same level, Shangguan Jinjue's combat strength would even surpass Miao Yi's. Every 100th place on the list of top 1,000 talents was a leap and a stage. Shangguan Jinjue was ranked in the top 500, and his combat strength was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming activated the prison-suppressing divine art and the vital essence in his body exploded. Every palm and every punch contained the power to suppress the 9 levels of hell. It was extremely terrifying as he engaged in an intense battle with Shangguan Jinjue. The violent force swept in all directions, causing the surrounding spectators to retreat frantically. A powerful qi blasted towards the mountain peak. However, the long spear that was stuck upside down on the peak of the mountain emitted a red radiance. The powerful qi that flew away was like a stone sinking into the ocean. It did not cause any movement at all. So powerful. Is this the combat strength of the top 500 on the list of top 1,000 talents? It's too terrifying. That's right. The 100th place on the list of top 1,000 talents is a threshold. Who is that person? He can actually fight against Shangguan Jinjue. Cries of alarm came from the surroundings. The most important thing was that Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the second level of the spiritual ocean realm. For a second-level spiritual ocean realm to be so powerful was simply terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged dozens of moves. Is this the combat strength of the top 500 on the list of top 1,000 talents? It's indeed powerful, but that's all. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he suddenly waved his palm. 4 types of lights flashed. Lu Ming's palm contained 4 concepts. Previously, Lu Ming had only used 3 types of intent realm, the earth intent realm and not an explosion. He also wanted to test the strength of the top 500 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Now that he had found out, it was time to end the battle. Bang! The palm struck down and Shangguan Jinjue's saber light was shattered. Shangguan Jinjue's face was filled with fear as he frantically retreated while holding his saber in front of him. Clang! Lu Ming's palm struck Shangguan Jinjue's saber. It was as if an ancient divine mountain had crashed into Shangguan Jinjue. Shangguan Jinjue's body trembled violently. He spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated rapidly. How is that possible? You were holding back just now? Shangguan Jinjue roared in disbelief. Lu Ming was only at the second level of the spiritual ocean realm. When he fought with him just now, he actually held back his strength. It was simply unbearable for someone as proud as him. I don't need to use my full strength to deal with you. Lu Ming strode forward and struck with his palm. Shangguan Jinjue let out a long howl. Starlight filled the air and the howl of a wolf shook the sky. He wanted to fight back, but Lu Ming's 4 wills were too strong. Even though Shangguan Jinjue's will of stars had already reached the second level advance, it was still vulnerable under Lu Ming's will. Bang! Shangguan Jinjue's body was sent flying. There was a big hole in his chest and his bones were shattered. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and his eyes were full of fear. Stop, you win this battle. We'll fight again another day. Shangguan Jinjue shouted and quickly retreated, trying to leave. What a joke, who wants to fight you another day? You can come and go as you please, what do you take me for? Since you've come today, don't leave. Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and moved forward at top speed, his eyes cold. You want to kill me, but you have to understand that if you kill me, you'll have to wait for the Shangguan family's crazy revenge. Shangguan Jinjue said coldly. He had actually threatened her. That's my business, you don't have to worry about it. Lu Ming's gaze was calm and he was unmoved. Today he was determined to kill Shangguan Jinjue. The disciples of the major aristocratic families were all the same. Today, under the watchful eyes of the public, Lu Ming had killed 3 young men from the Shangguan family and defeated the Shangguan Golden Jew. Even if he let the Shangguan Golden Jew go, he would still seek revenge. He might as well kill him to end the matter. Seeing this, Shangguan Jinjue was truly afraid. He understood that he had met a ruthless person. Run, run, run. Shangguan Jinjue fled into the distance. However, how fast was Lu Ming's 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps? After a few steps, he caught up to Shangguan Jinjue. His palm was like a divine monument and he continued to press down. Shangguan Jinjue bellowed in anger and tried to fight back with all his might. The next moment, one of his arms was crushed. Die. Lu Ming's palm was aimed at Shangguan Jinjue's head. Miao Yi, along with a few other young men, rushed towards Lu Ming's group at top speed. We're almost there. This time I'm going to make that kid face a life-and-death dilemma. In Miao Yi's eyes, a crazed killing intent kept flashing. There's a huge battle ahead. Suddenly he heard a rumbling sound coming from the front. Let's go and take a look. Miao Yi brought a few young men and increased their speed, flying forward. He did not fly far before he saw Shangguan Jinjue running away in fear. A man was chasing after him. That's Shangguan Jinjue and that kid. Miao Yi's pupils rapidly contracted. The next moment he saw Shangguan Jinjue scream in pain. Lu Ming's palm struck him without any hesitation. Bang! Shangguan Jinjue's head exploded like a watermelon. Miao Yi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets and he almost bit his tongue. Shangguan Jinjue had been killed by Lu Ming with one palm. After Lu Ming killed Shangguan Jinjue with a single palm strike, he extended his hand and took Shangguan Jinjue's storage ring. He then devoured the blood essence and looked at Miao Yi with a cold gaze. You've also brought people to kill me. Lu Ming's tone was cold and filled with murderous intent. Miao Yi's heart trembled and he felt cold sweat breaking out on his back. He hurriedly said, No, why would I? I just happened to pass by, Ha, brother is really brave, this younger brother admires you. Goodbye now. Miao Yi cupped his fists, an ugly smile on his face as he turned around and left. What a joke. Shangguan Jinjue's combat strength was much stronger than his. He was also the Shangguan family's peerless pride of heaven. His status was also extraordinary. Lu Ming had even killed Shangguan Jinjue. He would most likely not show mercy to him. He was simply a ruthless man. He was not afraid of the forces behind them at all. He no longer had the thought of killing Lu Ming. He only wanted to get as far away from Lu Ming as possible. Miao Yi left as if he was trying to escape. A smile hung on the corner of Lu Ming's mouth. He did not pursue him. As expected, if you were ruthless, others would be afraid of you. The other young powerhouses in the surroundings were also extremely shocked, and their feelings were extremely complicated. Shangguan Jinjue, the famous heaven's favorite in the eastern barren land, had died just like that. Now the battle of Providence had yet to begin, and there were already peerless geniuses dying one after another. When the battle of Providence officially began, how tragic would it be? How many geniuses would die then? At that time, the strong would become stronger and step over the corpses of the weak to reach the peak. Lu Ming's figure flashed as he kept the storage rings of the other members of the Shangguan family and devoured all the blood essence. He then flew to the mountain peak where the spear was stuck upside down. He sat cross-legged and began to refine the blood essence. Chapter 782. 78200 Supreme's Pagoda. This time, there were 3 5th-level spiritual ocean tier and 1 3rd-level spiritual ocean tier martial artists' blood essence. It was even more majestic and the power of the blood essence was even purer. At the same time, all of them surged towards the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. This time the refinement took a day. In a palace of the Shangguan family, a terrifying aura and killing intent came out. What did you say? Jinju was killed. By that kid called Lu Ming? A deep roar sounded, containing endless anger. The owner of the voice was Shangguan Zhongyun, the father of Shangguan Wuqian and Shangguan Wuling, an elder with real power in the Shangguan family. Shangguan Wuqian, Shangguan Wuling, and a skinny man stood beside Shangguan Zhongyuan. Their faces were pale and they were sweating profusely. They knew that Shangguan Zhongyuan was furious. He was extremely furious. Shangguan Jinjue was killed. Among the Shangguan family's younger generation, Shangguan Jinjue was the second most powerful heaven's favorite. There was only one person who was stronger than him. The Shangguan family had high hopes for such a genius. In the future he would definitely become the Shangguan family's pillar of support. It was a pity that he had died just like that. How could Shangguan Zhongyun not be angry? Lu Ming, he must die. After a moment of silence, Shangguan Zhongyuan uttered a cold sentence. But father, there are people guarding the 100 venerated mountains. People over the age of 30 can't enter at all. How can we kill that little bastard? Shangguan Wuqian said. Among the younger generation of the Shangguan family, there was no one else who could compete with Lu Ming except for one person. However, that person was cultivating in another holy land of a higher level and could not disturb him. Only the older generation could kill Lu Ming. However, the elders could not enter the 100 venerated mountains. Moreover, they did not dare to brazenly send their elders to kill Lu Ming. He could only do it secretly. He can't possibly stay in the 100 venerated mountains forever. Wait for him to come out. Shangguan Zhongyun's eyes were as cold as ice as he continued. Send someone to monitor the 100 venerated mountains. Inform me immediately after that kid comes out. Yes. The skinny man said. Lu Ming cultivated beside the long spear for an entire day before he managed to refine all the blood essence. However, the prison-suppressing steel bloodline had not advanced. But this time Lu Ming had a feeling. He felt that he was not far from the divine level. It was a wonderful feeling. He could feel that the prison-suppressing steel was not far from being promoted. Lu Ming revealed a look of anticipation. Once the prison-suppressing steel was promoted to the divine level, his combat power would definitely be greatly improved. Furthermore, it was said that there was an even more powerful use of the divine bloodline. It was not as simple as a burst of power. It would greatly increase one's combat power. The sovereigns who had awakened divine bloodlines were also known as divine-level sovereigns. According to the records, the top 300 on the list of top 1,000 talents were all god-level talents. In other words, the top 300 on the list of top 1,000 talents had all awakened the third bloodline, which was a divine bloodline. Without awakening a divine bloodline, there was no way he could compete with those geniuses. Lu Ming pondered for a while. He took a deep breath and stood up. He planned to leave this place and change to another place to cultivate. Brother, may I know your name? At this moment a young man walked to Lu Ming's side, cupped his fists and smiled. Lu Ming frowned slightly. This brother, I can see that your combat strength is strong and you are indeed a dragon among men. I am interested in befriending you. I am Chu Zhongshuan. The young man continued. His eyes were very pure and he didn't seem to have any other thoughts. Chu Zhongshuan, 586th on the list of top 1,000 talents? Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. Haha, it's just a small name, it can't be compared to you, brother. Chu Zhongshuan laughed. I'm Lu Ming. Since Chu Zhongshuan was so forthright, Lu Ming was not a pretentious person. He smiled. Wan Xiongfei has already reached the 7th floor. Could he possibly reach the 8th floor? It's hard to say. However, the 100-battle intent realm of the Luan family is indeed terrifying. Under the Tower of 100 Supremes, the others were discussing in low voices. Chapter 783. 783 Breakthrough of Intent Realm. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. The Luan family, one of the 6 ancient aristocratic families, was named Luan Xiongfei. He was ranked 432nd on the list of top 1,000 talents, and was even more powerful than Shangguan Jinjue. Obviously, Luan Xiongfei had already reached the 7th floor. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, a violent sonic boom came from the sky. A scorching aura spread towards Lu Ming and the rest. Everyone looked back and saw a burly figure in the sky flying toward them at an extreme speed. His body was covered in purple flames like a purple sundae. It's the Wang family's sky-burning flames. Someone exclaimed. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the person approached the 100 Supremes pagoda, but he had no intention of slowing down. His entire body was like a meteorite smashing towards them. Not good dodge. The others were shocked and retreated. Lu Ming frowned and stood still. Haha, get lost. The Wang family member laughed and smashed down. Brother Lu, get out of the way. Chu Zhongshuan pulled Lu Ming to the side. Boom. The Wang family member stomped heavily on the spot where Lu Ming had been standing. The earth rumbled, gravel flew and cracks appeared on the ground. Wang Kong. It's Wang Kong. Someone exclaimed. Wang Kong, 430th on the list of top 1,000 talents, was 1 rank higher than Luan Xiongfei. Wang Kong landed on the ground and cast an unfriendly glance at Lu Ming. Just now, Lu Ming did not want to dodge and that made him a little unhappy. The Wang clan. Lu Ming muttered. He thought of Jian Filiu. Jian Filiu should have arrived in 9 dragons. He wondered if he had gone to the Wang family. If he had the chance, he must find the Wang family and ask them about it. That guy Luan Xiongfei actually made it to the 7th level. It seems like his 100-battle intent has improved a little. However, I'm afraid it won't be that easy to make it to the 8th level. Wang Kong chuckled. Sure enough, not long after, a ray of light flashed on the 7th floor. A figure appeared and was bounced out. It was a burly young man. He was wearing armor and exuded a powerful fighting will. Luan Xiongfei, it seems like you have failed. Wang Kong sneered. Wang Kong, I failed. You might not be better than me. After saying this much, Luan Xiongfei didn't stay any longer, and soared into the sky and left this place. After Luan Xiongfei came out, all the lights in the Tower of 100 Supremes had been extinguished, which meant that there was no one inside. Wang Kong snorted and strode toward the 1st floor of the tower. There was a light door at the bottom of the 1st floor of the Tower of 100 Supremes. Wang Kong disappeared after he stepped through it. Brother Lu, let's go and have a try. Chu Zhongshuan said. Many people could enter the Tower of 100 Talents at the same time. Lu Ming nodded and stepped into the light door with Chu Zhongshuan. At the same time, a few other people also stepped into the light door. The moment Lu Ming entered the door of light, he appeared on a platform. What? As soon as he entered, Lu Ming realized that the essential core in his body could not be circulated at all. Even his mental energy fire could not be circulated. He could only erupt with the intent realm of heaven and earth. Whoosh! A flaming saber was formed and slashed at Lu Ming. This flaming saber was formed by the fire concept, which was equivalent to the early stage of the beginning of level 2. With a single thought, Lu Ming's concept of fire burst out and condensed into a long spear of flames, which he stabbed at the flaming saber. With a bang, the flaming saber was destroyed. A door of light appeared in front of the platform. This first stage is really easy. Lu Ming smiled and walked into the door of light. The next moment he appeared on another platform. At this time, if one were to look from the outside of the Tower of 100 Supremes, they could see that 3 floors had already lit up, indicating that someone had made it to the 3rd floor. This time, another flaming saber was formed on the platform. However, the fire concept contained in this flaming saber had already reached the peak of the 2nd level. It was on par with Lu Ming's current flame concept. Lu Ming only cast a kind of flame concept and condensed a long spear to fight against the flaming saber. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. The spear and the saber kept clashing and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. It's purely a battle of intent. Not bad. This can temper my intent and make it stronger. Lu Ming pondered and focused on controlling the concept of fire to fight against the flaming saber. Lu Ming's current concept of fire was at the peak of the second-level beginner, which was equivalent to the flaming saber. The two of them kept clashing. At this time, 5 floors of the Tower of 100 Supremes had already lit up. This meant that someone had made it to the 5th floor. What a fast speed. That should be Wang Kong. He has already reached the 5th floor. I wonder if he can make it to the 9th floor. The 9th floor is unlikely. Even Wan Xiongfei has only made it to the 7th floor. I think Wang Kong will most likely be stuck there as well. There were still a few people watching and discussing under the tower. Lu Ming burst out with the concept of fire and fought with the flaming saber. After more than 100 rounds of fighting, Lu Ming felt that he was becoming more and more familiar with the use of the concept of fire. His long spear danced and he had the upper hand. After a few moves he defeated the flaming saber. Although Lu Ming's fire concept had not broken through the bottleneck and reached level 2 lower tier, he felt that it was one step closer. After destroying the flaming saber, another door of light appeared in front of him. Lu Ming stepped into it and the next moment he appeared on the platform of the 3rd level. This time a golden combat sword appeared. It was formed by the metal mentality, and it had reached the initial completion of level 2 mentality. It seemed that the will that appeared in the Tower of 100 Supremes was random, and it was not fixed on a specific will. Whoosh. The golden combat sword was incomparably sharp as it stabbed toward Lu Ming. Boom. At this moment Lu Ming released 2 concepts. The 2 intents of wind and fire combined to form a long spear. After a few moves, it destroyed the huge golden sword. Lu Ming continued and entered the 4th level. On the 4th level it was still a golden sword, but the strength of the metal mentality had reached the peak of level 2 lower tier. Lu Ming used the wind and fire concepts to fight. After exchanging dozens of moves, he defeated the golden sword and entered the 5th level. And at this time, there were already people who failed to pass the round and were ejected. The 7th floor also lit up at this moment. Someone had made it to the 7th level. At the bottom of the tower, the others raised their heads to see if the 8th floor would light up. However, after a while the 7th level flashed and a figure flew out. It was Wang Kong. Damn it, just a little bit more and I'll be able to make it to the 8th level. Wang Kong growled. As soon as Wang Kong came out, he saw that the light on the 7th floor of the tower was extinguished, but the lower 6 floors were still lit. In less than 2 minutes, there was a flash of light on the 6th floor and a figure appeared. It was Chu Zhongshuan. He had made it to the 6th floor and was ejected. The light on the 6th floor was extinguished but the 5 floors below were still lit. There's still someone on the 5th floor. Wang Kong looked at the Tower of 100 Supremes but did not leave. At that moment Lu Ming was on the 5th level. A green ring appeared on the 5th level. It was condensed by the wind concept and had reached the stage of level 2 upper tier. Lu Ming still only unleashed 2 intense wind and fire. He tried his best to resist, but he was completely at a disadvantage. However, Lu Ming was not in a hurry. This way he could train the wind and fire concepts, especially the wind concept. He could also use it as a reference. Chapter 784. 784 The 10th Floor. Lu Ming did not hope to achieve any merits, but he hoped to not make any mistakes. He focused his mind and unleashed the wind and fire concepts to resist with all his might. Although every attack would make the long spear condensed by Lu Ming's wind and fire concept tremble as if it would collapse at any time, Lu Ming would block it every time. Lu Ming blocked and comprehended. Outside the Tower of 100 Supremes, everyone was watching. What's going on? Who is it? Why are you on the 5th floor for so long? It's the person who came with Chu Zhongshuan. I don't know his name but I guess he can only reach the 5th level at most. That's why he was stuck there for so long. If you can't pass, then come down earlier. There are other people who need to go in. Don't waste their time. At this moment there were others who had just arrived and snorted coldly. Boring. Wang Kong curled his lips contemptuously. Just as he was about to leave, his eyes moved. The others were also stunned. Because of this, the 6th level of the Tower of 100 Supremes suddenly shone. Lu Ming had reached the 6th level. After enduring for so long, he's finally reached the 6th floor. I guess the 6th floor is his limit. I bet he'll be ejected from the 6th floor in less than a minute. But before he could finish, he stopped abruptly. That was because the 7th level had also lit up. It had only been a few breaths since the 6th floor had lit up, and the 7th floor had already lit up. Those people under the Tower of 100 Supremes couldn't help but open their mouths. The few people who said that Lu Ming's limit was the 6th level and that he would be ejected in less than a minute were so ashamed that their faces turned red. This face-smacking was too fast. The 7th floor was already the highest floor that Wang Kong had reached, and now someone else had reached it. Interesting. Wang Kong stepped back and stared at the Tower of 100 Supremes. The 7th floor stopped again. The 8th floor did not light up for a long time and no one came out. In the Tower of 100 Supremes, Lu Ming felt that he had trained enough on the 5th level and once again unleashed the thunder mentality. He fused the 3 types of mentality and instantly defeated the green ring, entering the 6th level. The intent realm of the 6th level was equivalent to the peak of a 2nd-grade minister. Lu Ming only needed a few breaths to defeat it and ascend to the 7th level. Therefore, the time it took for the 6th and 7th floor to light up was only a few breaths. The 7th level had a complete level 2 concept. A long lightning spear formed by lightning shot towards Lu Ming. He was fast and ruthless. He appeared in front of Lu Ming in an instant. Lu Ming controlled the 3 concepts to resist the lightning spear. This time the battle lasted for more than 10 minutes. My thunder concept has finally reached the completion of the 2nd level's initial stage. In the process of the fierce battle with the lightning spear, Lu Ming had an epiphany and cultivated the thunder concept to the peak of the 2nd level beginner. The power of the fusion of the 3 intents increased again, and it destroyed the lightning spear in one fell swoop. 7th level passed. Lu Ming passed through the door of light and stepped into the 8th level. When Lu Ming stepped onto the 8th level of the Tower of 100 Supremes lit up. Under the tower, everyone could not help but widen their eyes. Lu Ming had actually reached the 8th level. Terrifying. In that case, Lu Ming's comprehension of intent realm had already surpassed that of Wan Xiongfei and Wang Kong. Amazing. Lu Ming is indeed amazing. Chu Zhongshuan secretly praised. Intent realm doesn't represent all of one's combat power. Although this person's intent realm is not bad, his combat power might not be that strong. Wang Kong coldly snorted. No one said a word. They knew that Wang Kong had been surpassed and were unhappy. They just raised their heads and looked at the Tower of 100 Supremes. Would he be able to charge to the 9th level? They couldn't help but look forward to it. The 8th level of intent was the peak of the complete level 2. Lu Ming had 3 types of intent and was no match for it. Therefore he unleashed the earth intent. As soon as the earth intent was used, the 4 intents combined and crushed him. Lu Ming ascended to the 9th level. The 9th level is lit up. Someone has reached the 9th level. Amazing, amazing. As long as he performs well on the 9th level, he might be able to get a token that leads to a higher cultivation Holy Land. The 9th level is extremely difficult to pass. We have to do our best. The better we perform, the more likely we'll be able to get the token. At the bottom of the tower, everyone's eyes were wide open as they stared at the top of the tower at the 9th level. Let's see when someone will be ejected. The intent of the 9th level had not been raised to the 3rd level. If it had been raised to the 3rd level, there would be no need to compare. A 3rd level intent could completely crush a 2nd level intent. 9 combat swords appeared on the 9th floor. Blue, red, gold. It was actually the 9 commonly seen intents. Each of them condensed into a combat sword and stabbed toward Lu Ming. The 9 combat swords formed a sword array. Boom. The 4 intents fused and formed a 4-colored battle suit on Lu Ming's body. Covered his entire body and even his face. At the same time he wielded a long spear and attacked with terrifying power. Lu Ming realized that the mentalities that appeared in the Tower of 100 Talents were the 9 common mentalities. Therefore, those who cultivated special mentalities would have an advantage here. This was because special mentalities were more powerful and mysterious. For example, the Earth concept was the strongest of Lu Ming's 4 concepts. When it was combined with the other 3 concepts, the power that erupted was also the most terrifying. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of collision rang out continuously. Bang. A combat sword condensed from the Will of Mountain was first defeated by Lu Ming. After one combat sword was defeated, the power of the remaining 8 wills was much weaker. Then one combat sword after another was defeated by Lu Ming. Soon, all 9 combat swords were defeated by Lu Ming. A door of light appeared in front of the platform. Is that the entrance to the 10th floor? Lu Ming muttered. According to Zhou Xian, it was very difficult for ordinary people to pass the 9th level. It was already not bad to be able to make it to the 9th level and even persist for a period of time. On the 9th level, 9 types of commonly seen wills condensed into 9 combat swords, forming a sword array. Furthermore, they were all at the completion of level 2. An ordinary person would not be able to pass it. Lu Ming was the only one who had fused 4 intents and a powerful earth intent that could pass. Then what would be on the 10th floor? Lu Ming stepped forward and stepped into the door of light. Outside the tower, when Lu Ming stepped into the door of light that led to the 10th level, all the lights on the 9th level suddenly went out. All the lights in the tower were extinguished. The light is gone. That person has failed. They did not know Lu Ming's name. That's not right. Why isn't he out yet? Usually after failing you'll be ejected. You wouldn't have died inside, right? I don't think so. I've never heard of anyone in the Tower of 100 Supremes dying. I'm waiting. However, an hour had passed in the blink of an eye and Lu Ming had not come out. 2 hours later, Lu Ming had not come out. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed but Lu Ming had not come out. Everyone was speechless. What was going on? Did he really die inside? However, the others wanted to go in but couldn't. This meant that there were still people inside. Chapter 785. 785 Chapter 785 Token acquired. What's going on? Zhou Xian was also a little anxious. He was worried that something had happened to Lu Ming. Zhou Xian, who is this man who came with you? Wang Kong's eyes turned to Zhou Xian and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He is Lu Ming. Zhou Xian said after a moment of silence. It was just a name, there was nothing to hide. Lu Ming? Who is it? You don't even know Lu Ming? It seems like you've been in seclusion for too long. I heard that the first place on the Heavenly King ranking this year is called Lu Ming. So it's him. Some of the people at the scene had heard of Lu Ming's name before, while some had not. Lu Ming, it's him. Wang Kong's eyes were even sharper as if there were flames burning in them. Of course he had heard of Lu Ming. During the battle of the Heavenly King list, several of the Wang family's elites had died, and they were all killed by him. I'd like to see what's going on with this 100 venerated pagoda. How many days can you stay in there? Wang Kong sneered. He appeared on a huge rock not far away and sat down cross-legged. In fact, Lu Ming himself was a little surprised. When he stepped through the door of light and appeared on the 10th floor, he discovered that there were 2 old men sitting cross-legged on the 10th floor. The 2 old men were dressed in gray robes, and they did not seem to be emitting any aura at all. They were just like 2 ordinary old men. Of course, Lu Ming did not really think that they were 2 ordinary elders. It was impossible for ordinary elders to be here. The only possibility was that the other party's cultivation was so deep that he could not sense it at all. When Lu Ming appeared, the 2 elders' gazes fell on him and they looked surprised. Interesting. He has comprehended 4 kinds of intent and has successfully merged them. This is very rare. One of the old men said. It's more than rare. I've never seen anyone who has fused 4 wills and can still cultivate to the 2nd level. Well, I've seen someone who has fused 3 wills. Another old man said. Lu Ming of the junior generation greets the 2 seniors. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed respectfully. Not bad, little guy. One of them nodded. Senior, may I ask what the test for the 10th floor is? Lu Ming asked. Assessment? No, you've already passed all of them, but since you've reached the 10th floor, we two old guys can't not show our appreciation. The eyes of the old man on the left lit up as soon as he finished speaking. It was as if two balls of fire were burning. In the next moment, endless flames enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked. He released 4 intents and shouted at the same time, Senior, what do you mean by that? Kid, it's good for you to resist with only fire concept. The old man said. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. These two elders were unfathomable. It would be easy for them to kill him. Why did they have to do this? From the old man's tone, there seemed to be another reason. At once, Lu Ming kept the other 3 concepts and only used the fire concept to resist. When the flames controlled by the elder surrounded Lu Ming, he did not feel the slightest bit of heat. Instead, he felt very comfortable. He felt as if he was bathing in the fire concept, and the various changes of the fire concept appeared before his eyes. The fire mentality has such a transformation. Amazing, it's really amazing. Why didn't I think of it? A moment later, Lu Ming's eyes brightened. He closed his eyes and began to comprehend. His perception was completely immersed in the fire concept of the outside world. As for his own fire concept, it changed as he comprehended it. This kid has such strong comprehension. The eyes of the old man on the left lit up and he couldn't help but praise. His comprehension is indeed amazing. He has comprehended it so quickly. But it's not surprising. To be able to successfully merge 4 kinds of intent and cultivate to this realm, even if he had a great encounter, his comprehension is absolutely amazing. The old man on the right said. Just like that, Lu Ming was immersed in cultivation. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. 3 days later, Lu Ming's fire concept suddenly became violent and powerful. His fire concept had finally broken through to the 2nd level lower tier. 3 days to break through the bottleneck. Not bad, not bad. The old man on the left nodded and put away his fire concept. Many thanks for Senior's help. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He knew that the old man had the intention to help him. Kid, don't be happy too early. There's more. The eyes of the elder on the right lit up. He opened his mouth and a strong wind blew. Endless wind concept enveloped Lu Ming. Wind concept. Lu Ming was overjoyed and continued to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. Lu Ming's concept of wind had also successfully broken through and reached level 2 lower tier. Kid, the 2 of us have only grasped these 2 intents. Consider it your reward for passing the level. You'll have to comprehend the other intents on your own. The old man on the right withdrew his wind concept and said with a smile. Many thanks to the 2 seniors. Lu Ming bowed and thanked him again. And this token. Take it. With your talent, you're fully qualified to go to a higher holy land to cultivate. The elder on the left took out a token and tossed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming received it and was overjoyed. Wasn't his purpose here for this token? Now he had finally obtained it. Lu Ming bowed again to express his gratitude. Go. The elder on the right waved his hand and a powerful force acted on Lu Ming's body. With a flash of light, Lu Ming realized that he had left the Tower of 100 Supremes and appeared in the air outside the tower. At the same time, the vital essence in his body was no longer suppressed and could be used freely. Lu Ming circulated his essential core and landed on the ground. Lu Ming has come out. As soon as Lu Ming appeared, someone exclaimed. Lu Ming had actually stayed in the Tower of 100 Supremes for 6 days and then appeared safe and sound. This was somewhat unbelievable. In the past, even if someone cleared the level, they would only get a token, but no one stayed inside for 6 days. On a huge rock not far away, Wang Kong opened his eyes. His eyes were like 2 balls of fire. He moved his body and his hot breath spread toward Lu Ming. He suddenly landed in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming, what did you experience in there? Speak. Wang Kong asked, his tone filled with command. What did I experience inside? What does it have to do with you? Lu Ming frowned and cast a glance at Wang Kong. Lu Ming, what's with your attitude? If I say it's related to me, then it's related to me. Also, did you get a token that leads to a higher cultivation holy land? Hand it over. Wang Kong coldly rebuked. Idiot, get out of my way, you're blocking the way. Lu Ming was really speechless. Who did Wang Kong think he was? Other people might be afraid of him, but Lu Ming had come so far. Who had he been afraid of? Lu Ming, don't think that you can be arrogant in front of me just because you've ranked first on the Heavenly King list and your will of heaven and earth is stronger. Let me tell you, the Heavenly King list is a joke in my eyes. Although you've passed the Tower of 100 Talents, your will of heaven and earth can't represent your combat power. I advise you to hand over the token obediently before I do anything to you. Wang Kong's eyes turned cold. Chapter 786. 786 Chapter 786 Battling Wang Kong. Around them the others watched quietly. They knew that Wang Kong was going to snatch Lu Ming's token. It was up to Lu Ming to deal with it. Chu Zhongshuan wanted to say something but he hesitated. He wanted to speak up for Lu Ming, but the Wang family was powerful. If he stepped in, he might get himself into trouble. He pondered for a while and did not say anything in the end. Get lost, good dogs don't block the way. Lu Ming had completely lost his patience. His expression turned cold and he berated coldly. You're looking for death. Wang Kong's eyes turned completely cold. His body was covered in blazing flames. The terrifying temperature twisted the space. Boom. He took a step forward, his hand was like a heavenly blade and he slashed at Lu Ming. Get lost. Lu Ming also struck out with his palm, activating the prison-suppressing heaven technique. Bang. Their palms met and a buzzing sound was heard. Lu Ming's body swayed slightly while Wang Kong took 2 steps back. The rocks where his feet stepped on were vaporized by the terrifying temperature, leaving 2 dark holes. A battle in the air. Lu Ming rose into the air and appeared high in the sky. Kill. Wang Kong's killing intent surged, and the temperature of his body became even more terrifying. He circulated the Wang family's sky-burning flame art to the extreme. At the same time, his extreme purple heavenly fire bloodline burst out, making Wang Kong look like he was about to turn into a ball of fire. His aura was many times stronger than Wang Ju's when he was still a peak king tier. Wang Kong's cultivation was also at the peak 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier. Raging flames burning the heavens. Burning extermination / A saber appeared in Wang Kong's hand. The saber was also covered in flames of terrifying temperature. What is this? The fire concept has evil levered the burning concept. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Wang Kong's talent was indeed worthy of being ranked 430th on the list of top 1,000 talents. He had actually evil levered his fire mentality into the more terrifying burning mentality. The essence realm of heaven and earth was not always the same. It didn't mean that just because one had comprehended the concept of fire, it was the concept of fire. Some geniuses with terrifying talent could achieve evolution on the basis of this intent realm and evil lever into an even more terrifying intent realm. As for what kind of intent realm they could evil lever into, everyone was different and it would depend on them's levers. For example, the 9 common intents might seem to be the weakest, but they also had the most infinite possibilities. For example, the fire concept could evil lever into countless types of concepts related to fire. Many of these concepts were extremely powerful and far surpassed the fire concept itself. The burning concept was one of the types of concepts that had evil levered after the fire concept. Whoosh. A terrifying saber gleam slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body exuded 4 different intents, which merged with the prison-suppressing heaven technique. He threw a palm at Wang Kong. Boom. In the sky there was a terrifying roar. The clouds were torn apart and 5 colored lights filled the entire sky. This time Lu Ming's figure only swayed a little while Wang Kong took 9 steps back. How is that possible? Wang Kong's eyes were filled with shock. He had already used all his strength, but he was still pushed back by Lu Ming's palm. It was unbelievable. He was a heaven's favorite of the Wang family. The sky-burning flame skill he cultivated was a god-grade technique. In addition, his intent realm had evil levered and he had comprehended the burning intent realm. Furthermore, his bloodline martial technique was also extremely powerful. It was also a demigod-level martial technique. Could be said that he had no shortcomings at all. In a battle of the same level, he was not afraid of anyone except for a few extremely rare geniuses or divine-level geniuses who had awakened divine bloodlines. But now Lu Ming was of a higher level and had defeated him. When had he ever been forced to retreat by someone of a higher level? Damn it! Die! Wang Kong bellowed. The flames on his body roared as if they were going to burn the world. Is there any use in shouting? Lu Ming took a step forward and swung his palm at Wang Kong. Boom! The two exchanged blows and Wang Kong retreated again. To be honest, Wang Kong was very strong. He was even stronger than Shangguan Jinjue. When Shangguan Jinjue was facing Lu Ming, he was completely suppressed and killed in a few moves. Wang Kong, on the other hand, was still able to block it, though he was also at a complete disadvantage. Bang! 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 After a dozen moves, Wang Kong was completely suppressed. No matter how much he roared, it was useless. Bang! In the end, Wang Kong was sent flying thousands of meters away by Lu Ming's palm. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Ming, just you wait. Wang Kong roared and turned to leave, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming did not pursue him. Wang Kong was strong, extremely strong. If he was determined to leave, Lu Ming would not be able to kill him unless he used the Tao of Inscription and cooperated with him. The surrounding people looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming had actually defeated Wang Kong. Furthermore, he had defeated someone of a higher level. It was truly terrifying. Brother Lu is really amazing. I admire you. Chu Zhongshuan walked over, his face still filled with surprise. You're welcome, Brother Chu. I need to find a place to cultivate in seclusion, so I'll take my leave now. Lu Ming cupped his fists and left. Some of them were left with a belly full of questions. They were guessing whether Lu Ming had obtained a token that led to a higher cultivation holy land. After flying tens of thousands of miles, Lu Ming landed on a mountain peak. He entered the Supreme Shrine and 5 to 6 storage rings appeared in his hand. These storage rings were obtained from the enemies he had killed during this period of time, such as Shangguan Jinjue and the others. All of them were above the spiritual ocean tier, and there were even those at the 5th level of the spiritual ocean tier. There was also Shangguan Jinjue, a prodigy. The things inside were very rich. Just the supreme spiritual crystals alone were worth 800 million. There were even dozens of middle-grade intent crystals, but they were of all sorts. In addition, there were many martial arts, spirit weapons and pills. It was a pity that there were no raw gemstones. However, Lu Ming was satisfied. Now his 4 intents had all reached the peak of the 2nd level. Even his wind and fire intents had reached the 2nd level lower tier. He could continue to devour spiritual crystals to improve his cultivation. However, 800 million spiritual crystals would not be much of an improvement. One should know that Lu Ming had consumed more than 800 million spiritual crystals in the process of breaking through to the Spirit Ocean realm from the Martial King realm. Furthermore, he had cultivated a super spirit sea. If Lu Ming wanted to increase his cultivation, the energy consumption would be even more terrifying. Bang bang bang. Piles of top-grade spirit crystals were devoured and Lu Ming began to refine them crazily. 100 million, 200 million. Not long after, Lu Ming had refined 600 million out of the 800 million supreme spiritual crystals. His cultivation had only risen to the peak of the 2nd level of the spiritual ocean realm. The remaining 200 million was not enough to break through to the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean realm. Hence, Lu Ming did not continue devouring. However, his cultivation had advanced to the peak of the 2nd level of the spiritual ocean realm, and it had also increased Lu Ming's essential core by a large margin. In his spirit ocean, his essential core was surging. At this moment, a spiritual herb appeared in Lu Ming's hand. It was a level 6 spiritual herb. It had been a long time since Lu Ming cultivated his physical body. Now it was time for him to cultivate properly. He activated the 10,000 spiritual combat body and began to refine spirit herbs and cultivate his physical body. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Lu Ming had refined more than 26-level spiritual herbs and improved his physical body to the perfected 7th level in one go. However, to break through to the 8th level it was possible to do so with spirit herbs that were above the 7th level. At this moment Lu Ming suddenly burst out laughing. "What are you laughing at?" Wang Kong's face darkened. "I'm laughing at your Wang family. As one of the 6 great ancient families, it's simply a disgrace. You don't have the ability to get it, so you want to get it from others without putting in any effort. Who is Wang Haotian? If he wants it, tell him to come and get it himself." Lu Ming laughed out loud, his tone full of disdain. "How dare you, Lu Ming? You dare to insult the Wang family? No one can save you." Wang Kong roared. "Why don't we try?" Lu Ming's eyes were as sharp as a blade. He exuded a powerful aura and took a step forward. Boom! Heaven and earth rumbled and a powerful aura emanated from Lu Ming's body. Wang Kong's expression changed. He quickly retreated and shouted, "Lu Ming, just you wait." With that he quickly left. "You cowards!" Lu Ming shook his head and continued to sit cross-legged beside the stone axe. However, just as he sat down, Lu Ming's expression changed. A voice transmission jade talisman appeared in his hand. He scanned it with his mind and his expression changed slightly. It was Zhou Xian who had sent him the message. She seemed to be in a hurry and was looking for Lu Ming. She wanted to meet him somewhere. Lu Ming's brows furrowed slightly. He stopped cultivating and flew toward the address that Zhou Xian had left behind. A few hours later Lu Ming saw Zhou Xian. "Lu Ming, Fatty and Tingting are in trouble," Zhou Xian said anxiously when she saw Lu Ming. What's going on?" Lu Ming's expression changed. "It's like this." Immediately, Zhou Xian explained everything she knew. It turned out that after entering the 100 venerated mountains, Kong Jin had been cultivating with Wan Tingting. Everyone knew what Fatty was thinking. However, he didn't expect that some time ago Wan Tingting had obtained a great opportunity. She had actually obtained the inheritance of a peerless master from an imprint. That inheritance was actually a god-grade cultivation technique. Many people were shocked by this. The prodigies of the Wan family, one of the 6 great ancient families, were nearby. They immediately forced Wan Tingting to hand over the divine-grade cultivation technique. Wan Tingting naturally refused to hand it over, and then the Wan family made their move. This time Kong Jin had defeated the prodigy of the Wan family in the beginning. However, the Wan family had sent out even more people. Kong Jin was no match for them, so he had to escape with Wan Tingting. Now they were trapped in a cave. Tingting and Fatty didn't send us any news. They must be afraid of implicating us. I only heard about it because this matter is getting bigger and bigger. Right now, Fatty and the others are in danger, so I thought of you," Zhou Xian said. "Chaos, damn it." There was a sharp glint in Lu Ming's eyes. The Wan family and the Wang family were really jackals of the same lair. They thought that they were high and mighty and that they could take other people's things as they pleased. "Lu Ming, I've also heard that Tingting's legacy is deeply engraved in the soul and can't be passed on to outsiders. Once it's passed on, the soul will explode and the person will die," Lu Ming said. Zhou Xian said anxiously. "Do you know where Fatty and the others are trapped? Bring me there." Lu Ming's eyes flickered with a cold light. "It's at a place with a mark. It's quite a distance from here. Let's go." Lu Ming and Zhou Xian rose into the air and disappeared. Hoo. The fat man walked forward, gasping for air. His entire body was covered in blood. It was all his own blood. He held his battle axe and blocked the entrance of a cave. Wan Tingting was in the cave. The walls of the cave had been marked by a peerless expert, which made the rocks of the cave extremely hard and indestructible. Chapter 788. 788 Battle at the entrance of the cave. It was also because of this cave that they were able to block the Wan family's attack. This time the Wan clan had sent out 3 Heaven's favorites. Of the 3 Heaven's favorites, Two of them were in the top 500. One of them was ranked 420th and he was extremely strong. In addition, there were still 8 young experts at the 5th level of the spiritual ocean tier. Although Fatty had successfully broken through during this period of time and reached the 2nd level of the spiritual ocean tier, he was still not a match for them and was injured by so many people joining hands. If it wasn't for the fact that the cave's entrance was narrow and could only allow one person to attack at a time, Fatty wouldn't have been able to block it at all. He had already been here for 2 days and 2 nights. The chaotic family took turns to attack him, and his injuries were getting more and more serious. But he couldn't fall. For Tingting, he couldn't fall. Outside the cave, the elites of the Luan family surrounded the cave with cold eyes. Lu Ming had seen one of them before. He was Luan Xiongfei, ranked 432nd on the list of top 1,000 talents. The other person was called Chaotic Tianhao, ranked 420th. Fatty, I advise you not to put up any unnecessary resistance or else you'll suffer. Wan Xiongfei said coldly. I've already said that when I received the inheritance, there was a restriction. I can't pass it on to anyone else. Once I do, my soul will explode. Even if you want it, I can't give it to you. Wan Tingting's voice could be heard from the cave. Of course we know this. However, as long as you return to the Luan family with us, we will naturally have a way to extract the inheritance from your soul. Wan Xiongfei sneered. Do you think I'm stupid? If you're not careful, your soul will be destroyed. Even if you're lucky, you'll end up with an idiotic ending. Kong Jin shouted angrily. That will depend on her own luck. Wan Xiongfei sneered. A god-grade cultivation technique is so precious that it's not something you can control. You'd better obediently follow me to my house. Wan Tianhao said coldly. Dream on. If you have the ability, come up and fight me and see how I chop you up with my axe. Kong Jin roared like an injured beast and a wild aura filled the air. Not far from the cave, many people were watching, but no one came forward to say a word. What a joke! Who would dare to interrupt and interfere in the affairs of an ancient family? He could only blame his bad luck for being targeted by an ancient family. You're really looking for death. Wan Xiongfei's killing intent exploded. This damn Fatty was even more difficult to deal with than they had imagined. He had actually blocked the entrance of the cave. It had already been 2 days. They had taken turns to attack, but they could not break through the Fatty's defense. If it wasn't for this cave, Fatty wouldn't have been able to withstand many of their attacks with his injured body. Fatty, forget it. Just hand me over to them. Wan Tingting's eyes welled up with tears as she looked at Fatty's bloodied body. She didn't want to mess up her family. She wasn't willing to do so. She hadn't avenged her parents yet, but the power of the ancient family was too strong. What could she do? Don't say any more. That's impossible unless I die. Kong Jin's tone was firm. Wan Tingting sighed. At this moment she really hated herself for being useless. If you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. Wan Xiongfei strode forward and rushed toward the cave. Come on. The Fatty grinned and his eyes revealed a fierce light. He raised his battle axe and began to fight with Wan Xiongfei. Boom. Boom. Terrifying qi shot out in all directions, but there were marks on the stone walls of the cave that glowed. All the qi shot out was like a stone sinking into the ocean. The two of them exchanged over 100 moves. After that, Wan Xiongfei retreated, his face dark. This Fatty's battle strength was simply too strong, and his endurance was also too strong. He actually couldn't break through his heavily injured body. Wan Xiongfei, Wan Tianhao, you can't even deal with a heavily injured person. How about this? Leave this place to our Jiang clan. What do you think? At this moment, a loud laugh could be heard as more than 10 figures stepped through the air. When he saw who had arrived, Wan Tianhao's expression changed and he said in a deep voice, Jiang Teo, is that you? What is the Jiang family doing here? Wan Tianhao, a god-tier cultivation technique has appeared and everyone has a share. You Wan clan can't be thinking of keeping it for your slaviers, right? Jiang Taiyu smiled faintly. You guys also want a god-grade cultivation technique? We the Wan family found that girl first. Wan Tianhao said with a cold expression. So what if you found it first? I gave you a few days and you still can't settle it. Who can you blame? It's our Jiang family's turn. Jiang Taiyu said with a smile. Wan Tianhao and Wan Xiongfei had unsightly expressions on their faces. Jiang Taiyu was ranked 419th on the list of top 1,000 talents, one rank higher than Wan Tianhao. Moreover, there were two other geniuses among the Jiang family's people. There were 3 geniuses in total and they were not weaker than them at all. In fact, they might even be stronger. The two sides were instantly at daggers drawn. How about this? We'll bring that little girl back first and let the elders of the two families discuss it. What do you think? Wan Xiongfei said. All right, I have no objections. Jiang Taiyu said. I don't have any objections either. Now it's your Jiang family's turn to attack. As long as you can get rid of that fatty, everything will be easy, Wan Tianhao said, nodding. They reached an agreement. At the entrance of the cave, Fatty grinned. In the cave, Wan Tingting's eyes were filled with despair and her face became even paler. It was obvious that she had been injured before and it was not a light injury. Let me kill this fatty. Jiang Taiyu strode forward, his eyes like lightning. Let's see who you'll behead. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded out, and an enormous force field descended with a loud bang. Xianxia stepped through the air. Little Qing, quickly leave. The fatty's expression changed as he shouted. Xianxia was definitely no match for the Jiang family and the Wan family, the 6 prodigies, and more than a dozen young experts at the 5th level of the spiritual ocean tier. Shut up. Mind your own business. Xianxia shouted. He did not stop as he stepped forward. His body was surrounded by a black light. His black dress fluttered in the wind, making him look like a demoness. What a beautiful girl. It's not bad to bring her back as a concubine. Jiang Taiyu's eyes lit up with a hint of passion. Bang! In the next moment, Jiang Taiyu moved. Like a peerless divine weapon, he broke through the sky demon force field and charged towards Xianxia. Destruction cut. Xianxia said softly. In the sky demon force field, the space twisted and a terrifying cutting force exploded. Jiang Taiyu's expression changed suddenly. His body glowed with black light and he slashed forward like a divine weapon. Buzz! Buzz! Jiang Taiyu's arm collided with the destructive cutting power, making a sound of gold and iron colliding and sending sparks in all directions. Interesting, but you're still far from being able to stop me with this. Jiang Taiyu's eyes glowed and his body suddenly moved. It was as if he had transformed into a sword, a slender sword of assassination, a sword of a poisonous snake, and he began to swim in the sky demon power field. The sharp sound of something breaking through the air resounded through the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Jiang family's immemorial divine weapon technique was extremely wonderful and could refine people into divine weapons. The sword chi was extremely sharp, breaking through the demonic force field and cutting through the destructive force. It was headed for Xianxia. Chapter 789. 789 Gathering. The Hand of the Heavenly Devil. Xianxia pressed down with one hand again and a beautiful arm formed. It descended like the arm of a supreme demon and pressed down on Jiang Taiyu. It was clear that Xianxia's cultivation had also improved and reached the 2nd level of the spiritual ocean tier. The palm seemed to have locked onto Jiang Taiyu. Jiang Taiyu could not avoid it in the field of the heavenly demon. Jiang Taiyu's expression changed slightly. His palm was like a sword as he slashed out. Clang! Jiang Taishu's hand clashed with Xianxia's demonic hand. Xianxia's demonic hand was defeated, but Jiang Taishu was forced to take 3 steps back. So strong. Everyone in the surroundings widened their eyes. Jiang Taiyu was ranked 419th on the list of top 1,000 talents. His cultivation had already reached the limit of the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier. Yet he was defeated by Xianxia, who was only at the 2nd level of the spiritual ocean tier. Good, very good. Little girl, you've successfully angered me. Jiang Taishu's eyes were cold. The dark light on his body became even more intense, and a sharp aura emanated from him, tearing the space apart. At the same time, a black iron sword floated above his head. The iron sword was thin and long like a poisonous snake. The 9 Asilavir chakras were shining brightly. This was Jiang Taiyou's bloodline. Back then Jiang Taishu's bloodline was a mountain, and the mountain was filled with all kinds of weapons. However, Jiang Taiyou's bloodline was different. It was only a sword, but it was purer. An extremely sharp artistic conception emanated from Jiang Taiyou's body. It was a vast sword power. Sword concept. That's the sword concept. Someone exclaimed. The sword concept was also an evil-levered concept. It was evil-levered from the metal concept. Those who had awakened weapon-type bloodlines such as swords and sabers were the easiest to comprehend the creation of metal. As for the metal mentality, it could evil-lever into the sword mentality, saber mentality, spear mentality, and so on. For example, the sword mentality combined with the sword-type bloodline and the corresponding sword techniques was extremely terrifying. Kill. Die. Jiang Taiyu shouted. His arm was like a sword slashing out. The extremely sharp sword chi slashed forward as if it could cut through all obstacles. The sky demon force field was torn apart in an instant. The demonic lotus throne. At this moment, Xianxia frowned slightly and pressed his hands again. This time a lotus platform appeared in the air. The lotus platform was black and a black petal flew out. It was extremely sharp and confronted Jiang Taiyou's sword chi. Buzz. A sharp sound rang out and the two of them cancelled each other out. Jiang Taiyou's expression darkened and he launched a frenzied attack. However, Xianxia was also extremely powerful. For a moment he was locked in a stalemate with Jiang Taiyu. The others' expressions were grave. Xianxia was too strong. He was only at the 2nd level of the spiritual ocean tier. If she broke through to the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier, what would happen? Would he be able to suppress Jiang Taiyu with a flip of his hand? In the blink of an eye, Xianxia and Jiang Taiyu had exchanged dozens of moves, and neither of them had a clear winner. Buzz. With another blow the two of them were forced back. Let's end this quickly. Why don't we join forces and capture this woman? Guan Tianhao said. Good. Let's attack together. Jiang Taiyu nodded with a dark face. Xianxia's combat power was beyond his expectations. At this moment Xianxia controlled the sky demon force field. Within the force field she was unbelievably fast and appeared at the entrance of the cave in an instant. Fatty, you heal first. I'll block here. Xianxia said. No, you can't fight against so many of them alone. They're taking turns to attack you. You can't hold them back. You'd better break out alone. Kongjin said. Shut up. Xianxia said coldly, but he had no intention of leaving. Kongjin was speechless. Then he said, why don't we send a voice transmission to Lu Ming and ask him to come over? With the 3 of us we should be able to get out of here. All right, I'll send him a message. Xianxia nodded. He took out a jade voice transmission talisman and sent a message to Lu Ming. Kill. At this moment, Jiang Taishu continued to attack Xianxia. Xianxia was blocking the entrance of the cave, so they had to attack alone. While the battle was going on, Lu Ming received Xianxia's message on the way. He was even more anxious and his eyes flashed with killing intent. Miss Chow, it's very dangerous over there. Don't go over. I'll rush over and save Fatty and the others first. With that, Lu Ming took a step forward and his speed increased sharply, heading forward. At this time in the Wang family in Wang Haotian's courtyard, Wang Kong stood beside Wang Haotian and reported the news. He really said that. Wang Haotian's eyes were filled with killing intent. That's right. Lu Ming is unruly and lawless. He doesn't care about you at all, Brother Haotian. Wang Kong said. He unruly? That's because I haven't met anyone who can tame him. I'll make him bow down to me. Wang Kong, take that trash with the surname Jian and come with me to the 100 Venerated Mountain. I'd like to see how arrogant he can be in front of me. Wang Haotian said, and a cold killing intent filled the air. Alright, I heard that the good-for-nothing with the surname Jian is a good friend of Lu Ming. He actually dared to date a woman from my Wang family. He's really bold. Wang Kong sneered coldly and walked out of the courtyard. Soon Wang Haotian and Wang Kong were heading toward the 100 Venerated Mountains with a person. Boom. Boom. At the entrance of the cave, The battle had been going on for 3 hours. The 6 elites of the Jiang family and the Wan family took turns to attack Xianxia. No matter how strong Xianxia's true element was, he couldn't hold on any longer. He was sweating and panting heavily. "Bitch, let's see how long you can last." Jiang Taiyu was attacking Xianxia again. The storm-like attacks made Xianxia's sky demon force field tremble violently. It seemed that it was difficult to maintain it. Boom. Boom. The two of them exchanged dozens of blows and Xianxia's breathing became heavier. "Bitch, I'll destroy your cultivation and bring you back to the Jiang family to serve you well." Jiang Taiyu's face turned colder, but the evil fire in his eyes grew stronger. The stronger Xianxia was, the more he aroused his desire to possess him. "You won't have that chance." At this time an extremely cold voice came from the distance. In the sky far away, a spear radiance cut through the void, bringing with it a terrifying sonic boom and stabbed toward Jiang Taiyu. Jiang Taiyu's expression changed. His palm was like a divine sword as he struck out. Clang! His palm collided with the spear radiance. In a split second, Jiang Taiyu's face changed greatly. With a quiver he retreated rapidly. Buzz! A figure appeared in the air holding a long spear. A bone-chilling killing intent emanated from his body. Lu Ming had arrived. "Lu Ming, you're finally here," Xianxia whispered. "Little Qing, are you all right?" Lu Ming turned around and looked at Xianxia. "I'm fine." Xianxia shook his head. "How, Lu Ming, you're here? It looks like your cultivation has improved greatly. This is great. Let's charge out together." Fatty laughed. "Fatty, looks like you're not dead yet." Looking at Kong Jin's body that was covered in blood, Lu Ming's eyes turned even colder. Chapter 790. 790 Fighting Two Great Geniuses. "I have thick skin and can take a beating." Kong Jin grinned. With Lu Ming here, the three of them would be able to charge out with Wan Tingting. Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning as he swept a glance at Jiang Taiyu and the rest. He really wanted to go all out and kill these people. However, he also knew that it was more important to take Wan Tingting and rush over. There would be plenty of opportunities to kill Jiang Taiyu, Wan Xiongfei and the others. "Boy, you're Lu Ming." At this moment, Jiang Taiyu's eyes were cold and sharp. The Jiang family's prodigy, Jiang Taishu, had been killed by Lu Ming during the Heavenly King ranking battle. This news had long spread among the younger generation of the Jiang family. Jiang Taishu was not an ordinary heaven's favorite. In the king's realm, he had only suppressed himself and could enter the Sea of Souls realm at any time. Once he entered the Sea of Souls realm, his cultivation would definitely improve by leaps and bounds, and he might even awaken a divine bloodline and enter the ranks of the god's favorite. However, he was too ambitious. He had been suppressing his cultivation and wanted to become the first on the Heavenly King ranking to increase his foundation and rise higher in the future. However, he was killed by Lu Ming. The higher-ups of the Jiang family were furious. Among the younger generation of the Jiang family, many of them wanted to kill Lu Ming to gain a righteous reputation. "Not bad," Lu Ming replied coldly. "All right, I was just about to find you. Since you've come here yourself, I'll send you on your way." Jiang Taiyu's voice rang out faintly. In the next moment, his figure flashed like a sword of shadows, stabbing towards Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed and from a tricky angle. Lu Ming's lips curled into a sneer. Without even looking, he swept his long spear across. The dazzling spear's gleam emitted a sharp whistling sound and filled the surroundings. Clang! Jiang Taiyu's figure appeared. His palm struck the spear's shaft and bounced back. "Then I'll cut you down head-on." Jiang Taiyu strolled forward. Sword will shot up into the sky from his entire body. He was like a peerless divine sword. Whoosh! He swung his palm at Lu Ming. Lu Ming sneered and stepped forward. He extended his palm and struck at Jiang Taiyu's palm. At this moment, the eyes of the people watching the battle flashed. Lu Ming was actually going against Jiang Taiyu with his body of flesh and blood. Was he not courting death? Who didn't know that the Jiang family cultivated the immemorial divine weapon technique? Their bodies were like divine weapons, indestructible, incomparably sharp, and could break anything. He could not even block it with a spirit weapon, but Lu Ming was using his body. At this moment the members of the Jiang family sneered. They were looking forward to seeing Lu Ming's palm being cut in half. Clang! Lu Ming's palm and Jiang Taiyu's palm collided. It was as if two spirit weapons had clashed. A sharp aura spread out in all directions. Gotcha! Then the sound of bones breaking was heard. Jiang Taiyu's expression changed and he let out a low roar like an injured beast. He retreated rapidly. Everyone's eyes could not help but fall on Jiang Taiyu. To be precise, they fell on his palm, which was bleeding and had been seriously deformed. On the other hand, Lu Ming's palm was unscathed. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. In a head-on confrontation, Lu Ming actually had the upper hand. He had cracked the bone armor of Jiang Taiyu's palm with one palm. How was this possible? Jiang Taiyu was an existence who had cultivated the immemorial divine weapon technique. The people from the Jiang family were the most shocked. They knew better than anyone else that Jiang Taiyu's immemorial divine weapon technique had a profound level of mastery and he had comprehended sword will. His palm was extremely sharp, but now his spine had been broken by Lu Ming's flesh and blood. This was a huge blow to their confidence. How is that possible? How is that possible? Jiang Taiyu kept growling. His palm was covered in black light and crackling sounds could be heard. It was healing rapidly. Charge out! Lu Ming said to Xianxia and the rest. Charge! Xianxia, Kong Jin and Wan Tingting rushed out of the cave. Kill! Lu Ming charged toward Jiang Taiyu. Let's attack together. Kill! Jiang Taiyu shouted. Suddenly, another Jiang family's paragon lunged at Lu Ming. This paragon was also in the top 500 and was extremely powerful. Meanwhile, Luan Tianhao, Luan Xiongfei and the others charged toward Xianxia. Lu Ming's aura was wild. He circulated the prison suppressing heavenly art and the true war dragon technique at full force, launching a crazy attack. The members of the Jiang family were like divine weapons and their limbs were killing weapons. The others could only keep a distance from them or it would be dangerous. However, Lu Ming cultivated the prison destructive divine art. His hands and feet seemed to contain the divine monument and could suppress everything. He was also good at close combat. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming's palm struck out and he lifted his leg to kick out. His power was shocking as he fought against the two Jiang family's elites. The rumbling sounds continued. For a moment he actually suppressed the two Jiang family's elites, which shocked everyone. In the past few days, Lu Ming's cultivation and physical body had improved. Naturally, his combat strength had increased as well. If it were a few days ago he would not have been able to achieve this. The onlookers in the distance were extremely shocked. Charge out from this side. Lu Ming let out a long hiss, his essential core boiling and his attacks became more and more violent. Haha, amazing. Watch me. I'll smash it. Dandan stood on Lu Ming's shoulder and laughed heartily. Then she suddenly leaped out, her four limbs retracted into the turtle shell, and she smashed toward Jiang Taiyu's face. During this period of time, Dandan had swallowed a lot of spirit herbs and recovered a little and her aura was stronger. Jiang Taiyu was suddenly attacked by Dandan and was hit in the face by Dandan. Clang! Dandan was bounced back and shouted, "Nest, what thick skin, I can't smash it." Jiang Taiyu's body was as strong as a divine weapon, but he was still a little dizzy after being hit by Dandan. Lu Ming seized the opportunity and swept his leg out, kicking Jiang Taiyu so hard that he spat out blood and retreated. They were about to break out of the siege. At that moment, a terrifying howl was heard. An extremely sharp aura and cold killing intent enveloped Lu Ming. Danger, extreme danger. Lu Ming felt his hair stand on end. In the distance, an arrow shot toward Lu Ming's back like a stream of light. Fast, it was too fast. Kill. The other Jiang family's paragon launched a frenzied attack at Lu Ming. He wanted to stall Lu Ming. Not good. Lu Ming felt that the person who shot the arrow was extremely powerful and was definitely far more powerful than Jiang Taiyu and the others. He had not expected that such a powerful person would launch a sneak attack and attack Jiang Taiyu and the other person with all his might. It was too late to dodge now. Lu Ming, be careful. Xianxia exclaimed. She used the Sky Demon force field to cover her. Within the Sky Demon force field, her speed was as fast as lightning. Xianxia's figure flashed and appeared in front of Lu Ming. At this moment, the arrow had already arrived. Xianxia didn't even have the time to launch a powerful attack. He could only use his destructive cutting power to rush toward the arrow. However, the arrow was terrifyingly powerful. It instantly destroyed all the destructive cutting power and shot through the Sky Demon power field. Chapter 791. 791 Quasi-God Grade Heaven's Favorite. Puchi. The arrow pierced through Xianxia's left shoulder, leaving a bloody hole. The powerful inertia carried Xianxia back. Little Qing. Lu Ming bellowed. After forcing the Jiang family's elite to retreat with a single palm strike, he took advantage of the situation and wrapped his arm around Xianxia's slender waist. He took a step forward and landed beside the cave. Fatty, retreat. Lu Ming roared. Kong Jin didn't go very far with Wan Tingting, but with a roar he rushed back. Little Qing, how is it? Lu Ming held Xianxia in his arms and kept injecting his vital essence to seal Xianxia's wound, stopping the blood from flowing out. Fortunately, I avoided my vital parts so I won't die. Xianxia's face was pale. Now where can you run to? Jiang Taiyo's face was cold as he stepped forward. Wan Tianhao and the rest also came over and surrounded Lu Ming and the rest. However, Lu Ming did not even look at them. His gaze was directed in another direction. A young man wearing a black iron battle suit with a cold gaze stepped in the air. His body exuded a terrifying aura and a strong will to fight. Chaotic Wind Cloud. It's Chaotic Wind Cloud. Someone exclaimed in shock. Lu Ming and the others are finished. The Wan family actually sent Wan Fengyun. Ranked 350th on the list of top 1,000 talents, Quasi-God tier Heaven's favorite, Wan Fengyun. The exclamations were getting louder and louder. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. The person who had ambushed him was this person. Fatty, bring Tingting and Little Qing back to the cave. Lu Ming said. Kong Jin's face was solemn as he led Wan Tingting and Xianxia into the cave. Xianxia sat cross-legged and began to heal. Although the arrow had injured his vital parts, the intent contained in it was extremely powerful. Xianxia's injury was not as light as it looked. Wan Fengyun stepped forward and stood in the air. He said in a calm voice, Wan Tianhao, you're too slow. This matter has already reached Di Tian's Imperial Guards, and they'll soon send someone over to take that woman away. After all, she's obtained Supremacy Longines inheritance, and Supremacy Longine was one of the commanders of Di Tian's Imperial Guards back then. Then what should we do? Wan Tianhao's expression changed. If Di Tian's Imperial Guards were here, then there would be no need for him to mess up the family. The clan head will think of a way to delay Di Tian's Imperial Guards for a day, so he sent me here to capture this woman as soon as possible and bring her back to the chaotic clan. I'm sorry, said Wan Fengyun. He then turned to look at Lu Ming with a cold smile on his face. If you get lost now, you'll live. If you delay, you'll die. Wan Fengyun, I'll definitely kill you one day. Lu Ming ignored Wan Fengyun's words. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Wan Fengyun had almost killed Xianxia. Based on this, Lu Ming had to kill him no matter who he was. Hee, from the moment you said that, you no longer have a chance. I didn't want to fight and only take that woman away. But today I have to kill you, said Wan Fengyun coldly. He stood high up in the air, his fighting spirit growing stronger. The Wan family cultivated a divine-grade cultivation technique, the 100 battles technique, and were born to fight. Of course, his combat strength was also extremely powerful. Boom. Wan Fengyun's aura suddenly exploded. His essential core boiled and emitted the sound of stormy waves. His aura was like a divine mountain that pressed down on Lu Ming. The peak of the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier, this was the cultivation of Wan Fengyun. The peak of the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier was 2 levels higher than Lu Ming. However, Wan Fengyun was no ordinary martial artist. He was a quasi-god level prodigy and his combat strength was already incomparably powerful. The essential core in Lu Ming's body circulated at full force. There was a faint blue light shining between his eyebrows. I didn't expect this place to be so lively. Add me in then. A loud laugh came from afar. As soon as the voice fell, a scorching aura covered the sky and earth. Two streaks of flames, dragging a long tail behind them, pierced through the void and approached in an instant. Two young figures appeared. Wang Haotian. Wan Fingyun's eyes flashed. At this moment, gasps of shock could be heard from the surroundings. The Wang clan's Heaven's Pride expert had also arrived. Moreover, he was also a quasi-god Heaven's Pride expert. Brother Luan, Supremacy Blue Gold's inheritance has appeared. Isn't it a little too much for your Luan family to want to keep it for yourself? Wang Haotian laughed. Do you think I have to inform your Wang family? Wan Fengyun said, his face dark. Wang Haotian's ranking on the list of top 1,000 talents was only a few places lower than his, but his combat strength was on par with his. It would not be easy for Wang Haotian to get a god-level cultivation method today. It's fine if you don't tell me. We'll rely on our own abilities. Wang Haotian smiled. Lu Ming's gaze swept past Wang Haotian and landed on the person behind him. Wang Kong. In Wang Kong's hand was a pale-faced man who was breathing weakly. Jian Filiu. The person in Wang Kong's hand was actually Jian Filiu. Brother Jian, what did you guys do to him? Lu Ming's eyes were like two sharp swords, piercing Wang Kong and Wang Haotian. Are you talking about this good-for-nothing? Wang Haotian smiled and looked at Jian Filiu with disdain. This brat has the audacity to have an affair with a woman of my Wang family. So I crippled him. Lu Ming's expression changed. No wonder Jian Filiu was so weak. It was because his cultivation had been destroyed. Damn it! Lu Ming shouted in a low voice. After this period of time, Lu Ming had already regarded Jian Filiu as a true friend. Now Jian Filiu's cultivation had been crippled by Wang Haotian. Lu Ming, don't worry about me. I'm a piece of trash. I can't even save my junior sister. They killed her. You're all animals, all animals. Junior sister is a married woman and you still want to reward her to someone else, you animals. Jian Filiu's eyes were red as he growled. That Wang Mang fellow is already dead. Our Wang clan isn't going to raise him for nothing. Naturally, we have to make the best use of him. Wang Kong said indifferently as if he was talking about a very normal thing. Lu Ming had more or less understood what was going on. It must be because Wang Mang was dead, and the Wang family wanted to reward Jian Filiu's junior sister to the other Wang family disciples to play with. Jian Filiu's junior sister must have sent a message to Jian Filiu asking for help, which was why Jian Filiu left in a hurry and came to Nine Dragons. After that, he was naturally discovered. Jian Filiu was right. The Wang clan was a group of beasts. Lu Ming, I heard that you're good friends with this good-for-nothing, so I brought him here. Hee, it seems that you've come at the right time. Wang Haotian laughed. What do you want? Lu Ming said. It's very simple. Hand over the token you obtained from the Tower of 100 Supremes, and then hand over the woman who obtained Blue Gold Venerable's inheritance to me. Then I'll give this trash to you. Wang Haotian still had a faint smile on his face. He has the token from the Tower of 100 Supremes. On the side, Wan Fingyun's eyes glowed with greed. He also needed the token of the Tower of 100 Supremes. I'll use the token to exchange with you, but it's impossible for you to hand over Tingting. Lu Ming said. If he handed Wan Tingting over, they would definitely strip Wan Tingting of her soul and turn her into an idiot. It was impossible for him to use one person to exchange for another. Chapter 792. 792 Chapter 792 Title Killing Intent. A single token? No, I'll make your friend suffer a fate worse than death. Wang Haotian's eyes glinted coldly. Lu Ming, don't worry about me. My junior sister is dead and my cultivation has been crippled. I'm already a cripple. Don't worry about me. Jian Filiu shouted. Shut up. Wang Kong grabbed Jian Filiu's shoulder with his claw. A cracking sound came from Jian Filiu's shoulder as the bone armor was broken. However, Jian Filiu just gritted his teeth and didn't make a sound. Damn it, this group of scum, damn it. At the entrance of the cave, Kong Jin roared. Giggle. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. A wave of anger rushed to his mind and his eyes flashed with killing intent. Kong Jin was right. These people deserved to die. He could not wait to go out and kill them. But now he had to endure it. He had the injured Xian Yanqing and Wan Tingting behind him. If he acted rashly, he would only end up killing everyone. When Wan Fengyun had first arrived, he had said that Di Tian's imperial guards would come here a day later. Perhaps once they arrived, things would take a turn for the better. Just now, Wan Fengyun had not sent a voice transmission. Perhaps he had been too confident and felt that there was no need to hide anything. With him around, he could take Wan Tingting away without even needing a day. However, Lu Ming had to think of a way to stall for one day. Lu Ming, I'll ask you again. Are you going to change or not? Wang Haotian said. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly, his eyes extremely cold. His voice was icy cold. Wang Haotian, Wang Kong, if you dare to use Jian Filiu again, I will kill you. You dare to threaten me? Wang Haotian's face turned cold. He suddenly turned around and pointed his finger. A stream of energy shot out and pierced a big hole in Jian Filiu's shoulder. Blood stained Jian Filiu's clothes. Boom. Lu Ming's body exploded with a violent aura and cold killing intent. No one noticed that Lu Ming's footsteps were moving slowly. With every step he took, an inscription would sink into the ground. You want to use me to threaten Lu Ming? In your dreams. In your dreams. At this moment, Jian Filiu suddenly roared. A faint red light spread out from his spine. Not good. Wang Kong's expression changed. Don't. Lu Ming roared. Bang. At this moment, Jian Filiu's spine suddenly exploded and blood splattered everywhere. Jian Filiu had performed some kind of secret skill to self-destruct his bloodline power. This move was also beyond Wang Haotian and Wang Kong's expectations. The self-destruction of one's bloodline power was equivalent to losing one's life. Jian Filiu spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Lu Ming and said, Brother Lu, it's my honor to be friends with you. However, my junior sister is dead and my cultivation has been destroyed. There's no point in me staying in this world. It's a pity that I won't be able to see the day when Brother Lu rules the world. As he spoke, Jian Filiu's vitality became weaker and weaker and he slowly closed his eyes. Then his life force was exterminated. Jian Filiu, the proud son of heaven who had once dominated Golden Sand Island under the name of King of Hell and fought with Lu Ming, had fallen. Although he had not known Lu Ming for a long time, Jian Filiu was a man of true character and treated people with sincerity. Lu Ming had already treated him as a good friend. Now, in order not to threaten Lu Ming, Jian Filiu had self-destructed his blood meridian and died. Lu Ming's aura burst out violently, and his killing intent seemed to materialize. Brother Jian, don't worry. I'll definitely send Wang Haotian and Wang Kong down to accompany you. I'll also send the rest of the Wang family down to hell sooner or later. He stared at Wang Haotian and Wang Kong with cold and emotionless eyes. For some reason, Wang Haotian and Wang Kong felt a chill in their hearts when they saw Lu Ming's eyes. It was as if the god of death was staring at them. Trash. Wang Kong took a deep breath and threw Jian Filiu's body on the ground. Hee Wang Haotian, it looks like you've lost your bargaining chip. How about this? Let's attack together, kill these guys and take that woman. Wan Fengyun said with a cold smile. I alone am enough to kill them. Wang Haotian said coldly, his eyes full of killing intent. Boom. Then he stepped forward. He had to kill Lu Ming today. He had a bad feeling. It was as if he would die in Lu Ming's hands sooner or later if Lu Ming did not die. This feeling was very unpleasant. Purple flames burst out of Wang Haotian's body. The terrifying heat exploded and the air within a radius of dozens of meters was instantly burned up, turning into a vacuum. A long spear made of flames appeared in Wang Haotian's hand. It turned into a ray of light and shot toward Lu Ming. The scorching flame was still dozens of meters away from Lu Ming, as if it was going to set his clothes and hair on fire. Kill. Lu Ming took a step forward. The true element in his entire body burst forth. At the same time, four types of intent surrounded him as he struck out with his palm. Thump. The blazing flames spread in all directions and the earth rumbled and cracked. Lu Ming's figure retreated continuously. With every step he took, runes would flash and sink into the ground when his feet stepped on the ground. Ooh! Lu Ming heaved a heavy sigh of relief, suppressing the surging qi and blood in his body. He felt a sharp pain in his palm. His palm had turned black from the scorching flames. Wang Haotian's combat strength was terrifying. Wang Haotian was also at the peak 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier. He had cultivated the sky-burning flames to an extremely deep level. Whoosh! Wang Haotian pushed Lu Ming back with one strike. He waved the flame spear and continued to attack Lu Ming. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming stomped on the ground and his figure moved to the side rapidly. Do you think it's that easy to leave? Die! Two suns appeared in Wang Haotian's eyes as he continued to attack Lu Ming. Thump! Lu Ming struck out with his palm again, clashing with Wang Haotian. With a boom, he was pushed back a dozen more steps, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Lu Ming is so powerful. He took 2 moves from Wang Haotian in a row. Many people in the surroundings were shocked. Wang Haotian was a quasi-god level prodigy. He had unparalleled combat strength and could kill anyone with a higher cultivation level than him in seconds. However, Lu Ming's cultivation level was 2 levels lower than his, yet he was able to withstand a few moves. It was terrifying. On the side, Wan Fingyun's eyes flickered, and he was also extremely surprised. Wang Haotian was shocked as well. This person must die. Otherwise, I might really be the one to die in the future. Wang Haotian roared in his heart. His killing intent grew stronger. Flames appeared above his head. His bloodline erupted and his power grew. The flame spear turned into a terrifying killing weapon, burning the void and heading for Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Buzz. Inscriptions started to flash on his body. There were runes that could burst out with true essence, runes that could increase one's speed, runes that could increase one's defense. In an instant, Lu Ming inscribed 8 inscription arrays for himself. An inscription master. Wang Haotian's eyes were filled with shock. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and took a step forward. In an instant, the ground glowed brightly and countless beautiful inscriptions appeared, forming a large inscription formation. Chapter 793. 793. There's still a chance. The inscription formation appeared. 2 swords formed and slashed at Wang Haotian. At the same time, Lu Ming pounced on Wang Haotian. A terrifying devouring power erupted from his left palm and enveloped Wang Haotian. His right palm activated the destructive prison heaven art and struck out. With the addition of 8 inscription arrays, Lu Ming's combat strength had increased greatly. Wang Haotian's eyes were filled with shock. With a long howl, the spear's radiance turned into an illusion and shattered the 2 combat swords. Then he stabbed at Lu Ming. Thump. This time the collision was even more shocking than the previous one. Wang Haotian was forced to retreat. Yes, this time it was Wang Haotian who retreated. Gasps could be heard from all around. Lu Ming had actually repelled Wang Haotian. It was unbelievable. Wang Haotian took 6 steps back and stood still. He was in disbelief and roared, When did you inscribe the inscription formation? He had never expected that not only was Lu Ming's martial arts cultivation extremely high, but his inscription Dao was also so terrifying. Kill. Lu Ming's cold killing intent was the only response he got. He continued to step forward. Runes appeared on the ground and condensed into a combat sword, which was aimed at Wang Haotian. At the same time he charged toward Wang Haotian. Wang Haotian roared and almost turned into a man on fire. His spear was thrown forward and collided with Lu Ming's. But the result was that Wang Haotian kept retreating. Lu Ming cast 8 formations on himself. At the same time he used the inscription formation and the devouring power of the 9 dragons' bloodline. He had completely suppressed Wang Haotian. Not far away, Wan Fingyun's expression was extremely unsightly. Just now he was still high and mighty, thinking that he could suppress Lu Ming at any time and take Wang Tingting away. Now the truth told him that he was ridiculously wrong. Wang Haotian's combat ability was definitely not weaker than his. If Wang Haotian was suppressed, did that mean that he would be suppressed as well? This was hard for him to accept. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming stomped on the ground and a formation appeared. 8 swords were formed and they slashed at Wang Haotian. At the same time he attacked Wang Haotian with all his might. Wang Haotian was in danger. Ah! Wang Haotian let out a long roar. The long spear pierced through the sky. He turned into a beam of light and shot up into the sky, breaking through the attack of the inscription formation and rushing into the sky. Wang Haotian retreated in defeat. He rushed into the air to avoid Lu Ming's attack. Lu Ming could not inscribe inscription arrays in the void yet. Damn it! Wang Haotian's eyes were filled with killing intent. He could not wait to crush Lu Ming's bones and scatter his ashes. He was actually forced to retreat by Lu Ming and could only run for his life. Under the watchful eyes of the public, this was simply a great humiliation. The key was that Lu Ming's martial arts cultivation was 2 levels lower than his. Wang Haotian rushed into the sky, but Lu Ming had no intention of stopping. He suddenly changed direction and stomped on the ground. Runes appeared and condensed into a long spear, which shot toward Wang Kong like lightning. At the same time, Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared in front of Wang Kong in an instant. He struck out with his palm. What? Wang Kong was shocked. Everything had happened too quickly. Wang Haotian fled while Lu Ming turned around to attack him. He did not expect this to happen so quickly. He roared in fear and used all his strength to resist. Bang! The long spear condensed by the formation was sent flying by Wang Kong. However, in the next moment Lu Ming arrived. The terrifying devouring power enveloped Wang Kong, causing his blood flow to be disrupted and his combat strength to be weakened. At the same time Lu Ming's palm was coming for him. Bang! All of Wang Kong's defenses were shattered by Lu Ming's palm. Lu Ming's palm landed heavily on Wang Kong's chest. Wang Kong's eyes popped out of their sockets. His eyes were filled with disbelief and unwillingness. No! A shrill scream came out of Wang Kong's mouth and the next moment his body was torn into pieces. Lu Ming took another step and his essential core rolled up, wrapping around Jian Filiu's body. In a flash he appeared at the entrance of the cave. All of this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. It was too fast. Wang Haotian fled and rushed into the sky. Lu Ming changed his direction and charged toward Wang Kong. He took Jian Filiu and appeared at the entrance of the cave. Everything happened in the span of 1 or 2 breaths. Many people didn't even have time to react. When Lu Ming appeared at the entrance of the cave, the crowd finally reacted and gasped. Wang Kong had been killed. He had been killed instantly. Was this Lu Ming's combat strength? It was too terrifying to use all of his combat strength. A heaven's favorite like Wang Kong was completely unable to resist. This kid isn't completely dead yet. Dandan, who was on Lu Ming's shoulder, suddenly spoke. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. His eyes were shining as he said, "Dandan, what do you mean by this? What do you mean by not completely dead? On the surface, this brat looks like he's dead. In fact, he still has a chance of survival. His cultivation was crippled and he used a method to self-destruct his bloodline power. However, he still doesn't have cultivation and can't fully control his bloodline power. Therefore, he still has some chance of survival. As long as his bloodline power is restored, maybe he can be revived?" Dandan explained. "Really?" Lu Ming's eyes lit up. "That's right. Now I'll inscribe an inscription formation to lock this kid's chance of survival. The rest will be up to you." After saying that, he flew into the cave with his sword and began to inscribe the formation. When he spoke to Dandan, it was all through voice transmission, so the others did not hear it. "Damn it, Lu Ming. How dare you kill the Wang family's prodigy? You're dead." Wang Haotian roared in the sky. "If you have the ability, come down and fight me." Lu Ming glanced at Wang Haotian with disdain. "You?" Wang Haotian's face turned pale, then ashen. He didn't dare to go down. Wang Haotian, let's work together. It's more important to get supremacy Longines' inheritance. In less than a day the Detian royal guards will be here. Wan Fengyun said. Alright, let's join forces. Wang Haotian nodded. Everyone attack together and kill this man. Wan Fengyun waved his hand. Let's attack together. Jiang Taiyu also roared. At this moment, Lu Ming's hands moved rapidly and countless inscriptions sank into the ground. Attack, don't give him time to inscribe inscriptions and erase. Wang Haotian roared and took the lead to attack Lu Ming. At the same time Wan Fengyun moved as well. A large bow appeared in his hands. He drew the bow and knocked an arrow which he shot at Lu Ming. The arrow was like a stream of light, piercing through the void and making a terrifying sonic boom. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming stomped on the ground and arrays appeared one after another. There were offensive and defensive arrays. A few ancient shields appeared in front of Lu Ming, but they were easily pierced through and shot straight at the area between Lu Ming's eyebrows. The infinite dragon spear appeared and stabbed forward, colliding with the arrow. Lu Ming felt his arm go numb and he took 3 steps back. The attack power of chaotic wind cloud's arrows was too strong. At the same time Wang Haotian arrived. Lu Ming kicked out and activated the prison-suppressing heaven technique, exchanging blows with Wang Haotian. They could take lives from 100 miles away. If it had only been Wan Fengyun, he would naturally have been able to avoid him, draw closer to him and defeat him. However, there was another Wang Haotian. In Lu Ming's current state, even with the help of the inscription formation he could barely suppress Wang Haotian. He could not completely suppress Wang Haotian and was in a passive position. Lu Ming, let me help you. Kong Jin bellowed. He stood at the entrance of the cave and the battle axe in his hand flew out. It danced in the air and helped Lu Ming block Wan Fengyun's arrows. Clang! Clang! The battle axe blocked a few arrows from Wan Fengyun and flew back. Then Fatty threw the battle axe again. This time it was aimed at Wang Haotian. Wang Haotian's punch sent the axe flying. Buzz! At this time a powerful force field covered a radius of several hundred meters. Xianxia was also standing at the entrance of the cave behind Fatty. Although Xianxia's face was still a little pale, his injuries had basically stabilized. Destruction cut. In Xianxia's sky demon force field, Wan Fengyun's arrows were blocked by layers of obstacles. Their power was greatly reduced and it was much easier to defend. Jiang Taiyu and the rest were also suppressed by the demonic force field. Lu Ming's pressure was reduced. Lu Ming, I'm here to help you. Dandan flew out and stood on Lu Ming's shoulder. How is it, Brother Jian? Lu Ming asked. I've temporarily sealed their vitality with an inscription formation. The rest is up to you. Dandan said. After saying that, Dandan retracted her limbs into the turtle shell and flew forward. An arrow hit Dandan's turtle shell and sparks flew, but the arrow was also knocked off course by Dandan. Dandan flew back to Lu Ming's shoulder and shouted, You want to shoot through this lord's invincible defense? Little brat, you're still 108,000 miles away. The killing intent in Wan Fengyun's eyes intensified. He shot out 9 arrows one after another, one after the other. They connected and formed a straight line, instantly crossing thousands of meters in the air. They pierced through the obstruction of the demonic energy field and headed toward Lu Ming. Watch me. Dandan flew out and used the turtle shell to block the arrow. Clang. Dandan was shot away, but the continuous arrows were deflected. With a scream, a youth at the 5th level of the spiritual ocean realm from the Wan family was shot through by an arrow and died on the spot. Ah, like I said, you're far from being able to break my defense, little kid. Dandan shouted. Lu Ming exchanged a blow with Wang Haotian and continued to inscribe inscriptions. At this moment, Jiang Taiyu and the others had already rushed over. Lu Ming had already lost more than 10 powerful puppets. Now Lu Ming no longer had any puppets. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming took a few steps forward and a formation appeared. It formed sabers, giant swords, long spears and so on, attacking Jiang Taiyu and the others. Lu Ming continued to inscribe the array. Just like that, Lu Ming, Fatty, and Xianxia worked together to carve inscriptions as they fought. It lasted for more than 10 minutes. It's done. Lu Ming waved his hands and the last inscription sank into the ground. Lu Ming was elated. Bang! As Lu Ming took a heavy step, dense inscriptions appeared on the ground. Then a light curtain rose and enveloped Lu Ming and the others. In the light curtain, endless sword chi condensed and attacked Jiang Taiyu and the others. Not good. This is a peak grade level 6 killing array. Jiang Taiyu and the others roared in horror and retreated frantically. Whoosh! Whoosh! Within the formation, sword chi crisscrossed, and in an instant, a few 5th-level spiritual ocean tier youths were killed. Jiang Taiyu, Wan Tianhao, and the others desperately rushed out of the area covered by the formation. In the sky, chaotic wind and cloud shot out arrows continuously, but they were all destroyed by the dense sword chi in the formation. It was a top-tier level 6 formation, the Sword Howling Thunder formation. Chapter 795. 795 God-tier Heaven's favorite, Long Qianli. He learned this killing formation from Lian Tsang. In fact, the formation that Lu Ming had set up was not the complete version of the Sword Whistling Thunder formation. The complete version of the Sword Howling Thunder formation was a peak grade level 6 formation. Even experts at the peak of the Spirit Sea realm would die if they stepped in. It was extremely powerful. Lu Ming had spent more than 10 minutes in the battle to set it up in a hurry. Naturally, it could not be that powerful, but it was enough to deal with Wang Haotian and the rest. Wang Haotian, Jiang Taiyu and the others tried their best to rush out of the formation, leaving 5 or 6 corpses in the formation. Damn it! Wang Haotian roared in anger. Not only did he not get the token he wanted, but Wang Kong was also left behind. If news of this got back to the Wang family, it would be a heavy blow to his reputation. This formation of his was set up at the last minute, so its power is limited. As long as we keep attacking, we'll be able to exhaust the energy of this great formation, and then we'll kill our way in. Wan Fengyun said with a dark expression. All right, we'll take turns to attack. Wang Haotian said. Immediately they made the necessary arrangements. Wan Fengyun was the first to attack. Arrows streaked across the sky like meteors and shot toward the formation below. However, sword chi whistled through the formation and blocked all the arrows. Little Qing, Fatty, you guys focus on recuperating. They won't be able to break in. Lu Ming said as he sat cross-legged at the entrance of the cave. His psyche fire was so strong that he could continuously inscribe new inscriptions and inject them into the formation. The attacks of Wan Fengyun and the others were simply unable to break through it. Xian Yanqing, Kong Jin, Wan Tingting and the others let out a long breath and relaxed. They began to channel their energy to heal and recover. Lu Ming looked at Jian Filiu, who was in the cave, with a worried look. If Jian Filiu wanted to recover, he needed a treasure to replenish his bloodline power. He could only wait until the matter here was over before looking for a treasure to replenish his bloodline power. Fortunately, it should not be difficult to find treasures that could replenish bloodline power. Back in the Blazing Sun Empire, there were blood refinement crystals and blood refinement pills that could replenish bloodline power and increase the level of the second bloodline awakening. 9 dragons would naturally have no shortage of such treasures. However, it was a little inconvenient to carry Jian Fili like this. I wonder if I can store it in the Paragon Temple. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. A surge of quintessential essence rolled out and Jian Filiu's figure disappeared. As expected, Jian Filiu appeared in the Supreme Shrine. That's great. Lu Ming was overjoyed. It must be because there was no vitality in Jian Filiu's body that he could be stored. In the sky, Wan Fengyun kept attacking. After half an hour, it was Wang Haotian's turn. Just like that, time slowly passed. 1 hour, 2 hours. Very quickly, a day's time had passed. Not only did Wan Fengyun and the others fail to break through the Sword Howling Thunder formation, but they also exhausted themselves. Damn it, how did this happen? How can his spirit fire be so exuberant? Wang Haotian roared in anger. He was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. The others' eyes were also red as they glared at Lu Ming, who was sitting cross-legged at the entrance of the cave. "Little Qing fatty, how's your recovery?" Lu Ming asked. "I've fully recovered and I can fight a great battle now." The fatty grinned, revealing a trace of ferocity. "I've almost recovered," Xianxia said. "Then let's charge out," Lu Ming said. In terms of combat power, they were no match for Luan Fengyun and Wang Haotian. They could only rush out first, improve their cultivation and then kill them in the future. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. At this moment, a loud sound of something breaking through the air could be heard from afar. It was extremely fast, and by the time everyone heard it, more than a dozen figures had already appeared in the sky. These people were all young people. Each of them was wearing armor and a helmet, and their eyes were as sharp as knives. The one standing at the front was a young man with a fierce gaze like a wild beast. Di Tian's Imperial Guard, Long Qianli. Wan Fengyun couldn't help but cry out in alarm. The others, such as Wang Haotian and Jiang Taiyu, also exclaimed in shock. The surrounding spectators were even more shocked. They were not only shocked by the Ditian Divine Guards, but also by the young man Long Qianli. Long Qianli was ranked in the top 300 on the list of top 1,000 talents. He was a true god-level talent who had awakened a god-level bloodline. Wanfeng, how dare you? Supremacy Longjin was the commander of Emperor Heaven's Imperial Guards back then. You want to take his successor? Long Qianli's eyes swept over Luan Fengyun and the others. Long Qianli, Blue Gold Knight, has been dead for a long time. His inheritance has no owner. Why can't we take it? Wan Fengyun said. "Now that I've arrived, you can get lost. Venerable Longjin's inheritor, we're going to bring back Di Tian's Imperial Guards and train them to become Venerable Longjin's true inheritor." Long Qianli said coldly. He was not polite at all, not giving any face to Wan Fengyun and the others. The main forces of the Empyrean Divine Palace were divided into three major groups. The first group was the Empyrean Heavenly Imperial Guards, which were the direct guards of De and Martial Emperor. They were extremely powerful. One was the 6 great ancient families. There were also the sub-palaces in the various large regions. In fact, these three forces all obeyed Martial Emperor De and fought for him. However, they were not harmonious with each other. The majority of the Emperor Heaven Imperial Guards didn't come from noble backgrounds. Very few of them were descendants of the 6 great ancient clans. The majority of them were geniuses like Yen Kuangtu who came from small powers. They would continuously take in geniuses and nurture them to become the pillars of Di Tian's Imperial Guards. Back then, the 9 Sons Supreme had been one of the supreme commanders of the Ditian Royal Guards. Now Yen Kuangtu was also one of the supreme commanders. Therefore, the geniuses of the Imperial Sky Guards had never had a harmonious relationship with the geniuses of the 6 great ancient clans, and competition between them was common. After being berated by Long Qianli, Luan Fengyun's expression turned ugly. "Long Qianli, don't you go too far," Luan Fengyun sternly said. "I'm bullying you, what can you do? Do you want to fight me?" The ferocity in Long Qianli's eyes became even more intense, as if he was a ferocious beast that was about to attack. Today, besides me, Heavenly Brother Wang Hao and the other elites of the Jiang family are here too. We're not afraid of you," Wan Fengyun said coldly, a powerful aura exuding from his body. Wang Haotian appeared next to Wan Fengyun, and his aura began to emanate from his body. He looks like you all want to experience the power of a divine rank bloodline." Long Qianli's face turned even more ferocious and he sneered. Roar. All of a sudden, a dragon's roar resounded through the heavens and earth. A flood dragon rushed out from Long Qianli's body. The flood dragon was pitch black all over, and the most shocking thing was that it actually had 3 heads. This was a ferocious beast of the legends, the 3-headed demon flood dragon. It was incomparably powerful. It was said that the 3-headed demon flood dragon could even compete with some weaker true dragons. One could imagine how terrifying it was. On the 3-headed demon snake's body, a golden chakra attracted everyone's attention. The golden chakra was a god-level bloodline. A golden chakra was equivalent to a rank 1 divine bloodline. Chapter 796. 796 Leaving the 100 Venerated Mountains. A 9th-level king bloodline seemed to be only one level away from a 1st-level divine bloodline, but in essence they were worlds apart. There was no way to compare them. Those who had not awakened a divine bloodline would have limited future achievements. Only those who had awakened a divine bloodline could be considered a divine-level prodigy, and their future achievements would be limitless. The top 300 on the list of top 1,000 talents were all geniuses who had awakened divine bloodlines. Is this a divine bloodline? Lu Ming's eyes flashed with anticipation. At this moment, Long Qianli's body seemed to have turned into a ray of light and rushed into his blood. Kill. The 3-headed demon flood dragon actually opened its mouth, and its voice was exactly the same as Long Qianli's. It was as if the 3-headed demon flood dragon had come to life and had transformed into a real 3-headed demon flood dragon. Bloodline fusion. It was said that those who had awakened a divine bloodline could perform bloodline fusion. Their bodies would merge with the bloodline and transform into the form of the bloodline, erupting with terrifying combat power. The 3-headed demon flood dragon's massive claws swiped toward Luan Fengyun and the others. Let's join hands, let's join hands. Luan Fengyun roared. His eyes were filled with shock as a powerful aura burst forth from his body. He drew his bow and instantly shot out 9 arrows. They formed a line and shot towards the 3-headed demon flood dragon. At the same time, Wang Haotian, Jiang Taiyu and the rest also made their moves. They burst out together and attacked the 3-headed demon snake one after another. Clang. First, the 9 arrows were slapped away by the 3-headed demon flood dragon's claw. The huge claw continued to strike forward. Bang. Bang. Wan Fengyun, Wang Haotian and the others were all sent flying like cannonballs, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. With just one move, Wan Fengyun and the others were all injured. They looked at Long Qianli in shock. You want to fight with me? You're overestimating yourself. The 3-headed demon flood dragon spoke in the human language before rapidly shrinking. In the next moment, it had returned to Long Qianli's appearance and was looking at Wan Fengyun and the others with a ferocious expression. Crushing, completely crushing. The surrounding spectators were all extremely shocked. Is this the power of a divine bloodline? The fusion of bloodlines is indeed powerful. Lu Ming's eyes glimmered. Long Qianli's cultivation should be at the 5th level of the spiritual ocean tier. Although he was higher than Luan Fengyun and the others, it was difficult for ordinary heaven's favorites to completely suppress him. However, Long Qianli completely suppressed him. Moreover, no one knew how much strength he had used just now. As one's cultivation level increased, the power of the bloodline fusion would become even stronger. Do you all still want to continue fighting? Long Qianli's gaze swept across Luan Fengyun and the others, causing their expressions to change. Long Qianli, the god-grade geniuses of our 3 families aren't here today. Otherwise, we wouldn't be afraid of you. Luan Fengyun said through gritted teeth. Nonsense. Now get lost. Long Qianli said. Long Qianli, you can take away Lan Jin's inheritor, but the others are ours. Wang Haotian said. He still had not given up on the token on Lu Ming. Long Qianli frowned. He swept his gaze across Lu Ming and the rest before finally landing on Wan Tingting. He said, You're Blue Gold Knight's inheritor, right? Come with us. No. Lu Ming took a step forward and his voice was clear. Well, you want to stop me? Long Qianli's eyes turned cold. She's my friend. If you want to take her away and extract the inheritance from her soul, you'll have to get through me first. Lu Ming's gaze was extremely determined. Ha ha ha. Unexpectedly, Long Qianli burst into laughter and said, So that's what you're worried about. You don't have to worry about that. Do you think we're as disgusting as the 6 great ancient families? We'll bring her back, but we won't strip her of her inheritance. Instead, we'll nurture her and let her grow. Oh, how can I trust you? Lu Ming said. This point is very simple. In history, this young lady wasn't the only one who obtained the inheritance of an expert. In the end, those who joined the Emperor Heaven Imperial Guards were all nurtured and some even became supreme experts. No one was deprived of the inheritance. Who doesn't know about this? Long Qianli said. Lu Ming, I'll go with them. Di Tian's imperial guards have indeed never deprived others of their inheritance before, Wan Tingting said as she walked out of the cave. Wan Tingting knew very well that the best path for her now was to go to the Di Tian royal guards. If she did not go, the 6 great ancient families would not give up and she would implicate Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming and the rest were very clear about this. Young Master Long, I can go with you, but I have a condition. Wan Tingting said. What condition? Long Qianli said. I want them to leave this place with me. I'll let you all leave after we leave the 100 venerated mountains. Wan Tingting pointed at Lu Ming and the rest. No, they must stay. Wang Haotian shouted. Is it your turn to speak? Long Qianli's eyes darkened. He looked at Wang Haotian, who turned pale. The few of you have protected your friends to the end and fought against powerful enemies. I admire geniuses and heroes with true personalities the most. Even if you didn't say anything, I would have done it. All right, let's go out together. Long Qianli shouted. Lu Ming, let's leave this place together. He said. Wan Tingting looked at Lu Ming, Xianxia and the rest. All right. Lu Ming nodded. For now, it was better to leave this place first and then improve his cultivation. Lu Ming waved his hand and the sword-whistling thunder formation disappeared. Let's go. Long Qianli took the lead and Lu Ming and the rest followed him as they flew outside. Damn it. Wang Haotian roared, his eyes flashing with cold killing intent. Inform the family. We can't let these people off so easily. Wan Fengyun also said coldly. They sent the news to their families. Lu Ming and the rest left the 100 Venoms mountain very quickly and flew to the west. The Wang family's dragon vein was at the easternmost end, while the Di Tian imperial guards were at the center of 9 dragons. They were at least 10 million miles away from here. After flying for a few 100,000 miles, they stopped. Tingting, we won't send you off. Take care. Kong Jin said reluctantly. Yeah, you guys too. I'll go back to find you guys when I'm successful in my cultivation. Wan Tingting said. Tingting, goodbye. Lu Ming and Xianxia also bade farewell to Wan Tingting. Lu Ming cupped his fists at Long Qianli and said, Brother Long, Lu Ming has something to ask. Is there any place in 9 dragons that can replenish his blood essence? The blood pool is the most suitable place to replenish the power of the bloodline. It is a high-level cultivation holy land. You can accumulate the power of the bloodline in there and it will be of great help to awaken the 3rd bloodline. However, you need a token to enter. Long Qianli said. Blood pool. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Lu Ming, this jade talisman is for you. It has records of some of the cultivation sanctuaries in 9 dragons. There are ordinary ones and high-level ones. However, only those who are qualified can enter the high-level cultivation sanctuaries. You can take a look. Long Qianli threw a jade talisman to Lu Ming. Chapter 797. 797 Setting up an array and fishing. Thank you very much. Lu Ming took it and said. No need to be polite, let's go. Long Qianli smiled and left with the imperial guards and Wan Tingting. Fatty, stop looking. He's gone far. Lu Ming patted Kong Jin's shoulder when he saw that he was still staring in the direction where Wan Tingting had left. I didn't expect that you, Fatty, would be so loyal. Xianxia pouted. Of course, don't you know who I am? A lamb leg had appeared in Kong Jin's hand and he began to gnaw on it. Didn't you want me to introduce Xiaoqing's sister to you? Lu Ming whispered to the fatty. Fatty's body immediately straightened and his eyes shone brightly. Of course, I have to introduce her. Tingting is Tingting, but Miss Xiaoqing's sister is her sister. They're different. Shameless. The 2 of them are shameless jackals of the same tribe. Xianxia chided and glared at Lu Ming. Fatty chuckled and asked while gnawing on the leg of lamb, Lu Ming, where are we going now? I definitely can't go to the 100 venerated mountains. Let's go to the blood pool first and save Brother Jian. Little Qing, Fatty, you guys didn't take part in the Tower of 100 Talents assessment, did you? Lu Ming said. The Tower of 100 Supremes. Xianxia and Fatty were both confused. If you pass the test of the Tower of 100 Supremes, you will be able to obtain a token that will lead you to a higher cultivation holy land. With your talents, it will not be a problem for you to pass the test. We will return to the 100 Supremes mountain first. After you have obtained the token, we will go to the blood pool together. Lu Ming said. Not only could the blood pool heal Jian Filiu, but they could also accumulate the power of their bloodline in preparation for awakening a third bloodline. Go back to the 100 venerated mountains? Do you want to go back in disguise? Xianxia said. Lu Ming nodded. Lu Ming, you guys should stop chatting. You're in danger. Dandan suddenly said. The few of them were shocked. Dandan, what's going on? Lu Ming asked. As soon as you left the 100 venerated mountains, you were targeted. I guess it won't be long before some experts come to kill you. Dandan said. Lu Ming frowned. Dandan's senses were very strong. He should be right. Who was that? They had been targeted as soon as they left the 100 venerated mountains. Could it be that they were from the Wang clan or the Wan clan? Let's go. Lu Ming said. Then they flew toward a vast mountain. Not long after they landed in a valley. Lu Ming began to inscribe runes in the valley. The runes sank into the ground one after another. A few minutes later, a light screen flashed and enveloped them inside. Following that, Lu Ming inscribed an array that concealed their auras for himself, Xianxia, and Fatty to completely conceal their auras. This is an illusory formation. From the outside we can't be seen at all. We can only see a pile of rubble. I'd like to see who wants to deal with us. Lu Ming said coldly. Not long after, there was a whistling sound and at least a dozen figures flew over. These people were dressed in black robes and looked rather old. They were definitely not young. They stopped above the valley and looked around. They should be coming this way. What's going on? This time we can't let them get away. They have to die for killing our Shangguan clan's chosen warrior. Also, the elders have instructed us to do it discreetly. We can't let anyone find out. We'll do it secretly. An old voice filled with cold killing intent could be heard. After that, the dozen of them split into several groups and chased in different directions. So it's the Shangguan family. There was a flash of killing intent in Lu Ming's eyes. After beating up the young, the old would come and assassinate them in the dark. This was the style of the great aristocratic families. They were really despicable and shameless. Lu Ming, what are you going to do? Xianxia looked at Lu Ming. Since they're coming, I'll take them all out at once. I'm short of spiritual crystals anyway. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Haha, that's what I like. Kong Jing laughed. Lu Ming immediately started to inscribe a large inscription formation on the spot. At first he inscribed a few illusionary formations that covered the entire valley. Then he began to inscribe killing formations. This time, Lu Ming spent a day to inscribe Tulavir level 6 formations in the valley. Among them, the sword whistling thunder formation was the main one. With the current strength of my mental energy fire, I'm still unable to completely inscribe the sword howling thunder formation. However, those people from the Shangguan clan have the highest cultivation, which should be at the 7th level of the spiritual ocean realm. It's enough to kill a 7th level spiritual ocean realm expert. Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. Let's get them to come over now. Lu Ming smiled. Lu Ming dispelled the array that concealed their aura and the illusory array that enveloped them. The three of them were instantly exposed in the valley. After that, the three of them sat down cross-legged in the valley and began to cultivate. Powerful auras burst out without any concealment. Tens of thousands of miles away, a few black-robed men were flying. What's going on? We've been searching for so long, but we still haven't found those little brats. Where did they go? Could it be that they've already left this place? Someone growled. Hold your horses. According to the aura detected by the formation plate, they should be in this area. Let's continue our search. The leader of the group said in an old voice. At this moment, the leading old man suddenly stopped. There's a reaction. The old man was holding an array disc in his hand. At this moment there was a spot glowing on the array disk. "Gather the others," the leading old man said. Soon more than a dozen people gathered from all directions. They flew in the direction of Lu Ming and the others at top speed. Not long after they appeared above the valley where Lu Ming and the others were. Lu Ming, Xianxia and Kong Jin suddenly opened their eyes. They seemed to be surprised, and stood up one after another. "Everyone, what's the matter?" Lu Ming asked insincerely. "I'm here to kill you," the old man in the lead said. "Kill us? Who are you people?" Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. Xianxia and Kong Jin also pretended that their expressions had changed. "Hehe, you don't have to ask about this. Go to hell and find out. You guys go and kill them." The old man waved his hand and the three black-robed men charged down. Their auras exploded and they launched a frenzied attack on Lu Ming and the other two. However, the three of them didn't activate their bloodlines as if they didn't want to expose their identities. The three of them were all at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier, and their combat strength was extremely terrifying. That old man is really cautious. Lu Ming had a thought. It was obvious that the old man in the lead had sent out 3 people to test the waters. Lu Ming, Xianxia and Kong Jin stood together. They did not seek to achieve any merits, but they did not want to make any mistakes. They resisted with all their might. Now was not the time to activate the big array. What Lu Ming wanted was to wipe them all out. With the 3 of them working together and cooperating with each other, 3 experts at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier couldn't break through their defense at all. The 6 of them were locked in a battle. "These people have a lot of top-grade spiritual crystals. Let's find a place to cultivate," Lu Ming said. He grabbed the storage rings of the 15 people and devoured their blood essence. The blood essence of these 15 people was too strong. He had a feeling that he couldn't control it and he urgently needed to find a place to cultivate. Lu Ming waved his hand and flames appeared, burning the 15 corpses into ashes. Then the 3 of them left the place and flew into the distance. After 200,000 miles they found a hidden cave and walked in. "Take a look at these storage rings. I'm going to start cultivating." With that, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and focused on refining the blood essence. Previously, in the great battle with the Wang, Jiang and Luan families at the 100 Venerated Mountain, he had killed 6 experts at the 5th level of the spiritual ocean tier and refined their blood essence. Lu Ming could feel that the prison-suppressing steel bloodline was getting closer and closer to advancing. It was as if he could already see the level of the divine bloodline. While Lu Ming was refining the blood essence with all his might, Xianxia and Kong Jin were also cultivating. 15 martial artists, the lowest at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean tier, and 5 at the 7th level. The power of blood essence was too strong. It was constantly refined and gushed into the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. This time the refinement took 3 days. Buzz. Above Lu Ming's head, the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline started to shake crazily. The 9 Asilavir chakra glowed with a dazzling light like 9 Asilavir suns. Xianxia and Kong Jin both opened their eyes and looked at Lu Ming. Suddenly their eyes widened and their mouths opened wide. Xianxia's mouth was wide open enough to swallow a large lamb leg. The 9 Asilavir chakras on the prison-suppressing steel were slowly gathering towards the bottom. At first 2 chakras merged together, then 3 chakras merged together. In the end the 9 Asilavir chakras merged together. When they did, they emitted a golden light instead of a Asilavir light. At the same time the size of the prison-suppressing steel also expanded rapidly, becoming more majestic and tall. On it there was a primitive, ancient and heavy aura, as if it had come from the ancient times, crossing time and space, giving people a strong pressure. The clouds and mist above it had also become lighter, allowing people to see the lines on the prison-suppressing steel more clearly. A golden chakra was circling the prison-suppressing steel. God, the divine bloodline has been upgraded to the divine bloodline. Kong Jin looked on in a daze, dumbfounded. Xianxia was still fine because she had long known that Lu Ming's blood meridian would level up. Although she was shocked, she did not lose her composure. Finally, I've upgraded to a divine bloodline. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. There was a strange feeling in his heart. He felt that he could turn into a prison-suppressing steel at any time and suppress all his enemies. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait any longer. Suddenly, he felt that he had turned into a light and entered the prison-suppressing steel. At this moment, the aura of the prison-suppressing steel grew. An even more wonderful feeling was born. Lu Ming felt as if he was a prison-suppressing steel. Prison-suppressing heaven art. Lu Ming felt that he could still cast the prison-suppressing heaven technique even if he transformed into the prison-suppressing steel. Moreover, its power was much stronger than his. Buzz. In the next moment, the prison-suppressing steel shrunk and finally turned into Lu Ming's figure on the ground. Lu Ming, your blood meridian can actually be upgraded. Amazing, amazing. Kong Jin's fat body seemed to be weightless. He appeared beside Lu Ming in a flash. His small eyes widened to the maximum. He circled Lu Ming and swept his gaze around. Chapter 799. 799 Meeting Wang Haotian again. Fatty, this is a secret technique that I comprehended from my bloodline. It can devour blood essence and increase the grade of my bloodline. Lu Ming said. Fatty's empty character was naturally unspeakable. For Wan Tingting, he was willing to risk his life and fight against the chaotic family. At the same time, in order not to implicate them, he didn't send them any voice transmissions at the beginning. They could be said to have experienced life and death battles. Lu Ming naturally trusted him. Moreover, if they were to travel together more often in the future, the matter of his blood meridian would naturally not be kept a secret. Therefore, Lu Ming did not hide the fact that his blood meridian had leveled up. Of course, he also didn't mention the bloodline of the 9 dragons, only the secret skill in the bloodline. Bloodline secret skill. Amazing. Amazing. Why don't I have such an amazing secret skill? The fatty pulled a long face and suddenly reached out his hand, fumbling all over Lu Ming's body. Hey fatty, what are you doing? I don't have that kind of fetish. Lu Ming retreated and said. Let me take a look, let me study it. Fatty's small eyes glowed. Lu Ming directly kicked the fatty, causing him to fall flat on his face. Fatty, this is the secret of my bloodline. You can't tell anyone. Lu Ming urged. I know, let me study it. Fatty still didn't give up. Get lost. This time it was not Lu Ming who spoke. It was Xianxia. She glared at the fatty with an unfriendly gaze, a lotus flower dancing in the air between her fingers. Fatty immediately became obedient and muttered, You only care about your own man. You even hit your friends. I'm so miserable. Xianxia's eyes twitched and his face turned red. Lu Ming looked at Xianxia with a smile and said, Your cultivation broke through to the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier. He realized that Xianxia and Fatty had made a breakthrough in the past few days. He had been refining the blood essence with all his might, but he had also sensed something along the way. Yes, that's right. Xianxia nodded. It's useless even if I break through. I can't beat a freak like you. You actually upgraded to a divine bloodline. Once the bloodlines merge, there's no point in fighting. Fatty muttered. Then all of you should also awaken your 3rd bloodline as soon as possible. Let's go, we will return to the 100 Venerated Mountain now. All of you will go to the 100 Venerated Tower and obtain the token. After that, we will go to the blood pool together. Lu Ming said. Of course, they would not go back like this. Instead, they changed their appearances. At their level, it was easy to change their appearance and figure. They only needed to control their muscles and bones. The main thing was the aura. No matter how the appearance of the bone armor changed, the aura would not change. However, this was simple. Lu Ming immediately inscribed an array to conceal their aura on the 3 of them and concealed all their auras. Since he couldn't change it, he just had to restrain himself. The 3 of them changed their appearance and body shape, changed their clothes and flew toward the 100 Venerated Mountain. Half a day later, they returned to the 100 Supremes Mountain and headed straight for the 100 Supremes Pagoda. There were still a few people watching at the bottom of the tower. At this moment someone was challenging the tower. However, the highest level was only the 6th level. Not long after, everyone failed. When the light on the 6th floor dimmed, Xianxia and Kong Jin rushed into the Tower of 100 Talents. There were a few other people with him. Lu Ming was standing there and watching. He wasn't too worried. Xianxia and Kong Jin's wills were both very strong and had been comprehended to a very deep level. Moreover, they were both fused together. It shouldn't be a problem for him to pass the Tower of 100 Talents. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, a violent sonic boom came from the sky. A hot aura spread down, and a figure covered in purple flames flew over at high speed. Boom. With a loud boom, a figure landed on the ground. Wave after wave of scorching aura came. Lu Ming looked over. Then his eyes flashed with killing intent. This person was Wang Haotian. Get lost. Wang Haotian shouted and strode forward. The others quickly stepped back and gave Wang Haotian the best spot. However, Lu Ming stood still. You're not retreating. Wang Haotian looked at Lu Ming coldly. Wang Haotian had been very unhappy these days. He brought Wang Kong and Jian Filiu with him, planning to get the token of a higher cultivation sanctuary from Lu Ming. In the end, not only did he not get the token, but Wang Kong died and he was injured. Because of this, he was even reprimanded by the elders in his family. In the past few days he had healed his injuries and planned to challenge the Tower of 100 Supremes again, hoping to obtain a token. Now when he told the others to get lost, there were actually still people who didn't retreat. Was he not giving him face? Wang Haotian was furious. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile as he looked at Wang Haotian coldly. His original plan was to go to the blood pool and save Jian Filiu. Then he would go to other cultivation sanctuaries and cultivate for a while to improve his cultivation. After that he would find an opportunity to kill Wang Haotian. However, he did not expect Wang Haotian to offer himself. Lu Ming did not mind taking action now. Seeing that Lu Ming dared to look at him like that, Wang Haotian's anger grew. Brat, you're staring at me like that. There's no need for your eyes to exist anymore. Wang Haotian's body emitted a cold killing intent. At this moment the Tower of 100 Supremes lit up one level after another. Soon the 5th level lit up and the next moment the 6th level lit up as well. Lu Ming knew that it would not take long for Xianxia and the rest to reach the 9th level. Since that was the case, he might as well get rid of Wang Haotian. Wang Haotian, I said I would kill you. Have you forgotten so quickly? The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled up as he spoke coldly. Wang Haotian's expression changed when he heard Lu Ming's voice. It's you, Lu Ming. The bone armor on Lu Ming's body moved. The next moment he returned to his original appearance. It's really you, Lu Ming. I didn't expect you to dare to come back and show yourself in front of me. Good. This time I'll see who can save you. Wang Haotian was ecstatic. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that Lu Ming was still in the 100 Venerated Mountains. He thought that Lu Ming had left long ago and headed to other more advanced cultivation places. Moreover, Lu Ming did not have any companions by his side. This made him even happier. Why are you so happy? You weren't my match that day, so why would I need anyone to save you? Lu Ming sneered. That day you only relied on your formation. Today I won't give you a chance. Kill. With that, Wang Haotian suddenly exploded. A scorching aura filled the air. He had used all his strength. He wanted to use violent attacks to completely suppress Lu Ming so that he would not have the chance to inscribe inscriptions. Why do I need inscriptions to deal with you? Lu Ming sneered and struck with his palm. Boom. The next moment Wang Haotian's body trembled. The flames on his body flickered. He retreated quickly and almost spat out blood. How could this be? How did your attack become so much stronger? Wang Haotian shouted in disbelief. Chapter 800. 800 Killing Wang Haotian. He had used all his strength but was pushed back by Lu Ming's palm. Lu Ming's cultivation was clearly only at the 2nd level of the spiritual ocean tier. It was the same as a few days ago. Why did his attack suddenly increase so much? Lu Ming's palm seemed to have the power to suppress everything. It was extremely terrifying. I've said it before, I don't need inscriptions to kill you. Kill. Lu Ming's killing intent burst out. He took a big step forward and his palm was like a divine monument, slashing toward Wang Haotian. The prison-suppressing heavenly technique would become stronger as the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel leveled up. The prison-suppressing steel's bloodline had reached the divine level, and the prison-suppressing heavenly technique's power was equivalent to the 6th stage of a demigod-level martial technique. Its power was more than 10 times stronger than before. Although Lu Ming's cultivation level had not changed, his combat strength had increased by a large margin. Wang Haotian was shocked and furious. He used all his strength to block the attack, but he was still completely suppressed by Lu Ming. He was forced to retreat and cough up blood. Below the tower, the other people were even more dumbfounded. A few days ago, Lu Ming had stopped the 9 geniuses of the 3 aristocratic families almost by himself, shocking the 100 Venerates mountain. They did not expect that the person who was standing beside them just now was Lu Ming. And now Lu Ming had exploded with terrifying combat strength. He did not use the Tao of inscription. He suppressed Wang Haotian with pure combat strength, leaving Wang Haotian unable to fight back. How did Lu Ming's combat strength increase so much in just a few days? Bang! Lu Ming struck out with his palm. Wang Haotian's arm cracked and his bone armor was broken. He spat out blood and was sent flying. He was no match for Lu Ming. Lu Ming, just you wait. Wang Haotian roared and turned to run. Lu Ming sneered and gave chase. After 1,000 miles, Lu Ming suddenly accelerated and stood in front of Wang Haotian. There's no one here now, just in time to kill you. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. You want to kill me? Although your combat strength is stronger than mine, you want to kill me? Dream on. Wang Haotian shouted. Is that so? The sneer at the corner of Lu Ming's mouth became even more intense. The next moment. Buzz. The prison-suppressing steel appeared above Lu Ming's head. The dazzling golden light almost blinded Wang Haotian. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he roared in disbelief. Divine bloodline. You've awakened a divine bloodline. His voice was filled with shock, jealousy, hatred, and fear. He was determined to use the token to go to the blood pool, accumulate the power of his bloodline, awaken a divine bloodline and become a divine-level genius. But now Lu Ming was the first to succeed in his unfulfilled wish. How could he not be jealous? He was also terrified because he knew how terrifying a divine bloodline was. Run. Without thinking, he turned around and fled. It's too late to escape now. Lu Ming's body turned into a ray of light and entered the prison-suppressing steel's blood meridian. Buzz. The prison-suppressing steel's bloodline trembled. It pierced through the space and pressed down on Wang Haotian like an ancient mountain. Wang Haotian had nowhere to run. He was terrified by the terrifying pressure. All his attacks and defenses were useless in front of the prison-suppressing steel. No, my sister will take revenge for me. Wang Haotian shouted, and then his voice stopped abruptly. Under the suppression of the prison-suppressing steel, Wang Haotian was torn into pieces and died on the spot. The prison-suppressing steel shrunk and turned back into Lu Ming. He waved his hand and put away Wang Haotian's storage ring, devouring his blood essence. Then flames appeared and turned Wang Haotian's body into ashes. In a flash, Lu Ming left the place and returned to the Tower of 100 Supremes. Of course, he had already changed his form again. At this moment, the 8th floor of the Tower of 100 Supremes had already lit up. The few people at the bottom of the tower did not even notice his return. They just stared at the Tower of 100 Supremes in a daze. They were naturally shocked that someone had made it to the 8th level. The 9th floor has lit up. Someone suddenly exclaimed. It's really the 9th floor. Someone else has made it to the 9th floor. Is it one of the two? A woman and a fatty. The others have all come out. Only the 2 of them are left. Amazing. The others sighed. Lu Ming smiled faintly. In the Wang family, at the head of the dragon's vein, there was a chain of volcanoes that erupted all year round. Because this was the dragon's vein, the temperature of the flames here was frighteningly high, hundreds of times higher than ordinary volcanoes. Suddenly, an angry roar came from one of the volcanoes. The next moment, a firebird made of flames flew out of the volcano and turned into a beautiful woman. However, the woman's body exuded an extremely cold, killing intent, and the hot flames seemed to be able to burn through the world. Haotian, who killed you? I will make your murderer suffer the most painful torture in the world. The woman spat out a cold and ruthless killing intent. She raised her hand. There was a jade tablet in her palm with the words, Wang Haotian written on it. However, the jade tablet had already been torn into pieces. This was Wang Haotian's life token. If the life token was broken, it meant that he was dead. There were also other Wang family members cultivating in the volcano range. At this moment, a voice was heard. What happened? Wang Haotian is going crazy. I don't know. Did something happen to Wang Haotian? It's no small matter for a god-tier heaven's favorite to go crazy. This is not something we can interfere in. Then the voice died down. Wang Haotian's figure disappeared in a flash and soon appeared in Wang Haotian's courtyard. After a while, Wang Haotian left Wang Haotian's courtyard and flew toward the 100 Venerated Mountain. 100 Venerates Mountain, 100 Venerates Pagoda. Lu Ming looked up at the 9th level. Suddenly, all the lights on the 9th floor dimmed and disappeared. Not long after, the Tower of 100 Supremes glowed. Xianxia and Kong Jin appeared in the air at the same time and descended. The other people's gazes fell on them in unison. How is it? Lu Ming asked. If I take action, there will naturally be no problem. Kong Jin grinned. Xianxia also nodded. It was obvious that both of them had obtained tokens. All right, let's leave this place immediately. We'll leave the 100 Venerated Mountains, Lu Ming said. From the beginning he didn't know why, but he had a bad feeling in his heart as if a crisis was coming. Xianxia and Kong Jin nodded. The three of them turned into 3 rays of light and left the place. They headed towards the exit at top speed. Soon they exited the exit and flew towards the west. Their destination was the blood pool. Not long after they left, Wang Haotian arrived and rushed into the 100 Venerated Mountain. God-tier prodigy Wang Haotian. Why is she here? One of the old men guarding the entrance asked in bewilderment. At the foot of the tower, a few young men were still in shock. They were shocked that 2 people had actually made it to the 9th floor. They were guessing if the 2 of them had obtained the token. What was his identity? He was actually so powerful. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended. The cold killing intent mixed with the hot aura and pressed down on their bodies. Their bodies trembled and they knelt on the ground. Wang Haotian's eyes were cold and his killing intent was as cold as ice as he stepped through the air. Because everyone can only enter the blood pool once. Lu Ming and the rest nodded. Long Qianli's Jade Talisman had introduced this rule. Some high-level cultivation holy lands had very strict restrictions. Everyone could only enter the blood pool once and leave their aura here. If they came again in the future, they would be able to detect it. The 3 of them left their auras on one of the stone tablets. You guys go in. Remember, do what you can and don't die in there. You only have half a month. You must come out after half a month. The middle-aged man ordered. Many thanks, Senior. Lu Ming cupped his fists and the 3 of them stepped into the cave. As for the middle-aged man, he continued to sit cross-legged on the side. The cave was very deep. The 3 of them walked for 1,000 meters and suddenly saw an open space. The inside of the mountain was empty and there was a huge blood pool. This blood pool was at least a few thousand meters long, and it was filled with blood-red liquid. It looked like fresh blood, but there was no smell of blood. At this moment, Lu Ming felt a slight tingling sensation on his spine below the 9 dragons bloodline and the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. What a dense bloodline power. Kong Jin praised. It's said that the blood pool has an infinite depth. No one knows where it leads to, but the power of the bloodline comes from the infinite depth. It's really wonderful. Furthermore, although the blood pool contains the power of the bloodline, it also contains an ancient murderous aura and killing intent. It is extremely powerful. The deeper we go, the more powerful it will be. We have to be careful later. Let's go down, Lu Ming said. You be careful too, Xianxia whispered. The fatty nodded and the three of them jumped into the blood pool. Kill! Roar! The moment Lu Ming jumped into the blood pool, shocking battle cries rang out from all directions. There were also the roars of ferocious beasts and demonic beasts. Endless killing intent rushed towards Lu Ming. This kind of killing intent could affect one's mind, and if it was stronger, it could even directly cut off one's soul and obliterate one's life force. However, at the same time, the bright red liquid in all directions contained a powerful and majestic bloodline power. This liquid was neither blood nor essence blood. It was formed from the power of the blood. A red light flashed on Lu Ming's spine and formed a vortex. The endless power of the blood meridian around him was absorbed and integrated into his spine. The power of the bloodline could be accumulated in the spine. The stronger it was, the higher the level of the bloodline that would be awakened in the future. Although Lu Ming had the 9 dragons bloodline and could devour blood essence to increase his strength, if the level of his 3rd bloodline was higher, it would save him a lot of trouble in the future. Why not? The bloodline power here was not strong enough. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he sank. The further down he went, the stronger his bloodline power became. However, the killing intent and baleful qi in the surroundings also became stronger. Where did this bloodline power come from? Where did the depths of the blood pool lead to? There was actually bloodline power constantly surging out. Could it be leading to a battlefield? Lu Ming's imagination ran wild. There were many wondrous places in the world. Some of them could not even be found by martial emperors. Very quickly, Lu Ming had sunk 100 meters. The power of the blood meridian was even more concentrated here. Lu Ming focused his mind on his spine and the suction force suddenly exploded. It was even more terrifying as it continuously absorbed the power of the blood meridian in the surroundings. Chapter 802. 802 Chapter 802 Mutation. I wonder if Brother Jian can withstand it. Lu Ming pondered and decided to let Jian Filiu out to absorb the power of the blood meridian again to recover. With a wave of his hand, Jian Filiu's figure appeared, floating in the air. Brother Jian's bloodline won't actively absorb the surrounding bloodline power. After a while, Lu Ming realized that Jian Filiu's spine did not absorb the power of the blood meridian. Let me give him a hand. Lu Ming circulated his essential core and controlled the power of the blood meridian. It surged into Jian Filiu's neck. However, the power of the blood meridian dissipated very quickly and was not absorbed. How could this be? Could it be that Brother Jian is on the verge of death and has lost his consciousness so he can't absorb the power of the bloodline? What should we do? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anxiety. If he couldn't absorb the power of bloodline, how could he save Jian Filiu? Lu Ming, let me do it. I have a way to let the power of the blood meridian flow into his neck. Although it's a little slow, it's more or less useful. Dandan appeared on Lu Ming's shoulder and said. Really? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Nonsense, the things that this lord knows are not things that you can imagine. When this lord fully recovers, don't cry and ask this lord to be your master. Dandan said proudly. After that, Dandan flew in front of Jian Filiu and waved its claws. Runes entered Jian Filiu's body. Then it waved its claws and the surrounding bloodline power was drawn into Jian Filiu's spine, slowly seeping in. It was really useful. Lu Ming was relieved. What is it? Get lost. Just as Lu Ming was about to absorb the power of the blood meridian in peace, Dandan suddenly let out a loud, angry cry. What's going on? Lu Ming was shocked. Lu Ming, something is invading Jian Filiu's body. I can sense it but I can't stop it. Dandan shouted. What? There's something. What's in the blood pool? Lu Ming was shocked. My cultivation has been crippled and my bloodline has been exhausted. I'll have to start all over again. I'll break and rebuild. A burst of laughter suddenly came from Jian Filiu's body. It was full of excitement. Lu Ming was shocked and shouted, "Who are you? Hurry up and get out of Brother Jian's body." "Who am I? It's just a wisp of a remnant soul. It should have sunk into eternal oblivion, but it was awakened by this kid." Jian Feifu's voice came out of his body again, and at the same time, a blood-red light spread out. "Remnant soul? You want to take over my body?" Lu Ming was shocked. At this moment, Xianxia and Kong Jin also arrived at top speed. "Lu Ming, what's going on?" Xianxia asked. "There's a soul fragment here that wants to possess Brother Jian," Lu Ming said. Xianxia and Kong Jin were both shocked. "Haha, possession. Little guy, you really think too highly of me. I only have a wisp of my soul left and can turn into dust at any time, so how can I possess you? It's just that this little guy is suitable to inherit my legacy." The sound of Jian Feilu's body rang out. "How can I believe your words?" Lu Ming's eyes were cold. "Little fellow, even if you don't believe it, you have to believe it. Ha." As he laughed, Jian Filiu's body was covered with bloodlight and he suddenly fell down rapidly. "Stop." Lu Ming was shocked and chased down. However, the resistance in the blood pool was very strong. Lu Ming's speed was far from Jian Filiu's speed. Lu Ming chased for 2,000 meters, but Jian Filiu's body was getting further and further down. Kill, kill. Endless killing intent surged from all directions. Lu Ming's face turned pale. The further down he went, the more intense the murderous aura and killing intent became. Even with Lu Ming's mental fortitude, it was very difficult for him to resist. After a few more breaths, Jian Filiu's body disappeared completely and sank into the endless blood pool. "Damn it!" Lu Ming roared angrily. "Lu Ming, this is not your fault." Xianxia swam over and said. Her face was also a little pale. Fatty also swam over, but he didn't say much. "Lu Ming, maybe the voice was right. It's just a wisp of a remnant soul that can't possess someone. Maybe it's really looking for a successor?" Dandan frowned. "You're confident." Lu Ming said. "No, I didn't." Dandan shook her head. Lu Ming could not wait to throw Dandan out. "Little Qing, Fatty, wait for me here. I'll go down and take a look." With that, Lu Ming continued to head down. The killing intent in the surroundings grew stronger and stronger. The terrifying murderous aura and killing intent had already made Lu Ming's soul tremble. Lu Ming dove for another 1,000 meters. The murderous aura and killing intent here had reached a terrifying level. Not only could it obliterate souls, but it could also obliterate the physical body. Lu Ming felt a tearing pain in his body and his soul. Unfortunately, Jian Filiu was still nowhere to be seen. Damn it! Lu Ming was a little indignant, but he could not continue. If he continued, he would be in danger. Feeling helpless, Lu Ming could only go up. He had never thought that he would end up like this when he came to the blood pool to save Jian Filiu. He could only hope that Jian Filiu was fine. "Lu Ming, this might be an opportunity for Jian Filiu. You don't have to blame yourself," Xianxia advised. "Don't worry, I'm fine. Let's continue to accumulate the power of the blood meridian," Lu Ming said. The three of them went up and found a more suitable place to absorb the power of the bloodline. Once they got used to it, they would continue down. The further down he went, the more concentrated his bloodline power became. Time passed day by day. The power of the blood meridian accumulated at Lu Ming's spine was getting stronger and stronger. The blood-red light glowed as if something powerful was about to be born. Just half a day after they entered the blood pool, Wang Haoxian also arrived. "Wang Haoxian, you've already entered the blood pool and awakened your divine bloodline. The blood pool is useless to you now. What are you doing here?" The middle-aged man opened his eyes and looked at Wang Haoxian. "Senior, I'm here to ask about a few people. There are 3 of them. One of them is a fatty and the other is an extremely beautiful woman." Wang Haoxian described the appearance of the 3 of them. "They entered the blood pool half a day ago. If you want to find them, you can only wait for them to come out." After saying that, the middle-aged man closed his eyes. "It's really here. A cold killing intent flashed in Wang Haoxian's eyes. He retreated and sat cross-legged on another mountain peak a few miles away from the blood pool, guarding it. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The time was up and they had to leave. The third servant rushed out of the blood pool and stood beside it. Lu Ming noticed that Xianxia and his spine were emitting shocking fluctuations, as if something was about to break out of the cocoon. However, after a while, the blood-red aura slowly converged and the fluctuations at their spines slowly hid. It was the same for Lu Ming. He also hid at his spine. Lu Ming felt that it was a pity. It seemed that the third bloodline could not be awakened yet. There seemed to be some missing conditions. Chapter 803. 803 The terrifying Wang Haoxian. Xianxia and Kong Jin were the same. Their third bloodline didn't awaken. The power of his bloodline had clearly accumulated to a great extent, but it had yet to awaken. Lu Ming glanced at the blood pool and sighed softly. Then he strode out. There was still no news of Jian Filiu. It was as if he had sunk into the endless depths of the blood pool. The three of them walked out of the cave and flew toward the center of 9 dragons. Their next step was to go to another high-level cultivation holy land, the Heaven Vault Relic. It was said that there were many god-grade geniuses cultivating there. The moment the three of them walked out of the cave, a figure soared into the sky tens of miles away, chasing after Lu Ming and the rest. After flying for a few hundred miles, Lu Ming and the other two suddenly stopped in their tracks. This was because they realized that there was a cold killing intent behind them that was spreading toward them. Buzz. A ray of purple light streaked through the air and appeared in front of them. She was a beautiful woman, but her eyes were cold and the killing intent on her body was cold. The Wang clan. Lu Ming frowned. You are Lu Ming? Wang Haoxian's gaze fell on Lu Ming. Not bad. Lu Ming said. His brows furrowed even more tightly because he could sense an extremely dangerous aura from this lady. Very good. Did you kill my brother Wang Haotian? Wang Haoxian said coldly. Wang Haotian is your brother? Lu Ming said. He suddenly remembered that before Wang Haotian died, he had shouted that his sister would avenge him. Speak, did you kill him? Wang Haoxian shouted, his killing intent even colder. I say, beautiful lady, if we kill him then we kill him. Your brother deserves to be killed. If you want to avenge him, we'll take you on. Kong Jin shouted. Good, very good. The three of you will be buried with my brother. Terrifying flames rose from Wang Haoxian's body and a powerful aura burst out. Kill. Wang Haoxian was extremely violent. He threw a punch at Lu Ming and a fiery fist radiance was blasted towards him. A vacuum tunnel was created in the sky. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. This punch gave him a lot of pressure. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming used all his strength and activated the prison-suppressing heaven technique, throwing a punch as well. Boom. A deafening explosion rang out. Lu Ming felt an unparalleled force surging forward. He retreated rapidly and spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, there was a terrifying flame burning on his fist and a burning smell came out. Lu Ming released 4 types of concepts and essential core to resist the burning of the flames with all his might. So strong. Lu Ming was shocked. Given Lu Ming's current combat strength, he was actually injured by the other party in one move. The other party's combat strength was extremely terrifying. The peak of the 5th level of the spiritual ocean realm. This was the cultivation that Wang Haoxian had revealed. However, Lu Ming firmly believed that an average 5th-level spiritual ocean tier prodigy would not have such powerful combat strength that could completely crush him. Die. Wang Haoxian's eyes were cold as he continued to charge at Lu Ming. Don't even think about it. Xianxia and Kong Jin made their moves at the same time. Xianxia pressed his hands together and the sky demon force field exploded. The destructive cutting force rushed towards Wang Haoxian. Kong Jin rushed into the sky demon power field with his axe. His axe seemed to be able to split the sky and he swung it at Wang Haoxian. Be careful. Lu Ming exclaimed in shock. Wang Haoxian didn't even look at it. He threw a punch at the incoming axe. Clang. The fist slammed into the battle axe and a massive sound like that of a bell rang out. Fatty let out a miserable shriek as he was sent flying backward. His fat began to tremble and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with shock. Boom. Then Wang Haoxian's body trembled and purple flames spread out. Xianxia's destructive cutting power was directly burned. That's right, even the destructive cutting power was burned clean. Then he threw a punch at Xianxia. Xianxia's expression changed. He used the demonic hand and formed a beautiful arm that flew towards Wang Haoxian's fist radiance. Boom. The result was the same as before. Xianxia was sent flying back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Although Xianxia and Kong Jin had broken through to the third level of the spiritual ocean tier, they were still crushed. Let's attack together. This person is a god-tier heaven's favorite. Lu Ming came over in a flash and stood side by side with Xianxia. His expression was extremely serious. He thought of a man on the list of top 1,000 talents. Wang Haoxian was ranked 293rd on the list of top 1,000 talents. Since his name was close to Wang Haotian's, he must be Wang Haotian's sister. Kill. Wang Haoxian was extremely domineering. His body was covered in purple flames as he stepped forward. Sky Demon Force Field Destruction Cut. Xianxia shouted and pressed her hand down. The destructive cutting force enveloped Wang Haoxian. At the same time, Lu Ming and Kong Jin moved. They charged into the otherworldly demon force field and charged towards Wang Haoxian. The four-colored will intertwined, and the war dragon true energy completely exploded. His spirit sea was boiling and a powerful devouring power erupted from his left palm, enveloping Wang Haoxian. His right palm executed the prison-suppressing heavenly art and slashed at Wang Haoxian. Kong Jin roared as his fat body expanded once again. The earth and shattering intense fused and exploded, capable of destroying everything. His battle axe turned into a ray of black light and slashed at Wang Haoxian. At the same time, Xianxia used the demonic lotus throne. A black lotus throne appeared. The petals of the lotus throne were like the sharpest weapons and they attacked Wang Haoxian. At this moment the three of them launched their strongest attacks at the same time. They didn't dare to be careless in the face of a god-tier genius. Setting Sun's sacred heavenly fist. Wang Haoxian's fists glowed with fire and he punched 3 times in a row. With one punch, Xianxia's lotus platform was shattered and the destructive cutting force field collapsed. Xianxia's body trembled and he retreated rapidly, blood flowing out of his mouth. With another punch, Kong Jin was sent flying. The battle axe in his hand trembled non-stop, especially Fatty's arm. The veins on his arm were protruding and blood was seeping out. Even his palm was deformed. Lu Ming was slightly better, but he was also sent flying 1,000 meters. He spat out a mouthful of blood and felt a sharp pain in his palm. His bones and armor were almost broken. He was too strong. The three of them had joined forces, but they were still instantly injured. Wang Haoxian had almost no weaknesses. Compared to Wang Haoxian, Lu Ming did not have an advantage in any aspect. First of all, his cultivation was 3 levels lower than Wang Haoxian's. Lu Ming had a divine-level bloodline, so did Wang Haoxian. Lu Ming had a demigod-level bloodline martial technique like the prison-suppressing heaven technique, and Wang Haoxian had a demigod-level bloodline martial technique. It was said that the bloodline martial techniques comprehended from the divine bloodline were at least demigod-level martial techniques. Moreover, Wang Haoxian's cultivation technique was also a god-level cultivation technique, the sky-burning flame technique. The sky-burning flames was so hot that it could burn everything. One had to use a lot of true essence to resist its burning power. In terms of intent, Wang Haoxian's intent of heaven and earth had evil levered from the intent of fire. It was extremely powerful and had reached the completion of level 2. Although Lu Ming had comprehended 4 kinds of intent, they were too low level. Even if he had 4 kinds of outburst and was stronger than Wang Haoxian, he would not be much stronger. Lu Ming's only advantage was that he had cultivated the secret skill of the super spirit sea and had rich vital essence. His mastery of the divine level technique was also stronger than Wang Haoxian's. In addition, his intent was slightly stronger. All these could make up for the difference of one level of cultivation. However, Wang Haoxian's cultivation was 3 levels higher than Lu Ming's. Therefore, there was still a gap of 2 levels between Lu Ming and Wang Haoxian. As for Xianxia and Kong Jin, they hadn't awakened a divine bloodline, so the gap between them was even greater. Chapter 804. 804 Chapter 804 Both sides suffer. Your combat strength is not bad. No wonder my brother died in your hands. But you don't stand a chance against me. Die. Wang Haoxian's cold voice was filled with killing intent. Boom. The prison-suppressing steel bloodline emerged above Lu Ming's head. His golden chakra emitted a dazzling golden light. Wang Haoxian's pupils shrank and he said coldly, "It turns out that he has awakened a divine bloodline. That's even more deserving of death." As soon as he finished speaking, a ball of purple flame appeared above Wang Haoxian's head. As soon as the purple flame appeared, the surrounding space turned into a black zone. It was a phenomenon that seemed to burn through space. Similarly, a golden chakra glittered around the purple flame. Divine level rank 1 bloodline. In the next moment, the purple flame twisted and turned into a purple firebird, which let out a cry. Wang Haoxian's body turned into a ray of light and rushed into the purple firebird. The bird cried and the purple firebird flapped its wings. It turned into a ray of purple light and pounced towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming merged with his bloodline. The prison-suppressing steel trembled as if it could suppress everything. It flew towards the firebird that Wang Haoxian had transformed into. The purple firebird grabbed the prison-suppressing steel with its claw. Boom! With a deafening sound, a blast of energy shot to the ground, and the 2 mountains instantly exploded and turned into dust. Similarly, a wisp of flame fell and a mountain range was burned to ashes. The space trembled and the prison-suppressing steel was sent flying backward like a meteor. It flew thousands of meters away in an instant. In the process of flying, the prison-suppressing steel turned into Lu Ming's body and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The terrifying thing was that the blood that he spat out immediately burst into flames. Lu Ming's body was invaded by the powerful flames, as if his body was about to turn into ashes. Bang! His retreating body crashed into a mountain which exploded into pieces. Lu Ming fell between the broken rocks. Wang Haoxian was too powerful. Lu Ming could not overcome the gap between their cultivation levels. Lu Ming! Xianxia exclaimed in worry. You should worry about yourself first. The purple firebird spoke in the human language and turned into a ray of light, pouncing at Xianxia. Be careful. He reappeared in front of Xianxia with a huge shield in his hand. Wang Haoxian's claw landed on the shield and it exploded. Kong Jin screamed in pain as his bones cracked and his body was sent flying. Wang Haoxian continued to grab Xianxia. A bronze mirror appeared in front of Xianxia. The bronze mirror was filled with green light. Clang! Wang Haoxian grabbed the mirror with his claw. The mirror trembled violently and wailed as it flew into Xianxia's forehead. Xianxia's body was also sent flying. The firebird cried out, wanting to continue its attack. Bang! Crushed stones flew everywhere as Lu Ming rushed out from the rubble. There was a lightning bolt swimming between his eyebrows. If you're not dead yet, then I'll kill you first. Wang Haoxian said coldly. He flapped his wings and pounced at Lu Ming. Clang! A melodious voice was heard. A thunder cauldron flew out from Lu Ming's brow. It expanded rapidly to the size of a mountain and pressed down on Wang Haoxian. The power of the thunder cauldron was boundless. When Wang Haoxian realized that something was wrong, it was too late to dodge. Boom! The huge lightning cauldron struck the bird of fire. The bird of fire that Wang Haoxian had transformed into was instantly shattered, turning into wisps of purple flames that scattered in all directions. After the lightning cauldron struck, it shrunk rapidly and flew back to Lu Ming's glabella. Lu Ming's face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He could not control his body and fell down. Fortunately, Dandan caught him. Buzz. Buzz. Xianxia and Kong Jin flew over, but both of them were breathing erratically and were severely injured. Are you all right? Xianxia held on to Lu Ming and asked worriedly. I'm fine. Lu Ming nodded. He had used the lightning cauldron and his vital essence had been extracted. His lifespan had been reduced by 50 years and his body was extremely weak. You guys look. Kong Jin suddenly exclaimed. Lu Ming and the others looked forward and saw that the purple flames that had been scattered by the thunder cauldron were now gathering in the air again. The next moment the flames turned into Wang Haoxian's body. Wang Haoxian was actually still alive. He was still alive after being struck by the lightning cauldron. However, Wang Haoxian was also severely injured. He coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. His face was extremely pale and his breathing was extremely weak. Space stepped forward holding a battle axe and stared at Wang Haoxian. If he wanted to fight he could only risk his life. However, Wang Haoxian only looked at them coldly and said in a cold voice, I won't let you off. With that he turned into a streak of fire and flew into the distance. They retreated. Let's leave this place quickly and find a place to heal. Wang Haoxian won't let this go. Lu Ming said. He could see the murderous intent in Wang Haoxian's eyes. Wang Haoxian must have only retreated temporarily to find a place to heal. Once she recovered she would definitely come back. Therefore they had to find a place to recuperate. If Wang Haoxian's injuries were healed but they were not, it would be even more difficult. Xianxia and Kong Jin supported Lu Ming and flew into the distance. They landed thousands of miles away. Xianxia and Kong Jin were also severely injured. If they continued to fly they might not be able to last long, so they decided to recuperate here. In a cave 3 people were sitting cross-legged. Lu Ming circulated the True Combat Strength Manual with all his might. Half a day later he managed to cultivate a new wisp of essential core. With a wisp of essential core, Lu Ming could start devouring spirit crystals to quickly replenish his essential core. At the same time, Lu Ming also had to circulate his essential core to heal his injured body. Another half a day passed and Lu Ming had only recovered half of his essential core. His injuries had basically stabilized and he was no longer in any danger. However, he had lost 50 years of his lifespan and his life essence was severely depleted. This could not be replenished. At this moment Lu Ming stopped his recovery. He stood up and walked out of the cave. There was no time left. A day had passed and Wang Haoxian could catch up at any time. He had to be prepared. Walking out of the cave, Lu Ming began to inscribe a large inscription array around him. One by one the inscriptions were buried into the ground. Lu Ming spent half a day inscribing more than 10 major arrays. Lu Ming. Lu Ming. At this moment Xianxia and Kong Jin both walked out of the cave. Although they had not fully recovered, at least they were stable and had a certain level of combat strength. We will wait for Wang Haoxian here. Lu Ming said. As soon as he finished speaking he looked at the sky in the distance. A flash of fire streaked across the sky. Wang Haoxian had arrived. He had come so quickly. Buzz. Wang Haoxian appeared above their heads. You have my flame ore on you. If you don't get rid of it, don't even think about escaping from me. Wang Haoxian's killing intent intensified. For a prodigy like her whose cultivation level was far above Lu Ming and the others, it was a great humiliation for her to be able to injure Lu Ming. You're just relying on your higher cultivation. Give me another half a year and I'll definitely kill you. Lu Ming sneered. Don't worry, I'll be fine. It's just that this girl's temper is too stubborn, so I can only do this. She'll wake up soon. Lu Ming's eyes were bright as he looked at the fatty. Alright then, take care. Kong Jin sighed. This was the only way. He also knew that it would be difficult for the 3 of them to escape Wang Haoxian's pursuit. Lu Ming might have a way. Lu Ming, if you don't come, I'll see you at the Sea Cloud sect in half a year. Chapter 806. 806 The Immortal's Cave left behind by the Nine Suns Supreme. What is this place? Lu Ming's mind raced and he moved forward at top speed. Roar. Before he could fly far, a black tiger-shaped demonic beast rushed out from below and pounced at him. This tiger-like demonic beast was hairless, but it was covered in black scales. Its eyes were blood red and it did not seem to have any intelligence. Instead it was filled with ferocity. The wind howled as this tiger-shaped beast had the battle power of a peak-tier king. Lu Ming took a step forward and a trace of energy burst out. The tiger-shaped demonic beast was directly blasted to the ground and gravel flew everywhere. Lu Ming's speed did not slow down at all as he moved forward at top speed. Behind him Zhou Xian was in hot pursuit. However, in this forest their speed had slowed down a lot. Moreover, there were ferocious demonic beasts pouncing on them from time to time, so they couldn't fly at full speed and their speed was even slower. Moreover, the deeper they flew, the higher the level of the ferocious demonic beasts that appeared. In the beginning, the demonic beasts that appeared were all peak king tier level demonic beasts. Towards the end, demonic beasts that were equivalent to first level or second level spiritual ocean tier appeared. These demonic beasts did not have the slightest bit of intelligence. They were filled with ferocity and would pounce on them the moment they saw them. The two of them, one chasing and one escaping, only flew tens of thousands of miles in half a day. This forest was boundless and they were still in the forest. Wild Beast Forest. Lu Ming, you've come to the Wild Beast Forest? Suddenly, a voice rang out in Lu Ming's mind. This voice was not Dandan's but the voice of the Nine Suns Supreme. Senior Zhu Yang. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Ever since he met Lian Song in the underground world, the Supreme Master of the Nine Suns had woken up once. After that he fell into a deep sleep again. He didn't expect that he would wake up now. Senior Zhu Yang, is this place called the Wild Beast Forest? Lu Ming communicated telepathically with Nine Suns Supreme. You should have arrived in Nine Dragons by now, right? This must be the Wild Beast Forest. I left something here years ago and it resonated with me. That's why I woke up from my deep sleep. The voice of the Nine Suns Supreme rang out in Lu Ming's mind. It seems that you're being hunted down. Being chased by a crazy woman. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. How about this? You can enter the Supreme Shrine and hide for a while. Supreme Nine Suns said. Enter the Supreme Shrine. Lu Ming was stunned. In the past, the Nine Suns Supreme Being had set restrictions in the Supreme Shrine, so that he could not enter the Supreme Shrine when he encountered danger. His purpose was to train him. But now, why did he take the initiative to let him enter the Supreme Shrine? As if sensing Lu Ming's doubts, the Nine Suns Supreme said, in the past, I only wanted to train you so that you wouldn't rely too much on the Supreme Shrine. If you were in danger, you would hide in the Supreme Shrine. This way, you would lose the courage to move forward and the opportunity to temper yourself through life and death. Your future achievements would be very limited. However, your cultivation is considered not bad now. Along the way, you have experienced many things and have been tempered many times. Your heart of martial arts is stable. Therefore, this restriction no longer has any meaning for you. In the future, you can enter the Supreme Shrine at any time and others can also enter. Supreme Martial Artist Nine Suns explained. Lu Ming nodded, overjoyed. The Supreme Shrine had no restrictions and he could bring others in. That would be of great use to him. Lu Ming, don't be happy too soon. The Supreme Shrine was my weapon back then. After you entered the Supreme Shrine, it only disappeared into the void so no one else could see it. However, your current cultivation is not weak. The enemies you will encounter in the future will definitely be stronger. Those in the spirit embryo realm can already sense the void. Even if you hide in the Supreme Shrine, you will still be discovered and blasted out. As for the spiritual god realm, one can tear space at will. Therefore, if one were to encounter an expert of that level and hide in the Supreme Divine Palace, one would only be like a turtle in a jar falling into a passive position. Thus, one's own strength is the way to rule. Relying on external objects will not last long. Supreme Martial Artist Zhu Yang warned him seriously. Junior understands. Lu Ming nodded. However, Lu Ming had no intention of hiding in the Supreme Shrine. It had only been half a day. If he hid in the Supreme Shrine now, Wang Haoxian might go after Xianxia and Kong Jin in a fit of anger if he couldn't find him. Lu Ming planned to continue delaying Wang Haoxian. After a few days, Xianxia and Kong Jin would have refined all the flame aura that Wang Haoxian had left on them. After they entered the Vault of Heaven, it would be difficult for Wang Haoxian to find them. It would be almost impossible. In that case, Lu Ming would be at ease. Therefore, Lu Ming did not enter the Supreme Shrine. Instead, he dragged Wang Haoxian and continued flying in the wild beast forest. As they flew, Lu Ming conversed with the Nine Suns Supreme. Senior Jiang, why is this forest so strange? Not only are the demonic beasts under great pressure here, but even the demonic beasts have lost their intelligence and become extremely fierce. Lu Ming asked, very curious. Normal demonic beasts could speak when they were in the king's realm, and they could take human form when they were in the spiritual ocean realm. However, Lu Ming had encountered quite a number of spiritual ocean-tier demonic beasts along the way. Not a single one of them had spoken, let alone transformed. There are many wondrous places in the world. Wild Beast Forest is one of them. Legend has it that in the distant past, the blood of an omnipotent expert was scattered here, covering a radius of 1,000,000 miles. The blood contains the killing intent, resentment of the most powerful masters. When the blood splatters, this place becomes a land of death. The Earth's structure changes and it is filled with a mysterious field energy. Any living creature that enters will be suppressed by this field energy, and their speed will slow down. At the same time, the demon beasts here will be affected by the killing intent, resentment in the blood. They will become extremely fierce and lose their spiritual intelligence. They will become crazy demon beasts that only know how to kill, and that's why it's called the Crazy Beast Forest. Supreme Martial Artist Nine Suns explained. Lu Ming understood, but he was extremely shocked. This place was actually caused by the blood of an omnipotent expert. Blood splattered and covered an area of 1,000,000 miles, changing the structure of the earth. For countless years to come, the demonic beasts would be affected by the killing intent and turn into wild beasts. What kind of power and realm was that? A martial royal realm expert could never do that. It was not that terrifying, but it was definitely an existence that surpassed the martial royal realm. But now, was there still such a powerful existence in the world? In the divine wilderness continent, martial emperors were revered. An emperor was synonymous with invincibility, and they were the strongest experts. Perhaps, there were existences that surpassed the martial emperor realm in the regions outside the divine wilderness continent. He thought of Qiuyu. It was very likely that Qiuyu had been taken away by experts outside of the divine wilderness continent. Lu Ming, I built a temporary cave abode in the wild beast forest back then. I left many things inside. They should be of great help to you. The Supreme of Nine Suns spoke again, making Lu Ming's heart skip a beat. Who was the Supreme Master of the Nine Suns? He was a supreme being, the strongest powerhouse below the martial emperor realm, and had stepped into the peak of the spiritual god realm. How amazing would the things he had left behind be? Lu Ming could not wait any longer. Chapter 807. 807 Soul Condensing Fruit Tree. Everyone had a plan for their own escape, and Nine Suns Paragon was no exception. Before his accident, he had left behind some hidden Immortals caves in some places. There was one in the wild beast forest, and no one knew about this secret cave abode except for the Nine Suns Supreme Master himself. Just now, he had woken up from his deep sleep because he was close to the cave dwelling of the Nine Suns Supreme. The Nine Suns Cosmos Supremacy told Lu Ming the approximate location. I'll go in 2 days. Let's delay this Wang Haoxian for a few days. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. For the next 3 days, Lu Ming did not venture deep into the wild beast forest. Instead, he led Wang Haoxian in circles on the outskirts of the forest. They passed the message for 3 days. Their speed was on par. Lu Ming could not shake off Wang Haoxian, and Wang Haoxian could not catch up to Lu Ming. I don't believe that your true essence is as abundant as mine. Wang Haoxian shrieked, his eyes blazing with anger. It had been 3 days. She had been chasing Lu Ming for 3 days. Her killing intent towards Lu Ming had not lessened. Instead, it had become stronger. I can almost shake her off. Lu Ming's heart stirred. It had been almost 4 days. Xianxia and Kong Jin should have refined the flame aura left behind by Wang Haoxian and entered the Tianqiong relic. Now Lu Ming planned to leave Wang Haoxian behind and head to the cave abode left behind by the Nine Suns Supreme. Buzz. Lu Ming took a few steps forward and flew forward at top speed. A lake appeared in front of him and he rushed into the lake. Then with a thought he entered the Supreme Shrine. It's not that easy to escape from the bottom of the lake. In the next moment Wang Haoxian caught up with him. With a palm strike, scorching flames spread out and the entire lake water evaporated in an instant. Mist filled the air and only the dry bottom of the lake was left. Lu Ming, on the other hand, had disappeared without a trace. Damn it, could it be that he left through the underground? Don't even think about it. Wang Haoxian roared and punched. The ground cracked and rocks and dirt flew, but Lu Ming was nowhere to be seen. Wang Haoxian went crazy and started to search the surroundings. Lu Ming could not be bothered to care about all of this. In the Supreme Shrine he began to devour spiritual crystals to recover. 2 days later Lu Ming's cultivation had fully recovered and he was back at his peak. At this moment he left the Supreme Shrine. There was no trace of Wang Haoxian. Lu Ming was heading in the direction that the Nine Suns Supreme had pointed out. What? After flying for thousands of miles, Lu Ming suddenly rushed into the forest below. With a wave of his hands, an inscription array that concealed his aura appeared on his body, completely concealing his aura. Not long after they saw Wang Haoxian flying past them with a gloomy face. This woman really wouldn't stop until she was dead. After that, Lu Ming did not fly in the sky. Instead he shuttled through the forest. Since he had an inscription formation that concealed his aura, he could easily avoid the monstrous beasts. Lu Ming's speed was still very fast. An hour later Lu Ming had run for thousands of miles and appeared at the bottom of a huge cliff. Senior Jiang, the entrance to the cave you mentioned is on the cliff? But how come I didn't notice it? Lu Ming asked. There is a mark on the cliff, so the entrance is there. The voice of the Nine Suns Supreme Master rang out. Lu Ming walked over and indeed he found a mark on a cliff. Lu Ming observed it carefully and pushed it with his hand. Did not move at all. It did not seem like there was an entrance. Similarly, Lu Ming did not find any traces of inscriptions. Lu Ming, I've set up a formation that alternated between illusion and reality here. This formation is extremely mysterious. If you think of this place as real, it's real. If you think of it as virtual, then this cliff doesn't exist and it's virtual. You'll naturally enter the cave abode with one step. Supreme Nine Suns said. It's actually a formation that alternated between illusion and reality. Lu Ming was shocked. This array was very advanced. Even Lu Ming did not know how to use it. Setting up such a formation to protect the cave abode could be said to be foolproof. For example, if you set up a formation at the entrance of a cave, this formation would allow the cave to become one with the surrounding environment and look exactly the same. Ordinary people would only think that it was a mountain when they saw it. Even if they walked over, they would feel that it was a mountain. However, if you thought that this place was a cave, then you could walk over and enter the cave. It was extremely mysterious. Therefore, even if someone had come here over the years, they would not stare at a cliff and think that it was an immortal's cave. This was the entrance unless it was someone who knew about it. Moreover, the inscription formation that could see the real and the fake could perfectly integrate with the surrounding environment, making it difficult to sense the existence of inscriptions. Lu Ming smiled and strode towards the cliff. Just as he was about to crash into the cliff, he saw that the cliff was empty. Lu Ming's body had disappeared from the cliff. Lu Ming stepped in and found himself in a huge cave abode. The cave abode was rather large, but it was very simple and crude. There was only a stone bed, a stone table and a few stone stools. On the table was a jade box and in the jade box were a few storage rings. In the innermost part of the cave there were 2 small trees. The small trees were as tall as a person, and their leaves were dark green, emitting a strange aura. On the small tree there were a few fruits. The soul consolidating tree has really borne fruit. The figure of the 9 Suns Supreme Master appeared. He looked at the 2 small trees and revealed a happy expression. Soul concentrating tree? Lu Ming had some doubts. The soul consolidating tree and the soul consolidating fruit are very helpful to the spirit and soul. I found them by accident and planted them here. I didn't expect them to bear fruit. With these 2 soul consolidating trees and soul consolidating fruits, I can recover a portion of my soul power. Supreme Martial Artist 9 Suns explained. Congratulations, Senior. Lu Ming was overjoyed as well. He was also looking forward to the recovery of the 9 Suns Supreme. Lu Ming, I'll be recuperating under the soul consolidating tree for a while. I think it'll take some time. There are some things I left here in those storage rings. Although there aren't any rare treasures, they should be useful to you. As soon as he finished speaking, he flew toward the 2 soul condensing fruit trees, plucked one of the fruits and sat down cross-legged. Lu Ming sized it up and walked to the stone table. He picked up one of the storage rings and immersed his mind into it. The next moment Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This storage ring was filled with spirit weapons and all sorts of blacksmithing materials. Among them, most of the spiritual weapons were at the 6th level. There were also 7th level and even 8th level spiritual weapons. Shocking, it was too shocking. It should be known that only those at the spirit embryo realm could unleash the full power of a 7th level spiritual weapon. As for an 8th level spiritual weapon, it could only be unleashed by an existence at the spiritual god realm. And in this storage ring, not only did he have them, he had quite a few of them. And those materials for refining weapons were also rare materials. If these spirit weapons and blacksmithing materials were to be taken out, their value would be immeasurable. Lu Ming kept it happily. Zhou Xian turned his attention to the 2nd storage ring. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.